Chapter 601 The Great Crisis Strikes. Sister Xiaoqi, you really think highly of me. Qin Yu glanced at Crocodile, who looked livid, and said, I was just lucky this time. As for the Navy headquarters, they were blind to ask me to be an instructor. But Sister Xiaoqi, you won't forget what I asked you to do, right? 7 days ago, he learned from Garp that the world destroyer Bondwald was besieged by the Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, there was no way to find the exact trace information. Now, after 7 days, it is unknown whether Wald was ambushed by the Navy. Then the Gyulazayaki, which Qin Yu coveted, was lost. It seems that the little brother has a big plan. Xiaoqi exhaled a long puff of smoke and said, however, you are lucky this time. I just got important information. 3 days later, the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea will join forces to encircle Wald in the first half of the Grand Line, the Wells Sea. If you have any ideas, I advise you to act early. I think the Navy headquarters is determined to win this time. Wells Sea? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that this sea area was not too far from Alabasta. Captain, I have seen this sea area in the nautical chart provided by Alabasta. Nami suddenly said. It seems that it only takes 2.5 days to get to the small garden. I'll record the hour hand here. Looking at the hour hand in Nami's hand, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile and planned to reach out and rub Nami's head. However, just halfway out, his brows couldn't help but frown. Bang! A sound of breaking water came from the sea. Soon, a black shadow was seen in the outer sea, breaking through the water and rushing out directly. The huge body of dozens of meters came with a posture of crushing across the sky, and the sea water it brought up was like a rainstorm. This is the island-eating beast. Nami screamed. 7 days ago, the posture of the island-eating beast with a body length of 1 kilometer and a high-altitude jump almost made her incontinent. If Qin Yu had not taken action personally at the critical moment, she would have been scared out of her wits. Humph, isn't it just a fish that slipped through the net? Get out of here! A disdainful cold snort spit out from Crocodile's mouth. Xiaoqi words just now have already made him angry for a long time. Especially during this period of time, watching those little brats and juniors clamoring to learn two-color domineering every day. He could only stare blankly, and this kind of frustration was all poured into Crocodile's self-exploration. However, this kind of emotional self-exploration undoubtedly made this road narrower and narrower. The most 7 days had passed, and Crocodile could only stare blankly, watching one by one, already reaching the threshold. Even Dawes, who usually participated in high-level assassination missions in Baroque works, seemed to have grasped some clues a few days ago. On the contrary, as the former boss, he was still confused even if he tried his best. Crocodile, be careful! Dawes roared in a hurry. Crocodile, who was in a trance, suddenly reacted. The first thing he saw was a familiar figure. The muscles of his arms suddenly tightened and bulged, and the blade spewed out, and the black armed color domineering spread on his arms, eventually forming a layer of shallow domineering. Looking at the attacking island-eating beast that was dozens of meters long, Dawes didn't hesitate at all, raised his hand and chopped it down. Black knife, dustless slash. The black light leaped, and it passed by as fast as thunder. The speed was so fast that the island-eating beast could not react at all. It directly cut the tens of meters long body in half. Bang! The broken body fell heavily on the sea surface, and the large amount of blood splashed and splashed, making the whole sea area suddenly filled with the smell of blood. Lord Crocodile, are you okay? Dawes jumped and landed beside Crocodile. The black light on his arms made Crocodile feel inexplicably heartbroken. This is his little brother in the past. Now he has surpassed him and has also mastered the armament haki. Crocodile, I was just barely able to use the armament haki yesterday. Dawes noticed Crocodile's gaze and quickly explained. For Dawes, he never thought that according to Qin Yu's training method, he could awaken the domineering in his body so quickly. If this method is spread, any force will be crazy about it. However, this method is called a shortcut by Qin Yu, and the danger is also not small. If there is no strong will and a lot of combat experience, I am afraid that I will become an idiot before I succeed. It can be said that this is a way to survive. Shut up, a mere island-eating beast, do you think you can hurt me? Crocodile roared. The next moment, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the distant sea, a huge black shadow was emerging quickly, and the surrounding sea water seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. A pair of scarlet eyes like the moon lit up quickly. That feeling is enough to pierce the mind. If the island-eating beast just now was tens of meters, then the island-eating beast now can probably be described as 10,000 meters. Are they waiting for it? Crocodile's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly looked at the two giants behind him. Finally appeared. Dongli and Brokey suddenly opened their eyes. The lazy atmosphere was gone in an instant. At this moment, the two seemed to return to the giants who dominated the sea 100 years ago. Roar! The low roar exploded like thunder. The 10,000-meter island-eating beast that was lurking in the sea, with a pair of scarlet eyes, instantly locked on Qin Yu and others. As the sea overlord that had occupied the small garden for a long time, it was killed by Qin Yu not long ago, but it was just a junior. What really made the merchant ships and even the pirates feel nightmare was the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that had been lurking and living for a long time. It could swallow a small island with one bite, which was its true posture. Boom! The huge body turned directly in the sea. The 10,000-meter posture gave people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The rolled-up sea water gave people a posture like a raging tide. That feeling was like a 12-level tsunami, rolling over in the distant sea. It can be said that if this attack hits directly, what awaits them is not only the destruction of the ship and the death of people. I am afraid that even this small garden will be shattered. Oh my god, is this the island-eating beast? Captain, you should think of a solution quickly. Nami's feet and stomach are nagging. However, if Qin Yu tells her that there is a lot of gold in the stomach of this island-eating beast, it may be another story. Chapter 602 The power of the giant is so terrifying. Don't worry, watch the show. Qin Yu patted Nami's shoulder and smiled warmly. Watch the show? Nami was confused, and she wished she could faint happily now. At least the scene in front of her was not beautiful. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed in one bite. Crocodile's face suddenly became ugly. In his eyes, Qin Yu had killed the largest island-eating beast. Then the next one he encountered at sea would be at most tens of meters or even hundreds of meters. If a 1,000-meter-long island-eating beast appeared, Crocodile was confident that he could kill it in one blow. However, the one in front of him was nearly 10,000 meters long and as huge as an island. If he were to kill it, he would probably feel like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He thought he was extraordinary and had a powerful natural devil fruit ability. However, when the size of the opponent reached a certain level, skills became unimportant. At least, at this moment, Crocodile was not confident. When he saw Qin Yu was indifferent, he tensed up even more. He had never thought that Qin Yu would kill such a huge island-eating beast. The stakes were on the two giants. It can be said that at this moment, Qin Yu seemed to be verifying whether his vision was mature. Roar! The 10,000-meter-long island-eating beast was the first to lose its patience. When the roar sounded again, the huge body moved. The huge wave suddenly overturned, and the 10,000-meter-long body, like a huge sharp blade, directly tore the sea surface apart. The huge waves brought up. Before the impact came, the entire estuary shook violently. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The urgent eyes, when sweeping over Qin Yu's body, suddenly locked on the two giants. Do it! The thunderous roar came out of Dong Li's mouth. With a deafening posture, it rolled and spread. Brokey, who had been holding his breath, responded instantly. As the strongest partner in the past, their tacit understanding and movements can be called synchronized. Bang! One step heavy step out. The whole small garden seemed to be shaking. Two huge bodies shook the earth. The black and inky armament haki quickly spread over the two people. The steel-like color made the originally sharp momentum climb to the extreme. With a height of tens of meters, under the shining sun, it stood here like a huge iron tower. Facing many eyes, Dongli and Brokey did not show any fancy, and their 10 fingers suddenly clenched their weapons. The armament haki wrapped around their bodies turned into a wave and poured into the weapons. It formed a vortex posture like a flowing cherry. The black blade and the huge breath were frantically compressed by Dongli and Brokey on the weapons. The air flowing around them stagnated a little. Dongli and Brokey raised their heads suddenly, and their eyes like hawks instantly locked on the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that attacked from the sky. Without any fancy moves, his 10 fingers were tensed, his hands and even his whole body muscles were bulging like rocks. The next moment, with his right foot as the fulcrum, his tower-like body suddenly turned up with the crackling sound of bones. Ryuhu Sakura, hegemony unparalleled. Boom! The two giants' movements were synchronized as soon as they struck out. The entire space seemed to be penetrated in an instant. The black air wave rushed out like a raging tide, tearing the space apart. Wherever it passed, the air stirred up huge ripples, and the sea surface along the way seemed to be torn apart by invisible big hands. At this moment, it felt like the end of the world. Roar! The huge body of the island-eating beast suddenly stagnated. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils, it was impossible to dodge in advance with his huge body of 10,000 meters squirming crazily. The only thing he could do was to watch the dark airflow that looked like a wild dragon across the sky. It brought a devastating posture and enlarged directly in his pupils. Boom! A dull thunderous roar exploded. Under the impact of the huge air wave, a large area of sea water was lifted up, forming a torrential rain. The dark slash, with a powerful posture, plunged into the chest and abdomen of the island-eating beast. The snow-white belly was only supported for a little while, and was shattered in the next moment. Scarlet blood splashed like a wave, and large pieces of flesh and blood were scattered between heaven and earth. The 10,000-meter-long island-eating beast let out a mournful roar and smashed into the sea. The torn sea surface lost its support and collided like two invisible big hands. The huge body of the 10,000-meter-long island-eating beast was directly submerged. The huge sea surface was surging with waves, and the scarlet blood could not be wiped away for a while. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Looking at the large area of destruction in front of them, the people present could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They looked at the two giants in disbelief. They had long known that the giants had extraordinary strength. However, they never thought that after using the high-level armed color domineering flow of cherry blossoms, the combined attack of Dongli and Brokey could directly kill the huge island-eating beast. If this attack fell on them, or fell in the small garden, the consequences are simply terrifying. The anger of the giant can destroy the country. This is not a joke. Haha, the feeling of fighting is so cool, this is the heroic posture of our giants. Dongli laughed and carried the weapon directly on his shoulders. Looking back, after living on the island for hundreds of years, he turned over and sat on the raft. Humph, if the captain hadn't personally guided you, old man, you would have already been scared when facing this island-eating beast that has been entrenched for 100 years. Brokey glared disdainfully. They have been fighting for hundreds of years, but they also hunt. They also know a thing or two about this island-eating beast that is entrenched in the sea and intends to hunt giants. They have also fought with it, but unfortunately there has been no result. It was not until 100 years later that they mastered the high-level domineering Ryuo that they were able to kill it in one blow. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they clearly understand the power of this two-color domineering. Haha, you can perform such a domineering blow, but it is not possible to do it with my guidance alone. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Your rich combat experience and hundreds of years of duels have kept your physical fitness at its peak. You can reach this point after accumulating a lot of experience. The last crisis has also been eliminated. It's not too late. We should go to sea. For Dongli and Brokey can reach this point. Qin Yu was not surprised. After all, this was the strongest giant who had a bounty of over 100 million 100 years ago. The strength and means he possessed were completely incomparable to ordinary giants. Even the current giant rookie Helding is not even 50% or 60% as good as him. Chapter 603 Hancock's Crisis. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, do you want to join our Straw Hat Pirates? That attack just now was so cool. Luffy jumped onto Dongli's shoulder. His eyes were simply glowing with blazing stars. For Luffy, the first condition for being able to bring something on board is to be different. Luffy, the teacher is watching. If you dare to poach crew members in public, be careful or I'll chop you off. Zoro bit back and bit the Wado Ikimonji. The Sandai Kaititsuo and Suezu in his hands showed a hint of dark armed color domineering, trying to spread to the blade. Unfortunately, the domineering aura just spread out a few centimeters, and it was obviously exhausted and directly silenced. Finally, in full view of everyone, it collapsed between heaven and earth. Tisk, you green algae head, don't show off your skills here. Sanji glared disdainfully, and then screamed. Nami-san, leave this rough work of sailing to me. Teacher, I don't seem to understand domineering. I want to stay on this ship as an intern for life. Damn perverted Kappa, I must chop you to death. Looking at the noisy situation, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. For him, the current guidance is entirely to cause turmoil in the world faster. Only by doing this can he better regain his power. What's more, it's not bad to be lively. Okay, everyone set sail and head to the Whale Sea. Qin Yu retracted his thoughts and turned around to give orders. However, the first thing that came into view was an unexpected figure. Qin Yu, I want to learn two-color domineering. Crocodile stood in front of Qin Yu. Looking at this boy who was much younger than him, this kind of asking for advice almost suffocated him to death. If the two giants had not killed the island-eating beast with force, he might still insist on his stubbornness. However, the blow that seemed to destroy the world just now not only killed the island-eating beast with force, but also shattered the last self-esteem and stubbornness in his heart. Facing this blow, Crocodile believed that he, who had the glory of the 7 warlords of the sea, could not retreat unscathed. Now think about it, if the target of this attack was himself. The spine is still cold. Haha, you stubborn kid, are you finally convinced? Dong Li laughed unscrupulously. You should call the captain teacher first. Brokey and I are more than 300 years old, much older than you. In order to become stronger, you have to put your face aside. There is no distinction between the strong and the old. Remember this. The rolling laughter was mixed with a sense of preaching. If it were in normal times, Crocodile would have already exploded and beaten him up. However, what Dong Li said this time was not wrong. Qin Yu's teaching results are obvious to all. What's more, the boy in front of him is a talent that even Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters and Zifa, the chief instructor of new recruits, have taken a fancy to. Watching others improve step by step, he pretended to be unimportant, that would be his loss. Haha, no need. As long as you can serve, you will not be treated differently. The most important thing is that you are willing. Qin Yu patted Crocodile on the shoulder. Fairy tale is an unimportant burden. Dashiki, you should teach him the basics first. Me? Dashiki was stunned. In her eyes, the 7 warlords of the sea have always been unattainable. When you meet them on the sea, you have to hide and pray not to be targeted. She never thought that one day she would teach the 7 warlords of the sea. However, seeing Qin Yu's expression that he had not heard wrong, Dashiki hesitated, but still gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Faced with this decision, Crocodile was a little surprised, but since he broke his own limitations and asked Qin Yu to know the practice of two-color domineering, it was enough to show that he even gave up his face. What's more, compared with those young boys like Zoro, Dashiki is undoubtedly a better choice. Haha, Captain, it seems that you are really good at winning people's hearts. Dong Li laughed loudly, and after taking a sip of wine, he said, But, Captain, didn't you say that our giant clan also has some good seedlings? Is it that kid Ural, or John? Dong Li, have you forgotten that there is also a kid named Longzi? Brokey laughed and echoed. Looking at the two giants who laughed deafeningly when their throats were pulled. Qin Yu picked his earpiece helplessly and said, The John and Longzi you mentioned, if I guess correctly, should be the 2 vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters now. The former Navy headquarters, but through the hands of Sister Carmelo, secretly sold a lot of giants to make up for the strength of the Navy. Among them, a few giants entered the middle and high levels of the Navy. Oh, they actually became the Navy? Then our pirates have no successors. Dong Li frowned. 100 years away, it's not that the younger generation is not good to be a Navy. But 100 years ago, their giant pirates became a well-known legend in Elbaf. They were also very notorious in this sea. If there were no giants as pirates now, would their giant pirates become a shame? Hee, don't worry, I remember there was a giant named Hailding, who should have formed a new giant pirates and entered the sea. As for the specific situation, I don't know. Qin Yu touched his nose and thought of Hailding who joined the Straw Hat Fleet in the original work. Hailding? Is it the kid who always wears a horned hat? When we left the port for the last time, that guy pestered us. He insisted on becoming the strongest pirate and surpassing us. Brokey was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. However, he soon attracted a roll of eyes from Dong Li. That's Halsey, did you remember it wrong? What do you mean by wrong? Your brain is always degenerating. You said I'm degenerating? I want to fight you. Looking at the two giants who were about to fight again, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, frowned, and took out a restless life card. He remembered that this life card was something Hancock stuffed into him after escaping from the Sabayati archipelago. According to the vibration amplitude and reaction, this means that Hancock is not far away from him. At the same time, he may be in danger. Captain, what happened? Dong Li glanced and said anxiously. As soon as these words fell, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 604 Crazy Valder. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed, and the explosion wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The sea, which was not calm to begin with, instantly raised a huge wave. The pirate ship in it became unstable like a small boat, as if it would capsize at any time. Hancock, why don't you send a distress signal quickly? The Navy is chasing this madman. Granny Zhao leaned on a cane and barely stood up, suggesting urgently. Looking at the huge island-like ship chasing more than 10 miles behind her, her face turned pale. Half a day ago, they received the signal of the rendezvous point transmitted by the Navy and planned to rush there. I never thought that I would meet the madman Bondi Wald, the world destroyer, on the way. Facing the super long-range artillery shells and the 100-fold increase of the Momo fruit. It can be said that no matter whether it is escaping or chasing, it is impossible to get rid of the huge pirate ship in front of you. For anyone who is targeted, this is simply a nightmare. You bastard, you actually asked me to ask the Navy for help. Hancock's face turned cold, and she shouted in a hurry, if this matter gets out, how can I still be a Shishibukai? In the future, I am afraid that I will not only become a laughing stock among pirates, but also how will the Navy headquarters and even the world government view me? Can an old guy who is about to die really take me down? What's more, no matter what decision I make, everyone will forgive me because I am the most beautiful. The cold voice echoed on the huge deck. Facing Hancock's rebuttal, a group of female warriors had already cast fanatical eyes. Lord Hancock is right. Even if we die in battle, we will never ask the Navy headquarters for help. We are Shishibukai. For the reputation of Lady Empress, we will definitely be able to defeat these rude people. Looking at Hancock, who mobilized the emotions of everyone in an instant, the mother-in-law was furious. Mother-in-law, elder sister is right. We can become Shishibukai because we have the ability to make the Navy headquarters and even the world government afraid. If we ask for help now, it means compromise. In the future, we will have no say in front of the Navy headquarters. Sonia said in a deep voice. Let's do what elder sister thinks now. I agree too. Godru nodded in agreement. Okay, do whatever you say, don't blame me for not advising you. Mother-in-law clenched the cane in her hand, stomped on the deck, and turned away angrily. Seeing this scene, Hancock couldn't help but snorted coldly, an old woman who is in the way. Everyone, listen to my orders. Since he is chasing us relentlessly, fight back fiercely. I will sink them and let the world know that what the Navy headquarters can't do, our 9 Snakes pirates can do. Master Hancock is right, let's kill them. For the 9 Snakes, for Master Hancock, let's kill. The hysterical shouts of killing spread all over the vast sea area. The 2 sea snakes that were pulling the pirate ship and fleeing in a hurry suddenly stopped, and then turned to chase the Glossiachi, which was chasing them relentlessly, and went round and round to chase them. The sudden scene made Wald, who was standing on the central deck of the Glossiachi and the cannon of the ship, startled at first, and then laughed. Valorolo, I didn't expect that the so-called 7 warlords of the sea gave up escaping and planned to fight me instead. Let me see what the so-called 7 warlords of the sea, the running dogs of the world government, are capable of. Brother Binjak, prepare the ship cannon for me. I want to let these newcomers know that the ward pirates are not something they can mess with. The crazy laughter echoed on the huge deck. As the vice-captain of the ward pirates, he is also the chief of the ward pirates. Binjak, Wald's elder brother, was already old and weak, and had been relying on 4 drips all year round. Looking at Wald, who looked unscrupulous, he couldn't help but say, Wald, according to intelligence, the Navy headquarters is still chasing us. Now, we shouldn't waste time here. If the Navy headquarters forms an encirclement like last time, I'm afraid there won't be a second storm to let us escape. What's more, your current physical strength is too much to control the Gyulazayaki for a long time. As a product of the old times, Wald was plotted against by the alliance of the Navy and pirates at the age of 45 and sent to the Impel Down prison. In the 6th floor, he was frozen. This treatment is stricter than the Golden Lion who was sent to the 6th floor at that time. After all, in the sea at that time, the Golden Lion was unscrupulous, but not as crazy as Wald. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, even the celestial dragons and some islands blocking the way would be destroyed by him. According to Wald, there is absolutely nothing that can hinder his pace on the road ahead. However, that kind of arrogance and domineering is the product of more than 30 years ago. After a long period of freezing, Wald's appearance does not look much older. But his real age has reached 78 years old. It takes a long time to use the power of the Momo fruit to accelerate the Gyulazayaki. The burden is not something that his old body can completely ignore. Now he is planning to use the ship's cannon. The pressure he will bear is infinitely magnified. Once he encounters a sniper attack from the Navy headquarters at this juncture, it will undoubtedly make the situation worse. Damn guy, do you mean that I have been eliminated by this era and should hide obediently? Wald's face darkened and roared angrily. If you don't go, old man, I'll do it myself. After leaving these words, Wald's figure shook, and he directly used the shave, past Binjak, and appeared behind the ship's cannon. As the big hand slapped the huge ship cannon, the low sound of the gears resounded. Wald. Seeing this, Binjak looked anxious. Get out of my way, don't block my way, I want to sink them all, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me. Wald roared repeatedly. The huge gun barrel, with the gears turning, instantly locked on the 9 snakes pirates approaching quickly from a distance. Witnessing this scene, Wald couldn't help but show a crazy smile on his face. Haha, with this ship cannon, I want to see how you can approach me. Today I'll let you taste the taste of sinking in the sea with one shot. Momo fruit, 50 times amplification. With a roar, Wald slapped the ship cannon with his right hand. As the low metal collision sound echoed, the huge fruit power, like a torrent, poured into the ship cannon. Chapter 605 Terrifying Ship Cannon. The pitch-black ship cannon is more than 10 meters long. Compared with other shipborne cannons, and even the cannons used exclusively by the Navy headquarters, it is obviously more than 10 times larger. Of course, it is not that the Navy headquarters cannot make it. It is just that the larger the shell, the stronger the driving force required, and the worse the accuracy and the smaller the maneuverability. At the same time, with the current artillery technology, the range that can be achieved is infinitely reduced. Once the oversized shell is detonated, what awaits them may harm themselves. Therefore, this special cannon can only be used when Wald uses the Momo fruit. The huge black barrel was slowly erected, and when the shooting trajectory was adjusted, it instantly locked onto the sea area where the 9 snake pirates were located. 7 or 8 nautical miles away, you can still clearly see this exaggerated cannon. Sister, what on earth is this? Can such a huge cannon reach the sea where we are? Sonia couldn't help asking. Facing this unknown means of attack, anyone would be worried. Hancock's face suddenly darkened. As a veteran of many battles, she was a little conceited. But she also had a lot of combat experience. What's more, as the Queen of 9 Snake Island, who was popular with domineering, her use of 3-color domineering was stronger than that of ordinary pirates. When she saw the cannon of this ship, a sense of inexplicable uneasiness flashed through her heart. Facing the harsh words just thrown, her face darkened, biting her teeth and shouting, "Stop the straight pursuit, immediately use roundabout tactics, and try to get rid of the danger of this cannon aiming." Got it, sister. Godreau, who was at the helm, reacted instantly after hearing this. For other pirate ships, or even warships, this kind of sudden turn-like operation may be difficult. However, the 9 Snake pirate ship, in addition to using mechanical and wind energy, also has kinetic energy from sea snakes. As long as the order is given, it is not impossible to turn instantly. Oh, you actually know how to turn, want to avoid my edge? Wald exclaimed lightly, and then laughed ferociously. Haha, you girl, it seems that you have also realized the power of the ship cannon I carefully built. But you underestimated the power of my world destroyer Wald. Today I will see how you, as the prey I am aiming at, can hide. Boom. The huge ship cannon made a low gear bite sound, and the final artillery path was instantly determined. The madness on Wald's face became more and more dazzling when he saw the 9 Snake pirate ship. The long-awaited attack exploded. Little girl, taste the attack I carefully prepared for you. Wald now is not comparable to 30 years ago. Momo fruit 50 times. Boom. The thunderous sound of artillery exploded without any warning. The violent air wave brought about the impact force, which pushed the huge gun barrel back quickly. The wind and waves were so strong that even Binjak couldn't stand and fell directly to the ground. However, facing all this, Binjak obviously didn't care at all. The turbid old eyes locked on the cannons on the ship and the shells that were spewed out. "Run quickly!" The old roar sounded. Hancock and others looked at the shells that were coming quickly and were stunned at first. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, the shell, which was already of astonishing size, suddenly increased by dozens of times. The huge volume of nearly a kilometer, and the speed also increased by dozens of times. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, bringing an inexplicable feeling of oppression. Looking at such a huge shell, if it was really hit, I am afraid that not only their pirate ship, but also the sea area of several miles around, everything will be completely destroyed. However, facing this behemoth, it is simply not possible to stop it, right? Sister, now, what should we do now? Sonia's face turned pale. They have the ability of devil fruit and the strength comparable to that of a vice admiral. However, facing this kind of impact, it is not easy to resist. Especially on the sea, once the ship carrier is lost, it is simply a nightmare for them, the devil fruit ability users. You all hide in the mezzanine of the ship, I will stop it. Hancock suddenly spoke. As the leader of the 9 Snakes pirates, she is usually very conceited, but in such a life and death situation, she can't care too much. However, as soon as she took a step, she was stopped by her mother-in-law. Hancock, are you crazy? Why do you stop it? Don't forget, you are the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates. Anyone can die, but you can't. Sonia, Godreau, and this old woman, take action together. For the 9 Snakes Island, Hancock's existence is undoubtedly the continuation of the 7 warlords of the sea's golden medal of immunity from death. If you want the 9 Snakes Island to remain prosperous, this is something that cannot be discarded. It can be said that on this ship, anyone can die, but Hancock can't. Sister, what the mother-in-law said is right, let us go. Sister Hancock, let us go. The atmosphere on the huge ship deck changed suddenly. Looking at the huge shells that were growing bigger and finally stopped above their heads in the sky. The 9 Snakes female warriors present were obviously prepared to die. However, before they could react, a sharp and piercing sound of a knife resounded through the 9 heavens. Black Knife 1 Knife Style Thunderbolt 10 Burials. Buzz. The crisp sound of the knife was like a startled wild goose suddenly rising. The violent lightning turned into a streak, tearing through the sky in the distance. Endless golden light flew, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, and the air along the way was instantly torn apart. Whether it was Hancock and others on the 9 Snakes pirate ship, or even Wald and others on the Kyulo's Yachi, they only saw the dazzling lightning passing through the whole world. The moment when they occupied all vision. When they came to their senses, the golden startled wild goose had already crossed the sky and collided with the huge shells first. The next moment, before everyone could react, a dangerous aura spread in the void. The giant shell that was originally rolling down and diving, with a black surface like ink, burst into a piercing flame. Then, a thunderous explosion sounded. Boom! The violent air waves and flames suddenly bloomed in the void. The hot fire waves swept like a tide, and the air flowing in the entire void stagnated. The next moment, endless flames directly swallowed everything in front of them. The huge sea area seemed to be stirred up by a pair of invisible big hands. Chapter 606 The Future New 5 Emperors. Boom! The dull thunder-like explosion and the hot explosion air waves enveloped a dozen miles in radius. The waves on the entire sea surface were more than 10 meters high. Some sea kings hiding in the sea were directly affected by the blast and died in the sea. The 9 Snake pirate ship, which was under the shock wave, was directly swept away like a small boat. Looking at the oncoming fire, Hancock's face changed drastically, and he was about to step forward to block it. An unexpected figure had already taken the lead and landed on the deck of the ship. 4th level magic multiple defense shields. 4th level magic unlimited blocking. 4th level magic multiple weakening of attacks. A series of magic arrays quickly bloomed under Chinyu's feet. The colorful shields were propped up one after another, taking the lead in blocking the entire pirate ship. The ship was enveloped in it. The next moment, the incoming flames and air waves poured down on the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The dull collision sound rang out in succession from the outside. However, with the weakened defense of multiple magic shields, it could not be shaken at all. Looking out from inside, it also gave people a feeling of brilliant fireworks that were as gorgeous as a dazzling eye. The sudden scene made Hancock and others startled. Facing the huge shells approaching 1,000 meters, they were scrambling to take action. Even Hancock was no exception. However, they knew clearly that this choice would definitely make them die. Even Hancock, who knew the armed color domineering and the ability of the sweet fruit, could not stop the shells in an instant. It can be said that they had already made up their minds to die. However, no one expected that there would be a turning point at the critical moment. This made everyone's tense nerves relax instantly, and they looked at the huge skeleton standing in front of the deck with endless gratitude. Master Qin Yu, why are you here? Hancock was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became hot. Helping again and again, it was completely timely. Especially, the man in front of her rescued her from shame and nightmares. Just nearby, I saw your life card was moving, so I came to see. Qin Yu turned around and looked at Hancock with an excited face, and the soul flame jumped in his deep eye sockets. The huge white bone hand reached out in full view of everyone and gently rubbed Hancock's head. You are still too impulsive. If there is anything in the future, remember to notify me. No matter who your enemy is, it is no problem even if you overthrow the world government. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with invisible magic sounds, giving people a taste of hitting the soul. The many female warriors of Nine Snake Island in the field were also excited all of a sudden. You bastard boy, this sentence is so similar to what Rayleigh said to me that day. This is a love talk. Hancock, don't be obsessed with it. Grandma Jia bit her handkerchief and hurried forward to shout. Get out of here, old woman, don't bother me. Hancock just got into the state, and saw Grandma Jia with wrinkles on her face coming over. The feeling that was like a spring was interrupted in an instant and disappeared directly. If it weren't for Qin Yu, I'm afraid she would pick up a knife and chop Grandma Jia. Okay, let me handle the things here. Valder is still useful to me. He didn't hurt you, did he? Qin Yu retracted his hand, looked up and down, and asked with concern. No, as the woman of Lord Qin Yu, of course I won't be hurt by these minions. If it weren't for the range, I couldn't get close, otherwise I would have solved them long ago. Hancock responded with a red face. Hancock, look at your crazy look. Is she still the mistress of the Nine Snakes pirates? She has no modesty at all. You old woman, throw her out. Who calls Rayleigh's name every night when she goes to bed? Looking at the noisy situation, Qin Yu retracted his sight and looked at the sea where the explosion wave dissipated and the waves rolled. Who dares to interfere with the good deeds of this captain? Wald roared. For him, the first test firing has a huge symbolic significance. Originally, he was looking forward to using the lives of the 7 warlords of the sea to declare his illustrious reputation. He never thought that at the last moment, a Cheng Yaojin would come out. However, seeing his attack being disintegrated, Wald did not rush to take action. After all, he could penetrate him with a single knife, using a cannonball amplified by 50 times the power of the Momo fruit. There are very few people in this sea. According to Binjak's information, there are only a few representative figures such as Hawkeye Mihawk in the 7 warlords of the sea and Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors. They were able to stop the attack without any damage. Wald, you're too much. Qin Yu's magic power was surging, and the whole person was suspended in the air. You won't forget who released you in the city of Impel Down. The cold voice, under the infusion of magic, echoed on the vast sea like thunder. Facing the sudden figure, let alone Binjak, even Wald's expression changed drastically. It can be said that after escaping from the prison in the city of Impel Down, the news he heard most was not the reputation and deeds of those old guys in the past. Instead, it was this arrogant and domineering skeleton demon who did not play according to common sense. Without any origin or reason, in just a few months, the bounty amount rose to 1 billion. This is said to be a headache for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. In front of 2 generals, he publicly killed the celestial dragons. At the same time, he was able to escape unscathed. This alone is not something that ordinary pirates can compare to. What's more, during this period of time, there was an undercurrent of momentum on the sea, claiming that the skeleton demon would be the 5th emperor to divide the new world in the future. Faced with such explosive rumors, perhaps many forces would not take it seriously and just treat it as a joke. But it also shows from the side that the emergence of the skeleton demon has undoubtedly become a new force that shakes the old power structure. In front of any force, there are not many people who are willing to confront him head-on. There are also rumors that not long after the skeleton demon escaped from prison, he boarded the Moby Dick and had an equal conversation with Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, escaped in full force in public. This alone is enough to prove that Skeleton Demon has the qualifications of a pirate overlord who is not inferior to the 7 warlords of the sea, or even superior to the 7 warlords of the sea. Now that Skeleton Demon suddenly intervenes, Wald has to be on high alert. Chapter 607 This sea can't accommodate you. The huge sea surface, in addition to the aftermath of the explosion, caused the raging waves to roll back. The two sides of the confrontation suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even Wald, who was so imposing a moment ago, suddenly became gloomy. He really didn't take the 7 warlords of the sea seriously. But the guy in front of him, who could detonate the impel-down prison, still made him feel wary. Skull Demon, thank you for rescuing Wald. This is all a misunderstanding. We didn't know that Empress Hancock and you, Skeleton Demon, are old acquaintances. Binjak took the lead in speaking to smooth things over. The oppressive atmosphere in the field was relieved. Wald glanced at Binjak and said, "Humph, those guys who escaped wanted to meet you very much, but I didn't expect that I would meet you here. However, I, Wald, am not a man without friendship. Since you helped me escape from that ghost place, I will not make things difficult for your people, but I hope you won't hinder me." After saying this, Wald turned around and planned to leave. "Wald, stop it, this is not your time anymore," Qin Yu said lightly. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing on the sea for a long time without being able to dissipate. Wald's steps stopped in the air. "Wald, don't be impulsive." Binjak's face changed, and he hurriedly persuaded. Binjak did not complain at all about Qin Yu's words. It can be said that he and Qin Yu have the same idea. In his eyes, Wald's appearance looks the same as it did 30 years ago, only 46 years old. However, in the frozen state, the body's functions are also declining. It can be said that Wald is no longer as brave as he was in the past. With the changes of the times, even the pirate king Roger was executed. As Qin Yu said, this is no longer Wald's era. Not impulsive. Wald's face sank and he roared angrily. "You are just a young boy, you dare to give me orders here, you are challenging the majesty of the world destroyer." Bang! With a big step, Wald directly used the shave and disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qin Yu. The black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly spread on his fist, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched and smashed towards Qin Yu. "Boy, others say that you have many tricks, so I want to see what ability a mere fantasy beast fruit ability user has to be my lobbyist." Bang! With a punch, the air seemed to be pierced. Although Wald is a superhuman devil fruit user, he is also proficient in the Navy 6 styles and is a strong physical athlete. In his eyes, Qin Yu is so young and it is already very good to be able to develop the devil fruit ability to this extent. As for physical skills, he is not as good as him. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Qin Yu, a hint of mockery flashed in the depths of Wald's pupils. Momo fruit 10 times amplification. Buzz! The ripples in the air that were originally stirred were torn apart in an instant. The speed of the fist increased rapidly, and it appeared on the tip of Qin Yu's nose like teleportation. This unexpected attack method is Wald's tried and tested attack routine. In his eyes, there are very few people who can dodge it. What's more, at this close distance, Qin Yu has no advantage in dodging at all. However, as soon as this thought came up, the scene in front of him suddenly shrank Wald's pupils. Endless lightning suddenly surged up on Qin Yu's body without any warning. The next moment, before his fist landed, he disappeared on the spot. Bang! A heavy punch missed. The fist force rushed into the sea below like a hurricane. The huge impact force directly caused a big wave in the sea, and even the sea kings lurking in it were killed by a punch. The sudden scene made Wald's expression change drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his observation haki to the extreme. Behind. The captured figure flashed through Wald's mind. With the crazily entangled armament haki in his right hand, he used his waist as a support point and swept directly to the back. Facing the scene he had just glimpsed, he now wanted to verify something urgently. However, the words that fell into his ears instantly made his nerves tense to the extreme. "Have you ever tried the taste of being struck by lightning? God's punishment." Boom! Golden thunder, like a raging tide, burst down from the sky. It was so fast that the dazzling golden light flashed across the sky and earth, and the next moment, the violent lightning struck Wald first. The huge lightning column was 7 or 8 meters thick. Facing this sudden scene, Wald had already been mentally prepared. But facing the lightning that fell from the sky, with his weak body and the fact that he had just chased the 9 snakes pirates and consumed a lot of physical strength, he had no time to dodge. Bang! The lightning instantly poured down on him, carrying a powerful posture, and heading towards the sea below. The remaining power was not enough. The ground was struck across the sky. Binjak's face suddenly changed drastically, and before he could say anything more, a black shadow rushed out on the deck and landed on the sea first. Captain Wald, I'll be your stepping stone. Sebastian is the only remaining crew member of the Ward Pirates. He is also a member of the giant mullet fish family, and has an extraordinary swimming talent. Although he was blinded in countless battles in the past, his observation haki became faster and stronger. It can be said that Sebastian landed on the place where Wald fell into the water in an instant. Sebastian, you're here. Wald, who was in the endless lightning, reacted suddenly. In the moment just now, he used the full body of armed haki to increase his defense ability to the extreme. However, facing Qin Yu's unexpected attack, he was still a beat slower, which made his body feel a little numb. Directly hit by the endless lightning, Valder almost fell into the sea. Now Sebastian suddenly came to his aid, which undoubtedly helped Valder find a foothold. Bang! A kick on Sebastian's back slowed down Valder's falling trend. Without time to think, he quickly performed the moon step and rushed to the Gyulazayakai. When he stepped on the deck, Valder recovered a little. However, looking at Qin Yu floating in the sky, his face turned pale. Valder, you are old. Qin Yu's deep eye sockets, the soul flame suddenly surged. The lightning on his body rose and fell, like a ghost, passing through the void with a lightning-like posture, and also landed on the deck. Facing Wald's gloomy eyes, he said, "This sea can no longer accommodate you. If you still want to continue sailing, I may be able to provide you with protection." Chapter 608 Two Fruits in One Body. This sea can no longer accommodate me. Wald's expression darkened, and he roared angrily, "So you did so many things, are you planning to let me surrender to you? However, this is impossible. Considering the kindness you let us out that day, let's forget about this farce." After leaving these words, Wald turned around and left without stopping. Wald. Binjak was anxious all of a sudden, opened his mouth, but still couldn't say a word. On the huge deck, only Binjak, Sebastian and Garam were left, and they fell into silence. After a short while, Binjak came to Qin Yu with a cane and said, "Skull Demon, thank you for saving my willful brother. He was not like this before. Don't worry, I just came here this time. This is a Den Mushi to contact me. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me." Qin Yu took out a Den Mushi with his backhand. With the surge of magic power on his body, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had returned to Hancock's ship. Such a fast speed, even within the detection range of the observation haki, it can only detect the moment he appears. Sebastian's face changed slightly. Blindness makes his observation haki more refined. So the touch just now was far beyond what others can compare. No, the most terrifying thing is the Skull Demon. I'm afraid he has the ability of a dual attribute fruit. Only in this way did Captain Wald choose to give in. Guy Lime's face was also livid. As a devil fruit user, his focus is obviously different from others. Two fruits in one body? That's impossible, right? Binjak's face suddenly changed. As an intelligence officer of the Ward Pirates, he knew clearly the taboos about devil fruit users in this sea. Except for landlubbers, no one can master a second devil fruit. It's not that no one has tried in history, but the final result was also death by explosion. At present, Guy Lime put forward such an extremely absurd view, which is far beyond the expectations of others. "No, don't forget that the legend has happened," Guy Lime said again. As soon as these words fell, Sebastian and Binjak's faces suddenly changed drastically. In their minds, the terrifying existence in the legend flashed. As pirates of the old times, they remembered those things vividly. "It seems that I am not the only one who has this idea," Guy Lime said in a deep voice. "This is an extraordinary existence, Vice Captain Binjak. I think you have made a decision." "This?" Binjak's face, like dry bark, flashed a trace of hesitation, looking at the Den Mushi in his hand, fell into silence. "Master Qin Yu, it's a good thing you arrived in time, otherwise we Sonia looked at Qin Yu landing on the deck again, and a trace of gratitude flashed across her face. Facing the overwhelming and rolling down, with a diameter of almost a kilometer. In addition to despair, they were completely helpless. Did you say that? Hancock glared, and a trace of shyness flashed across her cold and arrogant face, saying, Master Qin Yu, thank you for sacrificing your life to save me, but this favor, I don't know how to repay it. Looking at Hancock, who fell into puberty all of a sudden, the people present had already gotten used to it. This kind of treatment is only available to this unfathomable young man in front of him. Hey, I see you said you wanted to marry me, didn't you? Why did the mother-in-law come out on crutches? My purpose is just to meet Lord Qin Yu. Now that I have met him, why should I bother with those hypocritical guys? This. Sonia was speechless and subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Hancock, since you are here, it would be a good thing to go and take a look. Qin Yu said knowingly, what's more, I still need you to provide me with wartime intelligence. Qin Yu was determined to get the Gyulazaya key. However, to drive such a large ship, it is also necessary to equip the ability of the Momo fruit. Therefore, Wald is also indispensable. Lord Qin Yu said that he needs me. Hancock blushed and held her forehead and said, I overlooked such an important thing. I hope Lord Qin Yu will forgive me. At this point, Hancock snatched the Den Mushi and her pretty face returned to coldness. I am Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea. If the Navy has any nonsense, just say it quickly and don't waste my precious time. Looking at Hancock's attitude that changed quickly, this speed of changing face really deserves the title of woman. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and calmed down. He wanted to know what the Navy was thinking. Hancock, I'm Akainu, the main commander in charge of the suppression of the world destroyer Wald this time. The low voice came out of the Den Mushi, which changed the expressions of many people. Qin Yu also thought that Akainu would participate in this suppression campaign, but he didn't expect that he would serve as the commander. With his character of always liking to implement absolute justice, once he fights with Wald, then the ending is bound to sink Wald into the sea. However, Hancock obviously didn't care who the other party was. He snorted and said, Akainu, just say what you want to say. Don't talk nonsense to me. We, the 7 warlords of the sea, are just here to accept the conscription order. Don't give me any broken orders. You. Akainu was so angry that he said in a cold voice after a long while, not long ago, according to the report from the spies, Wald is chasing your 9 snakes pirates. I am going to confirm this. Also, don't forget, if you accept the call-up order, the Navy headquarters has the minimum right to mobilize you 7 warlords. Don't forget the place where we will meet. Chapter 609 Admiral Candidate Momotoji. I refuse to cooperate with the Navy. Hancock snorted coldly. Refuse. Akainu's face darkened, and he roared, Hancock, you should know what you are talking about. If you refuse the call-up order, after Wald is surrounded, it will be you. Shut up. Hancock obviously didn't buy Akainu's account, and said, I am so beautiful, even if I refuse to cooperate with your Navy headquarters, I will be forgiven. Wald attacked our 9 snakes pirates, I will definitely avenge this, and I don't need your so-called 7 warlords call-up order at all. Having said this, Hancock did not intend to give Akainu room to continue speaking, and directly broke the Den Mushi in his hand. Hi braggy? Or willful? Facing Hancock in front of him, Qin Yu didn't know what words to use to describe him. However, perhaps such a Hancock is more convincing. Let Akainu suffer a little. Asshole, it's just an asshole, damn Hancock, damn 7 warlords. Hundreds of miles away from the 9 snakes pirates. 3 warships are sailing fast on the sea. The stern roar echoed on the deck, causing many Navy recruits to look at each other in bewilderment. Seeing Akainu, who was wearing a robe of justice and crushing the Den Mushi in his hand alive, many Navy soldiers couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The spider demon who was guarding behind him also remained silent. Haha, Akainu, I've said it before, you're not smooth enough. Going to be a contact person in person will make you angry to death. Unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, and soon they could see a battleship with a dog-head hat on the bow, breaking through the sea in the distance. Looking at such a special warship shape, the spider demon's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to report, Admiral Sakaski, it's Mr. Garp who has arrived. Looking at the Navy, except for Garp, the old naughty boy. Even the Navy Marshal did not dare to be so unscrupulous in the face of Akainu. However, it is precisely because of this that it is also a beautiful landscape in the Navy. Looking at the rapidly approaching warships and Garp desperately stuffing senbei into his mouth, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly and said, "One or two of them are just soy sauce, all useless guys. Pass my order down, assemble as quickly as possible, and reduce the encirclement as much as possible. I want to sink all the products of the old era into the sea in the name of justice." The roaring sound rolled back in the sky. The heat of the hot magma seemed to reflect Akainu's emotions, causing the temperature of the huge deck to soar. After leaving these words, Akainu turned around and walked towards the cabin under the awe-inspiring eyes of the soldiers. Garp, who witnessed this scene, picked his nose boredly and said, "Akainu is still the same, he likes to mess around. However, I didn't expect that in order to encircle Wald, the 3 admirals came out together, and there were 10 warships. This lineup is of higher standards than the Demon Slayer order." For Garp's complaints, except for Bolt who looked serious, the other soldiers on board all showed helplessness. Akainu was merciless just now, but they still knew it clearly. There was nothing wrong with what he said. As a naval hero, Garp came to participate in this encirclement and suppression mission, in addition to boosting morale. The ultimate role is still to play a supporting role. If you want him to take action and get serious, it has been a long time since he appeared, except for the Golden Lion's disturbance in Marineford. Of course, there are also rumors that if Garp, as a hero of the Navy headquarters, really fights seriously. Once again, fighting for the Navy headquarters will be the last line of defense for the Navy. It is also facing the survival of the Navy headquarters. It is precisely because of this reason that Garp's playing a supporting role has a taste of official recognition. Haha, Mr. Garp, you are still the same. You are the only one who can talk to Akainu like this. A crisp female voice suddenly came from the deck of the ship. Seeing the black-haired woman who suddenly appeared and the sword with a golden handle clenched in her hand, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present could not help but change slightly. Only Garp looked normal, picking his nose and said, "Hey, it turned out to be Daoto, why did you come here too? It can't be that madman Akainu, who is so crazy that he even recruited you." In the headquarters of the Navy, the admirals represent the top 3 combat forces. But the second only to the admirals is not the vice-admirals. Instead, it is those who are at the top of the vice-admirals and are known as the substitutes for the admirals. Among them, Daoto and Shitun are more famous. "Mr. Garp, you misunderstood. I just came to the sea area by chance to pursue the target. Sister Crane said that you are encircling the world destroyer Wald, so I came to see if there is anything I can help." Momoto gave a dry laugh and explained. As one of the few female generals in the Navy, Momoto can definitely be called Crane's successor. Whether it is strength or wisdom, it is enough to convince people. It seems that guy has gone to commit suicide somewhere again. Garp flicked his nose casually. "It must be a headache to let you and Shitun and others keep an eye on those scary guys. However, judging from your expression, you should not be innocent and just come here to join in the fun." Garp is a soy sauce player in the Marine headquarters. But he also knows that the substitute admiral is responsible for monitoring the naval forces of the 4 emperors. Facing the 4 emperors, and even the powerful combat forces under the 4 emperors, ordinary vice-admirals are no match at all, and they can't have the slightest deterrent ability. If they act rashly, they will be easily wiped out by the 4 emperors. Under the premise that the Navy admiral does not come out, the existence of the so-called substitute admiral, which is superior to the strength of ordinary vice-admirals, has become the backbone of monitoring the 4 emperors. "Mr. Garp, I really can't fool you." Daoto did not hide anything, and with her beautiful eyes, she chuckled and said, "Actually, I came for Laxus. I learned from Sister Crane that Bastia worshipped a young man as his teacher, and even brought the teaching notes of the 6 styles and even the 6 styles secrets back to the Marine headquarters. After Marshal Sengoku and teacher Zifa unanimously agreed, they decided to recruit him as an instructor in the Marine recruit training camp, so I wanted to come and see." "See?" Garp rolled his eyes and said, "Mamaji, you little girl, you can fool Shitun with these words, but you can't fool me. I think you came this time because of the incident not long ago when Aoki and Akainu made a scene and argued at the Supreme Conference. As the one who is rumored to be the most likely candidate for admiral in the Navy headquarters, I think you felt indignant when you heard Aoki say that Laxus has the potential to become the 4th combat force of the Navy. Chapter 610 The Gears of the Collapse Era. The smile on Mamaji's face froze. She really didn't expect Garp to say it. However, facing the eyes of everyone, Mamaji nodded silently and said, Mr. Garp is really a wise man. Shatun and I have been in the Navy headquarters for a long time, and have served in the position of Vice Admiral for a long time. It is constantly rumored in the headquarters that we are candidates for Admiral, but the position of Admiral has not yet come to us. At this point, Dao Tu's slender fingers tightly grasped Jin Kun Luo's waist and said, if we are facing Akainu and Aokiji, we can accept it. However, if an outsider suddenly surpasses us and becomes the so-called fourth fighting force, I am indeed a little unwilling. The slightly long voice echoed on the deck and could not be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Dao Tu's pretty face, which was mixed with stubbornness, Garp sighed helplessly and said, your character is really the same as Crane, you don't admit defeat. King Z did say this, but Laxus was pulled into the Navy headquarters as a recruit instructor, not a frontline combat member. What's more, you and Shatun are obsessed with the position of Admiral. If I evaluate, that kid is not the same as you. Instead, he likes to be a bystander like me. As for you want to find bad luck with him, it seems that you can only go back to the Navy headquarters next time. He didn't return with my ship. No? Dao Tu's tense expression suddenly relaxed. She actually guessed this result early on. After all, Sengoku made an exception to pull Laxus into the Navy recruit camp as a recruit instructor. But he is still not a formal combat member of the Navy, and he can't participate in such an important encirclement and suppression mission. However, after learning that Aokiji and Akainu had caused a disturbance in the Supreme Council for Laxus, Dao Tu felt a little indignant and could not help but come here to try her luck. Mr. Garp, you are right, but Dao Tu still hopes to fight him. Dao Tu came to her senses and said. Since Laxus is not on board, Dao Tu will not delay the business and leave first. After saying this, Dao Tu turned around and jumped directly onto the single-masted boat docked next to the warship. Then, under the helm of the two Navy soldiers, they left quickly. Watching this scene, Garp sighed helplessly. There are very few people in the Navy who can be indifferent to fame and fortune. Mr. Garp, why didn't you say it just now? Bolt suddenly said. Garp came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and said, what? Tell Dao Tu that your swordsmanship can't break through the level of the supreme swordsmanship, your physical skills can't reach the level of the 6 styles, and you don't have the awakening level of the devil fruit ability, so you can't become the fourth fighting force. You are deliberately making this little girl cry. She is working hard, but her obsession with becoming an admiral will become a stumbling block. As he spoke, Garp waved his hand and said, I don't want to care about such troubles. Now, I still want to see what expression Laxus will have if he knows that Dao Tu is looking for trouble with him. Looking at Garp, who was picking his nose and running back to the cabin to sleep like an old man. In addition to helplessness, the Navy soldiers present also showed inexplicable hope on their faces. For this kind of competition that rarely appears in the Navy headquarters, it is a great event. 2 days later, Sabayati Archipelago, number 13 entrance. After the Navy dug deep to search for the skeleton demon, the pirates disappeared for a long time. An old, slightly sloppy figure half leaned on the tree trunk, taking out the wine jug from time to time and pouring 1 or 2 sips into his mouth. The turbid old eyes, under the glasses, flashed a little bit of brilliance. Whitebeard, you are here, don't you plan to come out to see my old friend? Rayleigh suddenly spoke. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely be shocked. Bang! The calm sea surface suddenly rolled up. Under the large waves, a black shadow of a ship broke through the water directly. The soap bubbles that originally covered this small pirate ship shattered with a sound. A figure holding a naginata, like an iron tower, appeared in front of Rayleigh. Following Whitebeard, there were 2 other figures. Rayleigh nodded slightly, took a sip of wine, and said, Brother Marco, we haven't seen each other for many years. As for the other one, it's the one you mentioned in Den Den Mushi, Captain Roger's son, Ace the Fire Fist, right? Not long ago, Rayleigh was still in the auction house, playing auction games to kill time. However, the Den Den Mushi from Whitebeard obviously dispelled his interest, so he ran here to wait early in the morning. After all, Ace the Fire Fist is Captain Roger's son. Haha, Rayleigh, you are just as impatient as Roger. Whitebeard laughed, took out a newspaper and threw it over. However, I heard that last time, you and the skeleton demon almost turned the Sabayati archipelago upside down. That guy was really ruthless and killed the celestial dragons in front of the admiral. I originally thought that you would be kidnapped by him, but I didn't expect that you would stay here. For the turmoil that day, not to mention the world government and the Navy headquarters, even the major forces on the sea were shocked. Not only because of the skeleton demon, but also because of Pluto Rayleigh. It can be said that in the eyes of many people, Rayleigh, who has retired for a long time, actually intervened in such a crazy thing. Then he should have left with the skeleton demon afterwards. Facing Whitebeard's questioning, Rayleigh did not answer immediately. He took the newspaper with his backhand, looked at the headline on it, and fell into silence. A day ago, the fleet led by Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters was attacked by the world destroyer Wald. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Finally, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aoki came to help, and while forcing Wald to retreat, they launched a pursuit. The three admirals attacked at the same time. Wald is desperate. It is only a matter of time for the Navy to win. Don't you want to go and see? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. It is widely rumored that the skeleton demon has released the dusty old guy in the impelled down prison, but it also means that after Roger, the legends of the old era will also decline one by one. The gears of the past are breaking, but I believe that there are also new gears that are gradually replacing them. Facing the madness of the Navy headquarters, no one can stop it, otherwise they will only be pushed to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism. At this point, Whitebeard clenched the naginata in his hand slightly and said, "This era has long been divided. New gears can only replace old gears. To survive, we can only surrender to our strong men." Chapter 611 The Last Encirclement. Surrender to the feet of the strong, just to survive. Rayleigh looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help muttering. The turbid old eyes covered by the glasses flashed a dim light. Finally, he clenched the newspaper, sighed, and said, "Whitebeard, you are still the same, and you don't admit the erosion of time at all." "Haha, it's not that I don't admit it, but this sea still can't trap my steps. Ace came to my side in the dark, and this is the best destiny." Whitebeard laughed and patted Ace on the shoulder. "This time, I came to you because I want you to train Ace in the use of the three-color domineering. He has all the blood advantages of Roger and awakened the domineering very early. He is the symbol of a king who is one in a million. As long as Ace can grow up, our Whitebeard pirates will be invincible on this sea." The sound of rolling waves shook the soap trees on the shore. Facing Whitebeard's words, Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said calmly, "Whitebeard, you don't need to say this. For the friendship on Roger's ship, I will also help Ace. It can be said that I stayed in the Sabayati archipelago for this reason. However, before starting the training, I want to know, Ace, what do you think of this sea?" "Thoughts?" Ace was startled, and pressed the hat on his head with his backhand, and said with a smile, "Of course, to assist Dad and become the strongest king in this sea. And to defeat the skeleton demon, the wound on my forehead still hurts when I think of him." As he spoke, Ace pointed to the wound on his forehead, and his eyes were still twitching slightly. When he thought of the scenes of being defeated by Qin Yu in an instant when they met that day, it was an unforgettable shame for him. Otherwise, Whitebeard would not have personally asked Rayleigh to guide the three-color domineering this time. After all, compared with Whitebeard's pirate group, the pirate group led by Roger took the route of elite soldiers. Among them, Rayleigh served as a teacher on the ship. The red-haired man who walked out under his command has now become a four-king-like existence. At the same time, in the original work, Rayleigh only took 1 year to let Luffy initially master the three-color domineering, and his strength suddenly soared to more than 1 billion combat power. These alone are enough to show that Rayleigh can definitely be called the pioneer of pirate domineering. Assist Whitebeard to become the king of the sea? Rayleigh glanced at Ace, who was smiling and eager to try, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his turbid old eyes. He had been staying in the Sabayati archipelago, which was the springboard to the New World in the first half of the Grand Line, in order to find someone who could inherit Roger's will. Originally, in Rayleigh's eyes, Ace, who inherited Roger's blood, should be the one closest to this will. But the conclusion he got now made him inevitably disappointed. Could it be that, as Whitebeard said, the new generation can only be a stepping stone for the overlord of the old era? "Dad, I just received an urgent report that the Navy's encirclement has been formed, and Wald will soon be blocked in the Sea. Should we go and see?" Marco hurried over with a den mushi in his hand. Since the destruction of the impelled down prison, many pirates who escaped from prison have been defeated and redetained. Among them are prisoners in the 4th and 5th prisons. But Wald was undoubtedly different this time. His appearance and failure meant that the most vicious people in the 6th level of Infinite Hell were brought to justice. It also means that the pirates of the old era will only die even if they return to the stage. It can be said that it has different meanings for the Navy and even pirates. So this battle attracted the attention of major forces from all sides. Let's go, just take it as a way to send off the old friend and see the collapse of the old era. Rayleigh glanced at the newspaper in his hand, took a step, and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already boarded Whitebeard's ship. At the same time, there were also many forces holding the same idea as Whitebeard. Facing the final encirclement and suppression, they became restless. Half a day later, hundreds of miles away from the Sabayati archipelago, the Sea. 7 naval battleships rushed to the northern sea quickly from all directions. On the leading battleship, a burly figure like an iron tower stood here, and the robe of justice on his body moved in the wind. As the commander-in-chief of this pursuit of the world destroyer Bondi Wald, Akainu looked extremely gloomy at this moment, looking at the sea in the distance, and said nothing. On the huge ship deck, the Navy soldiers stationed here looked at this iron tower figure and fell into silence. Together with the atmosphere, it became extremely depressing. General Sakaski, after counting the battles we fought a day ago, our troops because of Wald's long-range sniping, there were heavy casualties. Ghost Spider walked forward quickly from behind, subconsciously took a second look at Akainu's gloomy face and reported. Among them, 2 warships were sunk, 130 people were injured, and 18 people died, accounting for 20% of the total number of people on the 2 warships. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing on the deck, tensing everyone's nerves. Akainu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his right hand grabbed the ship's guardrail. With a puff, the hot magma gushed out. Directly crushed the guardrail. Bastard, bastard guy! Akainu roared angrily. 2 of our 5 warships were sunk by a remnant of the old era, and such heavy casualties occurred. This is simply a shame for the Navy. Having said that, Akainu suddenly flicked his justice robe, looked around the deck with angry eyes, and continued to roar, Are you going to tell me that this is the strength of the Navy's elite? If others hadn't come to our aid in time, would our fleet have been completely sunk? When I think of Wald a day ago, he attacked with the help of ship cannons and the Momo fruit from dozens of miles away. That feeling of frustration made Akainu unable to swallow this breath. Afterwards, he forced Wald and others into a dead end through encirclement and pursuit. But facing the acceleration ability of the Momo fruit, he still couldn't succeed in one strike, but became a super long-distance chase. Originally, according to Akainu's idea, Wald, a remnant of the old era, was sunk without anyone noticing. Now the chase across the sea has alarmed the entire sea, making this battle the focus of everyone's attention. It has made him lose face. Chapter 612 The Runaway Wald. What's wrong, can't you answer? Akainu's face sank, looking at the Navy soldiers in the field. Then tell me how much it will cost for the next battle. Now the whole sea is staring at us. Are you planning to let more than half of the warships sink again before you can feel at ease to win? The rolling voices were scattered by the wind on the sea. Ghost Spider's face was full of bitterness. When he was assigned by Sengoku to follow Akainu's fleet, he was mentally prepared to be scolded. But he never thought that the situation was even more serious than he imagined. Now facing Akainu's question, how to answer and how to save face. Haha, Akainu, you are still the same, you like to vent your anger on your subordinates, this scolding is like Sengoku's style. The sudden laughter sounded. The extremely depressing atmosphere that was originally shrouded on the deck was relieved a little. In this situation, only Garp can be so unscrupulous. Garp, what do you mean, do you think I have leadership problems? Akainu's face darkened and he glared at him. Facing this scene, Garp still put senbei in his mouth indifferently and said, No, I'm blaming Zephyr, why didn't he train a team of elite troops like a copper wall and iron wall? After all, facing these remnants of the old era, when we were encircling and suppressing them 30 years ago, Akainu, you were still just a bystander. You. Akainu was choked with anger. Facing Garp's words, he had no way to refute. In the encirclement and suppression battle 30 years ago, Akainu and Kizaru had just become major generals. They were not qualified to participate in such a war. The main fighters were Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr. In that battle, if there had not been a traitor in the Ward pirates, they would have been instigated by internal and external forces. Otherwise, their casualties at that time would have been even greater. Now, after a lapse of 30 years, the combat power of Ward has been greatly weakened, but it still bears the title of World Destroyer. Even Sengoku and his men suffered a great loss 30 years ago. Now Akainu is in command, and he is shouting and yelling when he loses 2 warships. It does seem a bit of a fuss. Okay, don't make a fuss here. If Sengoku didn't let me come to supervise the battle in person, I'm afraid you would fight among yourselves first. The old voice suddenly came out. Looking at Crane, the chief of the navy, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Haha, Crane, you are still the same. I'll leave the things here to you. I'll go back to sleep first. Seeing someone trying to smooth things over, Garp was too lazy to stay and turned around to leave. However, as soon as he took a step, the words that fell in his ear made Garp's steps suddenly stiffen in mid-air. Garp, there is something you need to go in person. Crane said in a deep voice. Not long ago, according to the report of the spies, the small Moby Dick that Whitebeard was riding on had entered the sea, and it seemed that Pluto Rayleigh was also on board. Don't forget, they are all big figures in the old era. What kind of mentality do they have when they suddenly appear here? You still need to go in person. You have to remember that this contact is not for you to start a war, but to beware of their intervention. Whitebeard? Hearing this name, not to mention Garp, even the Navy soldiers in the field, their faces suddenly changed. He is known as the strongest king of the sea in the New World. Now he suddenly ran to this place, which undoubtedly made people nervous. Whitebeard is here to join in the fun. Garp raised his eyebrows and said, Momotobu came here a few days ago. It seems that Kaiduo is here too. No wonder Sengoku asked you to come and supervise the battle in person. For your sake, I'll go meet Whitebeard. I haven't asked him for a drink for a long time. After saying this, Garp turned and left. Facing the appearance of Whitebeard, the so-called leader of the 4 emperors, there was only one person in the Navy headquarters who could speak so calmly as Garp. After a while, watching Garp's battleship sail away, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akainu, the next thing will be left to you. As for the peeping of foreign forces, I have asked someone to keep an eye on it. I hope you can win this battle more beautifully. Humph, a group of remnants of the old era, no matter how many come, the result will be the same. I will also sink them into the sea one by one in the name of justice. Akainu snorted disdainfully. Looking at the sea in the distance, he said, this is already the new generation 30 years ago. Don't tell me about the strong men of the old era anymore. They are all broken gears. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will sink Wald. The roar echoed on the sea. Looking at the arrogant Akainu, he fell into silence and finally sighed. Gurgle, this is Hwashaishin, please request a call immediately. The hurried voice of the Den Mushi suddenly echoed. Akainu snatched the Den Mushi from Ghost Spider's hand and said in a deep voice, what happened to make you so panicked? According to the arrangement in Akainu's memory, Hwashaishin should follow the King Z fleet and chase Wald. Now suddenly, there is an urgent connection, which should be something big. Admiral Sakaski, the Gorozayaki where Wald is located suddenly changed the direction of the route, and they rushed towards you. Hwashaishin replied in a hurry. The defense line formed by the 7 warlords of the sea did not try to stop it at all, and they will soon reach you. Hysterical roars echoed on the huge deck. All the Navy soldiers, even the generals, were tense and looked at the distant horizon, their pupils suddenly shrank. Here, he's coming. The exclamation sounded suddenly, directly detonating the depressing atmosphere in the field. Looking at the huge ship on the distant horizon, which was like an island, it quickly enlarged in sight. The amazing sailing speed gave people the feeling that it was running wild. After 2 days of encirclement and pursuit, facing the encirclement of the Navy. As a world destroyer of the remnants of the old era, Wald was obviously at the end of the road. In their eyes, they thought they could force Wald into a dead end and exhaust his strength by pressing step by step. They never thought that at the last moment, he would run wild so wildly. They took the initiative to attack them. Bang bang bang! The dull sound of artillery fire suddenly resounded over the sea. Tongues of fire exploded on the huge island like Yulusayaki. The blazing flames wrapped around dozens of shells, and it was obvious that a barrage was formed at once. Chapter 613 The Last Madness. Bang bang bang! The low sound of shells rang out one after another. The moment the dense barrage appeared, it directly broke the silence in the field, and even Akainu's nerves were tense. They were not unfamiliar with this kind of surprise attack. Valorolo, after 30 years, you still have this kind of treatment? What Shishibukai, what Admiral of the Navy, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A crazy laugh suddenly resounded through the sky through the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi. Through the telescope, it was clear that Wald was standing on the cannon of the ship, laughing hideously. However, little devil lighting the candles, no matter how many times you come, you should sink into the sea. If you want my life, let Garp and Sengoku come. 50 times the speed. With a stern roar, Wald grabbed the air with 5 fingers of his right hand. The shells that broke through the sky instantly burst into the light of the fruit's ability. The originally dense barrage, in an instant, the speed and volume directly increased 50 times. Like a rainstorm, the whistling sound was loud, directly tearing through the void, and rushing towards the fleet where Akainu was. The speed was so fast, and the dark feeling made Akainu and others change their expressions drastically. Damn remnants of the old era, today I will sink you into the sea. Akainu roared. It can be said that the frustration he had suffered during this period of time suddenly exploded. The fruit ability dormant in his body was suddenly stimulated to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, he punched the sky. Scorching river fire. Boom. The rolling magma rushed into the sky like a raging tide, giving people the feeling that it was like a volcanic eruption, colliding with the shells coming from the sky. Bang. The collision was no less than that, and the entire battlefield was instantly detonated. The thunder-like explosion sounded through the 9 heavens. The powerful explosive force, under the collision with the magma, directly set off a large area of sea wind and waves, stirring the entire sea area. The sailing formation maintained by the 7 warships was suddenly disrupted. These battleships have been specially treated and have extremely strong resistance to the impact of waves. But it is also difficult to completely ignore the impact of waves. Akainu, what are you going to do? After Crane tried his best to stabilize the warship, he said urgently asked. She personally participated in the battle against Wald, and knew clearly what would happen if this guy went crazy. Otherwise, he would not have the title of World Destroyer. What's the plan? Akainu's face darkened, and he roared angrily, of course, we will charge and sink him into the sea. Ghost Spider, you lead them to resist the attack of the shells, and leave the rest to me. You alone. Crane's expression changed. However, Akainu obviously did not stay for too long, and with a ferocious look on his face, he roared again. Wald, I want to see whether your attack is dense or mine is stronger. Meteor Volcano. The violent fruit ability rushed out like a blowout. Akainu punched the sky, and the hot magma turned into a fist shell and rushed straight into the sky. As Akainu's strongest and largest attack method, in the original work, it directly covered the entire marine headquarters, Marineford. For a moment, the entire sky, the accumulated leaden clouds, were directly penetrated by the flames and magma. Facing Akainu's attack, the various forces that were eyeing him covetously also showed solemn expressions. They had underestimated Akainu's defeat. However, the strength of the Admiral was clearly in front of them, otherwise he would not be praised as the highest combat power. Facing this unprecedented battle, Whitebeard, who was 20 or 30 miles away, also sat on the deck and looked away. Not far from him was the fleet where Garp was. It was just that the two camps were particularly jealous when they met on weekdays. At this moment, they all reached a tacit understanding that as long as they did not interfere, both sides would become the crowd eating melons. Bang bang bang! The accumulated leaden clouds in the sky were instantly pierced. The swooping meteor flames illuminated the sea surface within a radius of more than 10 miles, covering a wide range, which covered the huge Gyulo's Yachi. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. All eyes turned in unison, and with the help of the observation haki, they seemed to cross the endless sea and locked onto Wald. However, facing this amazing blow, Wald, who was standing on the bow, laughed unscrupulously. Haha, you came just in time. If you don't have some wonderful means, you are not worthy of my killer. I made a giant cannon specifically to sink the Holy Land Marijoa with one shot. Now I will let you taste it in advance. The rolling voices, along with the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi, resounded throughout the sea. Facing the huge attack range of Meteor Volcano, everyone was surprised. But when they saw the huge mechanism on the bow deck of the Gyulo's Yachi, which was cracked, revealing the huge gun barrel, the pupils suddenly shrank. The black gun barrel was nearly 100 meters long and had a caliber of at least 20 meters. That means that the special shells fired, coupled with Wald's Momo fruit ability, are so powerful that once they explode at sea, the destructive force generated is enough to cover an area of 7 to 8 kilometers. At the moment, the warship led by Akainu is rushing towards the Gyulazayaki. Wald is also speeding up the attack like crazy. That means that if Wald launches an attack, waiting for them is probably a dead end. It can be said that Wald is going to pay with his own life for this attack. The madness of the World Destroyer is fully interpreted at this moment. Bang! The huge sound of the mechanism turning suddenly echoed in the sea. The pitch-black cannon pointed in the direction of Akainu from afar. Facing the invasion of the meteor volcano, Wald didn't care at all, and his crazy eyes were locked on Akainu. For a moment, the stirred sea was shrouded by an invisible repressive aura at this moment. Everyone's face showed a ghostly expression. Valder, don't be impulsive. Let's plan carefully. With the help of the ship's cannon, we should be able to escape the encirclement. Binjak's voice suddenly sounded. Compared with the fear and awe of outsiders, he was worried. After a day and a night of pursuit and encirclement, the huge Gyulazayaki was accelerated with the help of the Momo fruit. For the young Valder, it may not be a big problem. But after 30 years, Valder did not age in the ice. However, his body functions also weakened under the erosion of time. It can be said that Valder now is just a last gasp, carrying out the last madness. Chapter 614 The World's Number 1 / Whaler, Brother Binjak, you want me to escape? Valder laughed unscrupulously. I am Bondwald, the World Destroyer. Even if the whole world changes, I will not change. I will never run away from any enemy. Only you, a group of treacherous people, will think of running away in the end, just like that day. Run away? Binjak was startled, and his old body trembled slightly. Hot tears burst out from his turbid old eyes. Wald, it turns out that you still have something to worry about what happened 30 years ago. When other people were turned against, Sebastian, Gayram, Nakin and I were all trying to save you. But at that time, the Navy headquarters had already been driven crazy by you, and personally sent 2 admirals to escort you to the push. Enter the city. At that time, we couldn't save you at all, and we could only secretly build the Gyulazayaki you dreamed of. At this point, Binjak hurried to Wald's side and urged him, have you forgotten our dream of going to sea that day? We just wanted to use this ship to sail freely for the last time on this sea. In Binjak's eyes, he thought that after 30 years, Wald would be relieved of what happened that day. In particular, seeing this hard-built Gyulazayaki, he would understand their thoughts. However, everything in front of him overturned his cognition. However, Binjak was pushed away as soon as he approached Wald. Valilo, what 30 years ago? For me, it just happened yesterday. Whether it is you or this ship, the so-called dream of freedom is just a tool for my revenge. What you need to do is to stand aside and watch me sink all these naval villains on this sea. The roaring laughter echoed over the entire sea. The crazy posture made the forces that were eyeing him with a bit of surprise. They thought that Wald was a madman, but they never thought that this time, he was a madman who even gambled his life. Wald looked back and saw Binjak falling to the ground with tears, and then he turned back suddenly and looked at the naval warships that were attacking crazily. A trace of the last madness flashed across that crazy face. Little devil who lights candles, taste the gift I prepared for the celestial dragons. The name of the World Destroyer is not something you young people can understand the despair in. Ship cannons, fire for me. The roar was like thunder, mixed with a deafening smell. The huge ship cannon exploded when the mechanism turned to the extreme. Bang! The air flowing through the whole world seemed to tremble at this moment. As the huge tongue of fire swallowed and spit out in the barrel, the huge shell turned into a black meteor and rushed straight to the warship in the distance. The distance of more than 10 nautical miles may not be reached by ordinary shells. But the person who is performing artillery sniping now is a legendary pirate from the old times, a madman who makes the navy, pirates, and even the world government feel difficult. Momo fruit 100 times faster. Buzz! As soon as the shell rushed into the air, the speed of the slow loss suddenly increased by 100 times. However, what shocked people the most was the volume that also increased by 100 times. The shell, which was already amazing in diameter, suddenly reached thousands of meters. The overwhelming and crushing posture seemed to be an invisible big hand, which suddenly tightened their hearts. Once this kind of shell exploded, let alone this sea area, I am afraid that even a small island could be razed to the ground. General Akainu. Ghost Spider was the first to roar. They might be able to block the attack of ordinary shells. But the giant shells in front of them, which were like mountains, were not something they could block. When I think about it, the previous attacks are just a drizzle compared to the blow in front of me. Haha, the little ghost who lit the candle, did you find that you were fooled? Now you are waiting obediently and sinking into the sea. Wald laughed unscrupulously. In his eyes, it seemed as if he was about to see the scene of the Navy fleet being sunk. However, just as this thought came up, Akainu was about to explode. A small boat floating on the sea suddenly rushed out a black shadow without any warning. The extreme speed of walking in the air instantly landed on the Navy ship to gain leverage. The next moment, without any fancy, the huge black knife in his hand suddenly came out of the sheath. Clang! The sound of the knife roared like a frenzy, and the light green knife aura tore through the void like a thread. In full view of the public, the void spanning thousands of meters and the huge shells that were crushing and falling collided with each other. The unparalleled knife aura was like a startling piercing the sun. The huge shells that were thousands of meters long appeared in the void and paused for a moment. The next moment, it was cut in half with one knife. This is the world's first slash. The giant shells, with green glowing cuts, emitted blazing flames. Instantly, deafening explosions echoed without warning. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the air flowing in the four directions of the sky stagnated a little. It was immediately stirred by the powerful explosion. Endless flames rolled back, like a 12-level hurricane, directly covering the sea surface of 7 or 8 kilometers. Under the rolling back of the huge waves of more than 10 meters, it seemed as if the hand of the sea god was incarnated and slapped the warship head-on. For a moment, the huge sea surface seemed to have fallen into doomsday, shaking everyone's nerves. 20 or 30 miles away, the various forces that were still watching the battle, except for the older generation, who had witnessed Wald's madness with their own eyes. Others who witnessed all this had dry lips and tongues, and couldn't help swallowing saliva. It can be said that this attack was not in mid-air, but was cut in half by Hawkeye Mihawk's strongest slash. Once it landed on the sea, even if Akainu tried his best to resist, it would probably sink most of the warships. The madness from the old times is not something that anyone can resist. No, it's impossible. My trump card was actually broken. Who ruined my good thing? Valder's expression froze, and then he roared in disbelief. In his eyes, this was the trump card to destroy the holy land of Mary Joa, and it should have severely damaged the Navy fleet. Valder, let's retreat quickly. The person who just attacked was Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman. Binjak hurriedly persuaded again. This time the Navy is well prepared. This is no longer our era. Chapter 615 The 3 admirals arrived. Not my era. Valder was stunned. However, the distorted old face soon climbed up again with a crazy look, and he pushed Binjak away. The next moment, he roared again. No, Valder, will not lose. Whether it was 30 years ago or 30 years later, I am a destroyer that makes the world tremble with fear. If you can take my first move, then try to take my second move. Wald strode to the side of the ship's cannon, and with the power of the fruit in his right hand surging wildly, he slammed it towards the barrel. Momo fruit 100 times multiplication. The roar was like thunder, and everyone's nerves were tense again. However, before the sound of the cannonball sounded, Wald groaned and blood spurted out of his mouth. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, the old body of 76 years old was able to fight until now, and it was obviously a miracle to force the Navy fleet to this point. What's more, during the battle, he used the power of the fruit all the time to accelerate the huge Gyulazayaki. For Wald, who was almost exhausted, this was undoubtedly the last straw that broke his back. Hawkeye, who had just landed on the deck of the Navy ship, looked back coldly and said, I have completed the task in the agreement, and the next thing has nothing to do with me. Facing Hawkeye, who sheathed the black knife with his backhand, Crane fell into silence. There might be other ways to block Wald's crazy attack just now. Hawkeye's attack was undoubtedly the fastest and the one with the least casualties. As he said, this attack was enough to make up for the mission requirements in the 7 Warlords agreement. Next, he no longer needed to attack. Damn guy! On the warship that was attacking at the front, Akainu's expression was extremely gloomy. As the commander of this mission, he was led by the nose again and again. Now Hawkeye took the lead and took the limelight from him. For Akainu, this is a fucking shame. Wald, let's run away quickly. Looking at the rapidly approaching warship, Bin Jack still urged desperately. However, just as the voice fell, before he could react, a biting cold wind swept across the entire sea without warning. Buzz! At this moment, the air seemed to be stagnant in an instant. Under the biting cold wind, endless ice crystals spread rapidly under the rolling waves of the explosion. The speed was so fast that it covered the entire sea in a blink of an eye. The sudden scene made the expressions of the people on this sea change drastically. Some naval soldiers who were still trying their best to control the warships to avoid being sunk by the waves immediately showed ecstasy. Yes, it's General King Z, this is the Ice Age, we are saved. I don't know who was the first to scream out in surprise. Faced with this joyful shout, many marines around immediately looked at him with warnings. After all, this time Admiral Akainu was the commander-in-chief. They were indeed attacked by Wald just now and were directly suppressed. Aokiji froze the entire sea and rescued them from the exploding waves. Under this comparison, as long as you are not blind, you can clearly judge who has made greater contributions. It's Admiral Aokiji. Bin Jack's face suddenly turned ashen. One Akainu has already made them exhausted. Now there is another Admiral Aokiji who has been chasing them all the way. That is definitely a dead end. Yo, brother Sakazuki, you seem to have encountered some troubles. Do you need my help? Endless golden light rushed over quickly from a distance. It finally landed on the warship where Akainu was, revealing Kizaru's figure. Looking at the three admirals of the one-time navy, appearing on the same stage here. The faces of other forces present suddenly changed. Wald lost, and the old era is finally coming to an end. Whitebeard stood on the bow deck of the small Moby Dick, looking at the scene in front of him, and was the first to speak. Sure enough, there are only a few people who can walk ahead of the times, except for us. Whether it is the legend of the old era that has appeared again, or the supernova that has emerged now, they can only survive by relying on us. This is the law of the sea, and no one can break it. The slightly long voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Marco and Ace fell into silence. Rayleigh's turbid old eyes glanced at Ace sideways, and sighed helplessly. After taking a sip of spicy wine, his brows frowned instead. Indistinctly, he seemed to have overlooked something important. However, before he could investigate further, Akainu exploded. He suffered losses again and again, and was overshadowed by the other two. This was a huge shame for him. His angry eyes suddenly raised, and instantly locked onto he fixed on Wald without any fancy moves and suddenly attacked. Damn remnants of the old times, go to hell. Scorching river fire spout. Bang! A punch was thrown, and a huge wave of hot molten lava exploded directly like a tidal wave, turning into a river, and rushed towards Wald in the posture of 1,000 horses galloping. The distance of thousands of meters that was originally separated was shortened in just a few seconds under the angry blow. Looking at this sudden blow, Wald didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly turned his hand in his pocket and took out a small shell, frantically urging the devil fruit ability in his body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body that was like an iron tower, in full view of the public, shook and almost fell to the ground. The small shells tightly grasped in his hand were scattered all over the ground. Looking back to 30 years ago, Wald could pat his chest and say he was not afraid of such a battle. However, the battle situation before him now tells us that time is unforgiving. Feeling the hot wind coming and the molten lava waves rushing like fountains, a bitter smile flashed across Wald's face. Is he going to die? He lost. Another legend of the old times has come to an end. Haha, the remnants of 30 years ago should not have appeared. Comments came from the mouths of the leaders of each force. However, as soon as these words fell, 3 shouts suddenly sounded. Cube Destruction Hammer. The secret of Chinese medicine boxing. Big Water Strike. 3 figures took the lead and blocked Wald. The oncoming hot molten lava was directly blocked by them. The sudden scene made Wald startled. He looked up hastily. The 3 figures in his sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 616, He will not let go of his own people when he is ruthless. Captain Wald, I have kept you waiting for a long time. After 30 years, we finally have the opportunity to let us stand in front. Nakin spoke first. Compared with Sebastian, the fishman standing in the front, Nakin's injury may not be very serious. However, facing Akainu's angry attack, he unleashed the burning river fire. For them, it was also a lot of pressure. Most of the magma was blown away, but it also burned their bodies. Let the air be filled with an inexplicable barbecue aroma. Why do you do this? Why don't you run away? Wald was stunned. Looking at the three people who sacrificed themselves to stand in front of him, he would rather leave him behind again like he did in 30 years. No, Captain Wald, we are companions who carry the dream of free navigation. We have waited for 30 years. Now we can't wait for the captain for another 30 years. We have to complete the last voyage together. Gollum smashed the heavy hammer on his shoulder with his backhand and said with a smile. However, compared with the burns on his body, it was obviously a bit miserable. You, what are you doing? Run away quickly. The three admirals of the navy are here. We have no chance. Wald's face was crazy and he roared in a hurry. I am the world destroyer, I am Wald, I don't need your pity. The hysterical roar echoed on the sea. No, we still have a chance. I believe he will come. Ben Jack grabbed Wald's arm and looked at the pirate flag that had been burned and turned into ashes. Perhaps the Ward pirates will be annihilated in the long river of history from today. But it does not mean that their voyage will be hindered. Akainu's body was covered with molten lava, like a flaming meteor, streaking across the sky and coming straight at him. Seeing his attack being blocked again, Akainu's face was ferocious, and he roared angrily. A bunch of remnants of the times, I'm going to see today who can take you away, Canine Red Lotus. The hot molten lava rolled quickly on Akainu's fist. Facing the scene on the deck below, which was like playing a warm-hearted card, he punched out without any hesitation. Roar! The huge molten lava giant dog condensed out of thin air in an instant, and with a posture like tearing the void, it rolled over Wald and others. Feeling the oncoming heat, the spectators on the scene were tense to the extreme. Akainu, be careful! He suddenly exclaimed. The sudden scene made many people look stagnant. The next moment, under the strong wind, endless yellow sand fell from the sky without any warning. It turned into a huge sandstorm tornado, and collided with the incoming magma giant dog. Bang! The magma and yellow sand exploded, causing a large wave of wind and waves. Facing this sudden attack, Akainu's expression could not help but stagnate, and his observation haki quickly spread out with him as the center. Desert Sword! An unexpected and arrogant voice suddenly sounded behind Akainu. When the yellow sand condensed into a human form, the sharp and unparalleled slash cut towards Akainu in the waist. Puff! For a moment, the hot magma splashed, and the tower-like body was directly cut in half. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the figure that emerged, many people's pupils suddenly shrank. Is it Crocodile? Wasn't this guy killed by Laxus? Black fur coat, neatly combed back hair. And the arrogant and cold face with a cigar in his mouth, and the golden hook in his left hand made his identity clear. Kizaru! Tsuru called out urgently. Looking at Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, who came back from the dead and intervened in the middle, this made Tsuru feel inexplicably uneasy. Got it! Kizaru's expression also changed slightly, and the same guess flashed through his mind. It can be said that Kizaru was hesitant to take action from the beginning, and he was on guard against an unknown possibility in his heart. At present, Crocodile appeared, and there was a report of death not long ago. That made Kizaru's mind flash a long-lost figure. Buzz! Kizaru, who has the ability of the flash fruit, instantly turned into endless spots of light and appeared behind Crocodile. The index finger of his right hand turned into a pistol-like gesture and pointed to the back of Crocodile. However, before he could speak, the cursing sound that fell in his ears made Kizaru's nerves suddenly tense. Asshole, if I had known, I would not have competed with the president and learned the two-color domineering. However, I have completed my mission by getting the 2 generals together. The inexplicable words instantly tensed the nerves of Kizaru and Akainu. Before they could react, a familiar sound like jingling came from the sky. Super-level magic skyfall. The cold and surging voice seemed to be infused with endless magic sounds at this moment. Facing these scenes that suddenly happened one after another, the people present hurriedly looked up at the sky. A huge figure wearing a black cloak, standing in the void with a skeleton posture, deep eye sockets, and flickering soul flames. Under the sudden surge, the magic circle that had already been stretched out exploded in an instant. Boom! The hot energy impact, like a wave bursting through a dam, swooped down from the sky. Akainu and Kizaru, who were in it, suddenly had their pupils shrink. They had never thought that the long-lost skeleton demon, who rarely appeared, would not even spare his own people when he was ruthless. Bang! The high-temperature heat energy impact, like a waterfall, instantly enveloped the sea within a radius of 1,000 meters. The three Kizaru who were in it obviously didn't think much, and their first thought was to turn into elements and flee around frantically. Facing the super-level magic that had lost its target, the high-temperature heat energy directly bombarded the frozen sea surface. The originally frozen sea was quickly melted. The huge impact, the waves raised, rolled back to the surroundings in a crushing posture. The warships that were slightly closer were directly overturned on the sea surface. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Crane, who was several miles away, suddenly changed his expression and shouted in a hurry, "Notify King Z immediately, the skeleton demon and crocodile will intervene in the encirclement. His attack is not aimed at Akainu and Kizaru, but just to lift the frozen state of the sea surface, so that he can do everything he can to stop the enemy from escaping." A series of orders woke up the Navy soldiers who were in a daze. Ghost Spider grabbed the Den Mushi and hurriedly called King Z. One wald had already made them exhausted. Seeing that they were about to win, a skeleton demon appeared in the middle of the journey. This is simply a nightmare for them. Chapter 617 I Can Carry the Old Era. General Aokiji, please support immediately, the skeleton demon is attacking. Ghost Spider grabbed the Den Mushi in his hand and roared hysterically. At this moment, it seemed that only this could calm his uneasy heart a little. Facing this mysterious existence that has repeatedly opposed the Navy headquarters. For their Navy, it is simply a great shame. That guy is here. Rayleigh, standing on the Moby Dick, rarely showed a smile. The distance between them is a bit far, but with the top observation haki, they can also clearly capture the situation of the battle. Rayleigh, do you mean that you knew that kid would come a long time ago? Whitebeard's face sank, and he said, his methods are very good, but this time he may have made a wrong bet. The gathering of the three admirals, and the support of other elite naval forces, may only make him sink into the mud, and this may dissipate his accumulated reputation in one day. Facing the existence of Uchiha Chinyu, Whitebeard knew clearly at the first meeting that the pride of this young man was harder than Ace, the son of Roger. If this newcomer is to be recruited, the only way is to train a stronger newcomer to break his pride. It can be said that looking around the entire sea, the only person with this potential is Ace of the Fire Fist. It is for this reason that Whitebeard will do everything to bring Ace to Rayleigh for personal guidance. Although Whitebeard knows clearly that this approach will affect Ace's sense of belonging to the big family of the Whitebeard pirates. It is just the fastest and quickest way to suppress Chinyu in a roundabout way. What's more, Ace is also present at the moment, and he knows that he must not let others grow their ambitions and destroy his son's childishness. Really? Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, this kid can bring an old fox like Crocodile, which proves that he is not unprepared. I think that guy must have prepared some backup. The small voice, in the huge the sound echoed on the sea. Except for Garp on the ship not far away, it can be said that Whitebeard and others on the small Moby Dick also looked a little unhappy. Along the way, they saw Rayleigh's attitude, which was more of a calm and absent-minded state. When it came to the issue of Ace, he just stopped talking about it. This made Whitebeard's idea of using Ace to trick Rayleigh onto the ship die in the womb. At present, Rayleigh saw the appearance of the skeleton demon, not only smiling, but also showing more appreciation. Rayleigh, it seems that you really appreciate this unknown person with unknown origins. Whitebeard's voice suddenly became cold. In the concern, Whitebeard is affectionate, but he shows more arrogance. In response to Red Hair's persuasion and reminder, he even said a junior in response. At present, Rayleigh is completely pessimistic about the junior he chose, which makes Whitebeard more or less embarrassed. Haha, Whitebeard, you are still the same old man. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said, I just said that this kid is different. Maybe he will overturn your opinion. Opinion? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. He was obviously confused by Rayleigh's vague approach of avoiding the question. However, before Whitebeard continued to ask, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. The skeleton demon is coming. On the battlefield, the hot air waves collapsed like a tide. While the frozen sea surface was penetrated, more ice layers were shattered and melted by the aftermath of the impact, covering a radius of several miles. At this moment, the power of super-level magic was revealed. Looking at the figure that fell from the sky and stepped on the cannon of the ship, not to mention Walt, even Akainu and others changed their expressions. It can be said that the task of encircling Walt is something that the Navy headquarters is determined to win. However, they never thought that it would take a lot of effort and time. After laying out this trap, they were about to win, but someone would interfere. Skull Demon! Akainu roared angrily. Good, very good, we have been looking for you for so long, and we thought you would not come out. It turns out that you are hiding with a crocodile who faked his death. I will give you two choices now. First, take crocodile away immediately. Second, like Walt, I will sink you into the sea. The stern roar echoed like thunder. Facing the hysterical Akainu, the people present did not laugh at all. At least, the origin, strength, and whereabouts of the skeleton demon are still a mystery. I'm sorry. Qin Yu landed on the deck, looked up at Akainu, and said, I don't mean to go against the Navy headquarters, I just like free sailing. It's just that there are 9 out of 10 things in this world that are not satisfactory, so aren't the two choices you gave nonsense? Free sailing? Wald was stunned. Looking up at Qin Yu, who suddenly intervened, these words were almost the same as what he said that day. Isn't this his dream of sailing that day? Wald, if you can still move, then stand up. Qin Yu looked back, threw a bottle of wine, and said, Next, you just sail forward, and leave the escort and the way to us. This era no longer belongs to your old era, but my ship can just carry you. Set sail for me. The slightly long voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing over the entire sea, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Carry the old era. As a rising junior, this is such a bold statement. However, facing the figure in front of him, it is impossible to refute. Wald, let's go, after completing the free voyage, we will go home. Bin Jack grabbed Wald's arm. Captain, let's go and complete the last voyage. We have been by your side for 30 years. Valder was stunned when he saw Sebastian, Gollum, and others standing up one by one. He laughed and said, Haha, what an arrogant guy. When I first met you, I found you to be extraordinary. I didn't expect that you would be the one in the end. Okay, very good. For my brother's sake, this ship, the Gyulazayaki from the old times, will try to sail again. At this point, Valder took a deep breath, picked up the bottle on the ground, and poured a sip directly into his mouth. The strong liquor poured into his chest, awakening a trace of tenacity in his tired body. After taking a deep breath, Valder, who had already fallen, stood up again. Chapter 618 Riots on all sides. Little ones, let us set sail for freedom again. Valder's tired body suddenly straightened up. Seeing Wald, who was full of energy again, Bin Jack and the others were already in tears, raised their arms and shouted in unison. We set sail for freedom. The rolling waves gathered together and swept across the entire sea. Akainu, who witnessed this scene, had a gloomy face. Looking at Qin Yu, who was blocking him, he gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Well, what a bastard, you don't want to drink a toast, so go to hell. Scorching river spray fire. Boom. A punch was thrown, and the air seemed to be pierced, and the hot molten lava turned over. Rolling down. Like a raging wave bursting through a dam, it rushed towards Qin Yu. The momentum was so great that everyone's nerves were tense. They knew clearly that the only key to catching Wald was to repel the skeleton demon. Or even kill him. However, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, Qin Yu, standing on the Gyulazayaki, suddenly raised his head. With the soul flames surging in the deep skull eye sockets, the dormant magic power in his body exploded to the extreme. He stomped the scepter in his hand towards the deck. Super-level magic skyfall. Boom. The violent magic power exploded in Qin Yu's body without reservation. Facing the Admiral of the Navy, there are also other covetous forces such as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Qin Yu knew clearly that relying on the character template of the Bone King alone, Wald did not escape unscathed. Therefore, his only way was to use his long-lost self. Bang! The hot high-temperature air waves, like a waterfall of thousands of horses galloping, exploded in the sky. It directly enveloped the incoming hot magma. The huge impact force directly shattered everything in the attack center. The majestic impact force, with its remaining power, penetrated the entire sea. It set off huge waves, causing the Gyulazayaki, which was originally stagnant on the sea surface, to rush out along the waves. The sudden scene made Wald's turbid old eyes reveal a glimmer of light, and then he laughed. Well, good kid, you really know how to create opportunities. Since you, a junior, dare to carry our old era, then let our old era set sail for you once. Momo fruit, 20 times faster. Buzz. The devil fruit ability dormant in Wald's body was activated in an instant. In an instant, it covered the Gyulazayaki, which was like a small island. The ship, which had been sailing slowly with the help of the waves, suddenly increased its speed by 20 times at this moment, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Looking at the Gurosayaka that was running again, Akainu, who was stopped, suddenly turned extremely pale. Kizaru, let's join forces to kill the skeleton demon. He has launched large-scale attacks one after another and is already at the end of his strength. Notify Aokiji to stop Wald. I hope you will not continue to stand idly by, otherwise if any of them escape, I will go to you to reunite afterwards. The rolling roar echoed between heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dispersed. Crazy. Facing Akainu's words, there was only one evaluation left in the minds of anyone present. He did not hesitate to threaten the 7 warlords with words, which was enough to prove that Akainu must win this battle. Do it! Akainu roared. The fruit ability dormant in his body was detonated to the extreme in an instant. Seeing that the Gyulazayakai was about to rush out thousands of meters away, a pair of iron fists suddenly clenched and hit the sky frantically. Meteor volcano! Bang bang bang! One after another, the magma fists rushed straight into the sky, and soon turned into a rain of fire, swooping down from the sky. Formed a huge and intensive attack. The magma chicken in the sky is so beautiful. Facing this sudden scene, Huang Yuan did not hesitate at all, and instantly turned into a spot of light, spanning a distance of 1,000 meters, and took the lead to land behind Qin Yu. The endless golden light of his right hand burst out and exploded instantly. Skeleton demon, I have been looking for you for a long time. 8-foot Kyung Megatama Heaven Pillar Divine Light. The dazzling light column directly hit Qin Yu's back, and the endless golden light swallowed him in an instant. Seeing Kizaru's successful attack, Akainu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and he roared angrily, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? Dogtooth Red Lotus. Bang! With a punch, the molten lava flew and tore the air. The hot molten lava wave directly turned into a molten lava giant dog, and with its bloody mouth bluffed, it plunged into the endless light explosion. Facing Akainu's words, the expressions of the 7 warlords who were watching the battle changed one after another. In their eyes, Qin Yu released 2 big moves in succession, obviously pushing his strength to the extreme. In order to buy time for Wald to escape, he caused a hollow shortboard in his own strength, and he couldn't connect for a while. At present, Akainu and Kizaru succeeded in succession, which should be the best opportunity for them, the 7 warlords. Haha, this is a good opportunity. If you don't take action, then I'll take action first. A strange laugh suddenly sounded. A figure wearing a flamingo feather coat was the first to break through the air. With the 10 fingers of both hands turned, the white silk thread, like a wave, slashed down towards the place where Qin Yu was standing. White wave line cut. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky, and the sharp slash cut the sea surface in 2. That is Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Someone with sharp eyes instantly revealed the identity of the person who made the move. With someone taking the lead, the remaining 7 warlords of the sea also moved. Dense black shadow bats gathered in the void and turned into the figure of Moonlight Moria. The huge scissors in his hand slashed directly under the flow of black light. Black shadow slash. The tyrant bear, who followed closely behind, also made a move expressionlessly. Under the sudden squeeze of the meatball in the palm of his hand, a stern shock wave directly tore the air out. For a time, the attacks from all sides were so powerful that they could be described as overwhelming. Hancock, what should we do? The one-sided situation in front of her made her lose her temper first. Akainu, now a Navy admiral, threatened the 7 warlords with his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. Even Doflamingo, who was always unruly, was forced to take action. Gecko Mariah and Tyrant Bear followed suit. If Hancock did not express his opinion at this critical moment, it would be inappropriate. Damn old woman, are you asking me to take action against my beloved? Hancock kicked the old woman away. Her powerful observation haki was instantly pushed to the extreme, and the scene she saw made her eyes light up. Chapter 619 Long Lost Body. The rolling explosion sounded like thunder. Facing the 2 Navy admirals and the 7 warlords' successive attacks, it can be said that the grand scene in front of them alone was enough to pry their nerves. However, Facing all this, the crane standing on the deck of the Navy warship, with a dry bark-like cheek, flashed a trace of surprise. The next moment, he cried out. "Kizaru, run away quickly!" "Run?" Kizaru's expression changed. Unfortunately, before he could react, an energy-wrapped, blood-red skeleton arm, covered with armed color domineering, attacked Kizaru head-on. The speed was so fast that Kizaru had no time to think about it at such a close distance, and he roared immediately. It can be said that after suffering a series of losses in front of Qin Yu, Kizaru also picked up the long-abandoned training many times and improved the control of the fruit ability to the extreme. At the moment when the thought turned, endless golden light burst out, like a wave, condensing wildly in front of him. Yashikani no Megatama multiple golden light shields. Buzz buzz buzz. The air vibrated instantly, and dozens of golden light shields took shape in front of Kizaru in an instant. The next moment, before everyone could react, the blood-red skeleton arm, covered with the inky black armament haki, slammed heavily on the golden shield. Bang! The dull collision sound like thunder instantly resounded throughout the world. Under the violent air waves, dozens of golden shields shattered. The huge skeleton arm, with its remaining power, smashed towards Kizaru head-on. However, after being blocked by the golden shield, Kizaru obviously got a chance to breathe. Covered with armament haki with both hands, he blocked head-on. Bang! A dull sonic boom tore up. The huge impact force knocked Kizaru out. Akainu, who witnessed this scene, suddenly looked depressed, and his hands struck out again in the air. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Roar! The hot magma exploded like a frenzy, which was different from the previous attacks. Under the squirm of magma, the giant magma dog that appeared was tens of meters long. The moment it appeared, it rushed towards Qin Yu with a blazing wind. However, as soon as it approached, the bloody mouth of the magma dog had not yet opened. A blood-red skeleton hand suddenly stretched out in the explosion. In full view of the crowd, it grabbed the throat of the magma dog. Without any fancy moves, the 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and the next moment a low explosion sounded like thunder. Bang! The huge magma dog was crushed in response. The blazing magma rolled in the sky and turned into a heavy rain. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Facing the skeleton demon who was attacked by them like a bombardment a moment ago, the sudden explosion of the small universe was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an inexplicable dead silence. The airwaves that exploded all over the sky, along with the backflow of the sea breeze, dissipated between heaven and earth. Countless eyes turned in unison, locked on the thin figure in the void that was covered by a huge illusory skeleton of more than 10 meters. Compared with the skeleton posture that appeared not long ago, Qin Yu at the moment undoubtedly caused a huge gap. The moment he raised his head suddenly, his blood-like eyes, and the 9 megatamas rotating, exuded a fascinating taste. The weird feeling made people gasp even more than the posture of the skeleton demon just now. "I'm sorry, I haven't used myself for a long time, so I'm a little rusty." Qin Yu exhaled a deep breath and said with a warm smile. In the world of One Piece, the power of using Naruto is indeed infinitely weakened. But at present, this is undoubtedly the best way to cover Wald's departure. What's more, facing this long-lost power, it can be handy in such a big battle. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have caused a great shock to the world and obtained 5,000 turbulence points. The current turbulence balance is 6,535, reaching the threshold for random unlocking. Do you want to perform random unlocking immediately? The long-lost ethereal voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Hearing the balance of the turbulence value, Qin Yu's smile became even bigger. This is a good start. Faced with the turbulence value delivered to his door, Qin Yu did not hesitate at all. He gave the order directly after thinking about it. Random unlock immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, the system is deducting 6,000 turbulence points, and the host's current balance is 535 points. Congratulations to the host, random unlocking is successful, and you have obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the Eye Technique, and the Ninjutsu Tensei Shock Star. The system prompts one after another sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Resounding. The originally restricted pupil power was poured out like a spring in an instant. At the same time, the long-lost ninjutsu Tianai Zhenxing, which had been sealed in memory, became clearer and clearer. It can be said that Qin Yu now feels that he can do all this at will. Feeling this long-lost feeling of full power, perhaps it has not reached the peak of the past. However, facing all this at the moment, it is enough. Did you feel that the boy's breath seemed to surge in the moment just now? Rayleigh frowned and couldn't help asking. Whitebeard standing beside him also had a slightly ugly expression on his face, but when he saw Ace beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Old man Rayleigh, you must be wrong. In this situation, if it is delayed, the situation of that kid will only get worse and worse. Don't forget that there is still Aokiji in the navy. Once that kid is stopped by Kizaru and Akainu, who can save Wald? It's a bit too early to say that he carries the old era." Chang's voice seemed a little jealous. However, facing Whitebeard's evaluation, Rayleigh did not refute much. His eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the more distant sea surface. "Aokiji is here." The small voice tensed everyone's nerves at once. The eyes turned in unison, and the observation haki was even more stimulated to the extreme. Facing this kind of remote viewing, the use of haki is undoubtedly more important. Even Usopp, who changed his career halfway, could vaguely catch the sniping scene of Sucrose in the Battle of Dressrosa. Not to mention the big guys who have been dominating the sea for a long time. Seeing Qingji abandoning the warship and walking slowly on the ice, blocking the way of the Giluo Sea Arch, everyone's attention fell on Qinyu more or less. It can be said that Qinyu's current situation is that there are tigers and wolves in front and soldiers behind. How to get out of trouble has become the top priority. Chapter 620 Ryuho Okura Hegemony Unparalleled. Skeleton Demon, it seems that I can't let you leave easily this time. Qingji stood on the ice, looking at the fast-moving Alos Arch, and exhaled a breath of cold air. He likes to play soy sauce, and has not fought with Qinyu as the Bone King for several consecutive times. However, in this situation, he obviously can't continue to be willful. There are people in the sky. No, it's a giant. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's attention, including Qingji, was attracted. It can be said that at this critical moment, any slight change in the situation will cause the outcome of the battle to shift. Especially after the skeleton demon intervened. Without time to think, everyone's eyes turned and looked up at the sky. The first thing that came into view was the bodies of two huge monsters. When the 2 feet landed on the Alosiaki, the huge impact force caused the island to shake a little. Under the wind and waves, 2 extremely excited cheeks were revealed. "Shinono, I didn't expect that after 100 years, I would appear in such an occasion. It really makes people feel nostalgic." Dong Li took the lead in looking around and then laughed. His eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Qingji, saying, "According to the captain's arrangement, our enemy seems to be this little devil playing with ice. Don Li, don't take it lightly, otherwise you will lose the reputation of the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Not only will it bring shame to the captain, but also to our giants." Brokey laughed and patted Don Li on the shoulder. The two of them suddenly turned their eyes and locked onto Qingji, who was blocking the road, saying in unison, "Valder, you just need to control the ship with all your strength. In our current state, we only have one chance, so don't hold the captain back." "Little devil?" Valder was stunned. "No." The loudspeaker Den Den Mushi made the expressions of all forces on this sea change slightly. Valder, as a remnant of the old era, is almost 80 years old. Now that he has become a little devil in the mouth of a giant, it is too shocking. However, this scene became unusual in the eyes of the older generation such as Crane and Garp. The dusty brain strings seemed to be plucked. When he hurriedly looked up at Tori and Brokey, his face changed drastically in an instant. They are the 2 captains of the giant pirates who were rewarded with over 100 million 100 years ago and have been missing for a long time, the blue demon Tori and the red demon Brokey. Crane exclaimed in surprise. The expressions of the various forces that were originally confused suddenly changed. 100 years ago, the bounty was over 100 million, which meant that they were absolutely strong. Perhaps, for other races, 100 years have already turned them into a cup of yellow soil. But for the giants, it was in their prime. In particular, the 2 giants in front of them were the legends of Elbaf in the past. Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, stop them at all costs. Crane shouted. Garp, stop staring at Whitebeard, support them for me. Orders fell quickly. Facing Qinyu's strange moves, it subverted their cognition. However, before they could make a move, Dongli and Brokey looked at each other. They took a big step forward. Bang! With a heavy step, the 2 of them stood directly on the bow deck, as if like 2 unreachable iron towers. His muscles suddenly tensed like rocks. The black armament haki quickly spread out, pouring into the weapons of the two as if he was not afraid of death. The flowing cherry blossoms were like the tide, exuding a smell like the vast ocean. An indescribable breath spread out with Dongli and Brokey as the center. These two giants actually know advanced armament haki. What is their posture? Feeling this terrifying breath, someone couldn't hold back first. Especially Garp, his expression changed slightly, and he roared in a hurry, "King Z, get out of the way quickly, this is the ultimate move of the giant." The sudden scene made Whitebeard's mind flash an image that was hard to let go. If he remembered correctly, Charlotte Linlin, who came out of Elbaf on Rock's ship that day, also used this trick. Unfortunately, as soon as these words fell, the two giants moved suddenly. With the waist as the fulcrum, the moment the whole body's strength was poured into both hands, 10 fingers clenched the weapon. The next moment, a loud bang came out. Ryu Sakura Baguo Wushuan. Bang! The thunderous sound of air explosion echoed. The space in front of Dongli and Brokey seemed to be directly pierced. The violent air wave was like a hurricane rolling back, and a purple-black wave was like a barbarian dragon tearing through the void. Wherever it passed, the frozen sea surface along the way was instantly shattered. The distance of thousands of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. Feeling this tyrannical breath of destruction, King Z's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly pushed the fruit ability to the extreme. Ice Age. Bang! The endless frozen waves turned into a raging wave and crashed into the incoming Ryu Sakura Baguo. The collision was no less than that, and the entire sea surface was instantly detonated. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed. Facing the full-strength attack of the two giants, Qing Zi's attack was instantly penetrated. Feeling the destructive breath that made his spine shiver, Qing Zi didn't have time to think about it, and quickly used the elemental transformation to disappear on the spot in advance. As soon as the figure disappeared, the ice layer on which he was standing was instantly affected and shattered. When everyone reacted, the remaining power of the Ryuo hegemony rushed straight into the distance. It can be said to be a home run. Wald, if you don't do it now, when will you do it? Dongli took a deep breath and urged him to get up. Facing the two giants who were showing their power, Wald woke up from his trance, and without time to think, he frantically activated the devil fruit ability in his body. Valorolo, that kid is really extraordinary. Since he is playing with his life, the old man will play with him. Momo fruit 100 times faster. With a roar, the dormant fruit ability in Wald's body was instantly detonated. Although a trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, this time it was just a simple acceleration of the ship, not participating in the battle. For Wald, who had recovered his breath, it was not a problem in a short time. The Gulaseaki, which was originally moving forward, instantly increased its speed by hundreds of times under the blessing of the Momo fruit ability. Its size is like a small island. The required driving power is also very high. However, under the effect of the Momo fruit, everything is a natural result. When King Z's body condensed 2 or 3 kilometers away in the aftermath of the impact, the Gulaseaki, which Wald frantically urged, has already rushed out of his blocking line. Chapter 621. Do you want to dance? Asshole, stay here! Akainu roared. Facing the two legendary giants who suddenly fell from the sky, they were caught off guard. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that the skeleton demon not only found the former 7 warlords' crocodile, but also the legendary pirates from 100 years ago? Seeing the glossy archer suddenly accelerate, Akainu roared, molten lava all over his body, and chased straight after it. However, he had just taken a few steps when a loud sound of breaking through the air came. A huge skeleton hand, mixed with the posture of crushing across the air, appeared directly in front of Akainu. The sudden rise made Akainu suddenly wake up from his trance. He didn't have time to think too much. With the molten lava in his hands turning over, he collided head-on with the incoming bone fist. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sounded again. Under the reversed air wave, Akainu's body once again disintegrated between heaven and earth like molten magma. Hundreds of meters away, he gathered his body back again. Looking at the huge Susanoo that was like an iron tower blocking his way, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared, "Kizaru, you go after it." Among the 3 admirals of the navy at present, Kizaru is the fastest. To rush out in Chinyu's hands and stop the Gulaseaki, Kizaru has a higher success rate among the 3 admirals. However, just as this idea came up, the words that fell in their ears the next moment shook their nerves. Haha, Akainu, are you underestimating me or overestimating yourself? You want to stop me by yourself, this is a foolish dream. Chinyu laughed dryly, looked back at the Gyulazayakai that was gradually going away, and said. You guys want to dance with all your strength after such a long time. The inexplicable words, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound. Facing Kizaru and Akainu's expression froze, but Chinyu's movements did not stop at all. In front of everyone, he suddenly put his hands together. Bang! A pair of 9 Magadama Eternal Manjakaya. Sharingan started to spin wildly. Under the blood-red tide, the dust-sealed pupil power was driven to the extreme as if it was not willing to die. The next moment, the single-headed Susanoo, which was only a dozen meters high, quickly rose up. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it looked like Shura, and its huge body of dozens of meters gave people a feeling of stability like Mount Tai. The sharp breath that rolled back made people feel like shaking their nerves. Looking at such a crazy scene in front of them, the pupils of the people present suddenly shrank, and their eye sockets were almost cracked. All along, in their eyes, the transformation of the skeleton demon's form has been Chinyu's strongest killer. They never thought that all that was just wishful thinking. At least, facing the ultimate form of Susanoo, the previous cognition was completely overturned. Even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, had an inexplicable solemnity on his face. So, we underestimated him. Rayleigh couldn't help but say. All along, in Rayleigh's eyes, Chinyu could only be regarded as a younger generation who liked to toss around in the new era. He never thought that the means displayed at this moment would move even these legends of the past. If you have to find a word to describe it. Perhaps, the phrase on an equal footing is not to praise Chinyu. No, that kid's actions haven't stopped yet. Isn't there any backhand? Carp's expression changed slightly, and he spoke hurriedly. Faced with Chinyu's endless means, what he urgently thought of now was that someone could overturn his speculation. However, as soon as this thought came up, a powerful crushing breath descended from the sky, rolling back the sea like a waterfall. At this moment, the air that seemed to flow in the 4 directions of the sky stagnated a little, and the invisible big hand clenched their hearts. The strange feeling made them look up at the sky in a hurry without thinking too much. The first scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly, and their foreheads made an inexplicable roar. The leaden clouds accumulated above the 9 heavens seemed to be suddenly pushed away by a pair of invisible big hands. Under the impact of the huge air wave, a huge meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters broke through the clouds. Facing the dance mentioned by Chinyu a moment ago. If people outside knew about this scene, I am afraid that it would not only dance, but even the coffin lid could not hold it down. Is this still alive? Boom! As soon as the huge meteorite appeared in everyone's sight, it seemed that even the last restraint from the air and clouds was instantly broken. The heavy airflow, with the posture of 10,000 pounds, swooped down and crushed down. Facing the doomsday-like scene in front of them, Akainu and Kizaru were the first to wake up. Uchiha Chinyu, you lunatic! Akainu roared. Since the first meeting, he had underestimated Chinyu. But the second, third, and even the second time he met him, he thought he knew everything about the skeleton demon that walked out of the Push City. However, facing this doomsday-like scene that fell from the sky, it overturned his cognition. The person he always thought he knew best was the most unfamiliar. This huge gap made Akainu unacceptable. Hehe, Akainu, this is my last gift to you. I hope we can meet again after the dance. Chinyu's hand-turn seal had already stopped. The tens of meters of huge Susanoo collapsed. A space door was opened in an instant, and in full view of everyone, he stepped in. Yashikani no Megatama. Kizaru's roar sounded without warning. Soon, endless golden light was seen, quickly condensing behind Chinyu. However, before he could launch an attack, the torn space door had disappeared out of thin air. The laser beam suddenly lost its target and sank directly into the sea below, causing a large wave of spray. Looking at Kizaru, who had lost his trace and whose attack had failed. At this moment, whether it was Crane, Garp, or even Akainu and Kizaru, they dared not talk about chasing the Gyulusei and the skeleton demon. Facing the huge meteorite falling from the sky, the only thing they could do was to dance for this madness. Asshole, asshole, skeleton demon, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will sink you into the sea. Akainu roared with a twisted expression. At this point, the failure of the encirclement and suppression of Wald was a foregone conclusion. Everyone retreat quickly. Kizaru, Aokiji, join me to smash this meteorite. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared repeatedly, as if even the world was shaken by it. Crane, standing on the battleship deck, subconsciously looked at the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye Mihawk. Faced with such means, the 7 warlords of the sea were also covered within the attack range. If they did not dance in the same way, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Chapter 622 The Rise of the New 5 Emperors of the Sea. More than a dozen miles away, on the huge deck of the Gyulazayaki, Wald, with blood on his mouth, and Dongli and Broki, stared with wide eyes, looking at the huge meteorite swooping down in the distant sky, with shock on their faces. As crew members, they all believed that they had figured out their captain's confidence. They never thought that this was just wishful thinking. If Qingji had not been careless at the end and did not attack in advance, giving them the opportunity to use the strongest Ryuo hegemony. I am afraid that once they are trapped, Qinyu will not be able to use this fierce and doomsday-like killing move. Thinking of this, Dongli and Broki could not help but look at each other and swallowed their saliva. Damn kid, you have been teasing me all the time. Crocodile clenched his fists suddenly. When I think of it, the hard fight I thought that day is completely a fart compared to the scene in front of me. In particular, he attacked Akainu in public, but was successfully avoided by the elementalization in time. At the same time, the high-level domineering displayed by the 2 giants, Dongli and Broki, directly stole his limelight. It can be said that at this moment, the self-evaluation of Crocodile, the former 7 warlords of the sea, in this peak battle, has become a passerby. It would be great if he could have a small role on the front page tomorrow. He subconsciously looked around at the 3 figures on the deck. Crocodile, who was the first to join Fairy Tail and thought he had the highest combat power, felt like he was at the bottom. What's wrong? Are you planning to dance too? Qinyu's voice suddenly rang out. The people present were nervous and soon saw a space door opening on the deck. Watching Qinyu, who looked a little tired, walk out of it, Crocodile's pupils flashed a trace of murderous intent. That absurd thought was quickly suppressed by him. He joined Fairy Tail, but unlike others, it was because of the contract. In Crocodile's eyes, as long as Qinyu showed a flaw within 3 years, he would definitely not hesitate at all and would rise up to kill him and avenge his previous shame. However, the time they spent together was very short, but after experiencing those scenes, Crocodile could not see through the boy in front of him. It can be said that Qinyu now gives people the feeling that he is at the end of his strength. But if someone tells Crocodile the next moment that Qinyu killed a Navy admiral, he will definitely not doubt it. After all, the boy in front of him is too hidden and has too many masks. Hee, Crocodile, your expression, you are not going to kill me just now. Qinyu laughed dryly and patted Crocodile's shoulder, which made him feel like an inexplicable electric shock, and his nerves suddenly tensed up. It felt like a child who was found out by his parents after doing something wrong. Haha, you don't have to be so nervous. Qinyu laughed and said, this is not the first time I have come across such an idea, but I will not pursue it. After all, no one who has been on my pirate ship really wants to kill me. I am still a little blindly confident in my personal charm. At this point, Qinyu looked up at the accumulated leaden clouds in the sky and said, it's getting late, let's go quickly. In addition to Whitebeard, there is also a madman Kaido who wants to commit suicide hiding in the sky. As soon as these words fell, let alone Crocodile, even Wald's expression changed slightly. They said they despised the reputation of the 4 emperors of the sea, but at this critical moment, they did not dare to waste it casually. Looking back, on the distant horizon, huge meteorites and various fireworks-like attacks collided with each other, and quickly set sail to escape from this sea area. 3 days later, countless newsbirds, like locusts, quickly sent newspapers to all parts of the world in the first half of the Grand Line. The huge front page, from the beginning, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters encircled and suppressed the legendary pirate Wald of the old era, has long been replaced with a new headline. The rise of the 5 emperors of the sea, the fierce power of the skeleton demon reappears. For a time, the forces around the world saw the content described on the front page and the meteorite that occupied almost a page on the front page. It was so shocking that it was indescribable for a long time. On the Sabayati archipelago, countless pirates, with the help of the main force of the navy, landed on the island to find opportunities to go to the New World. Faced with the terrifying news of the rise of the fifth emperor of the sea, the entire island was in an uproar. Extra, extra, the navy headquarters was defeated again, the 3 admirals were severely injured, and the skeleton demon offered a reward of 2.1 billion and joined the ranks of the new 5 emperors. A newsboy rushed past on the road. Soon he was stopped by a burly purple-haired old man. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Our admiral was not seriously injured, but the skeleton demon ran away with his tail between his legs." A young man in a recruit uniform stared at the bald boy, snatched the newspaper, and shouted first. Looking at the dozens of recruits blocking the way, the newspaper boy's face turned pale. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Zifa reached out and stopped him. "Anthony, children talk without restraint. Don't take him seriously." Zifa took out a stack of Baileys and stuffed it into the newspaper boy, motioning him to leave. Then he looked at the content in the newspaper, his expression gradually darkened and he said, "It seems that it is not that the strength of our navy has declined, but that the pirates have grown faster. The bounty has jumped from 1 billion to 2.1 billion. It seems that the world government is shocked. The crocodile who should have been killed, 2 captains of the giant pirates who disappeared in the long river of history and had a bounty of over 100 million 100 years ago, and even the world destroyer Wald was recruited by him. It seems that there is not much time left for our navy." The voice of Er Chong echoed on the street, causing the faces of these originally ambitious recruits to change drastically. In their eyes, from that after graduating from the greenhouse-like training camp, they will definitely have a piece of sky outside the sea. However, the facts before them are a bit cruel. Even their most respected teacher sighed like this. So where will their navy go? "Teacher, don't you always teach us not to boost others' ambitions and destroy our own prestige?" As one of Zifa's most beloved students, Anne is also the one who can speak in such occasions. In the pirates, a skeleton demon emerged and was rumored to be the rise of the new 5 emperors. However, I think the teacher must have thought of a way to deal with it. As soon as these words fell, the students in the field turned their eyes and locked on Zifa. Feeling the urgency in his eyes, Zifa restrained his emotions a little, patted Anne's shoulder with a dry smile, and said, "Come with me to the Navy headquarters to meet Sengoku. To break the mess, I'm afraid we need that kid Laxus." Chapter 623 Even the Admiral is shirking the blame. At the same time, the Navy headquarters enters the sea. Sengoku stood on the high platform with a gloomy look. Not long ago, he was here to encourage the Navy soldiers. He planned to restore the Navy's lost face by encircling and suppressing the legendary pirates of the old times. He never thought that a skeleton demon would appear at the last moment. He even presented an unprecedented means to press the Navy's face to the floor and rub it hard. Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Akainu and the others are returning. A huge giant figure walked quickly from behind. Finally stopped at the side of Sengoku. Due to the human trafficking of giants in the past, the Navy headquarters also gained a lot of giant combat power. This time, many Navy vice admirals were sent to encircle and suppress Wald. However, due to the huge size of the giants, they did not accompany them. Most of the time, they played the role of guarding the headquarters. Looking at the gloomy Sengoku, Longzi couldn't help asking, "Marshal Sengoku, is the intelligence true?" After missing for hundreds of years, the 2 leaders of the giant pirates not only did not die, but also surrendered to the skeleton demon. Sengoku looked up suddenly and said, "Longzi, I know that the blue demon Turai and the red demon Broki are heroes of your Elbaf, but don't forget that they are pirates now and you are a navy. However, since your Elbaf was destroyed, the 2 giant elders were killed. Although you still have the giant kingdom led by Prince Loki, the strength of the giants has been greatly reduced. Without systematic guidance experience, even learning the giant fighting skills has become difficult. I heard that a new giant pirate group has appeared on the sea recently, led by a man named Hailding, who seems to be able to perform your giant fighting skills hero gun." "Hailding?" Longzi was stunned for a moment and said, "I remember that kid. At that time, he was pestering the 2 elders and clamoring to surpass the 2 leaders. His hard work was stronger than anyone else. It was really touching that he could learn the hero's spear. It was a pity that he only wanted to become a pirate. Otherwise, he would be much stronger than me and John in the Navy. The fighting method of the giants has been passed down from generation to generation. It is very difficult to explore it by yourself. I didn't expect that the 2 leaders disappeared for 100 years and learned the high-level domineering. If it were me, I would be willing to spend 20 years. 20 years to learn domineering? Zhang Guo's cheek twitched slightly. Only giants who can live up to 300 years can say such words without back pain. If it were someone else, they would have passed their peak period or died in the sea. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Longzi. God has given giants extraordinary strength and physique. The difficulty of practicing domineering is more than twice that of ordinary people. After all, not everyone is like Don Li and Brokey. They have fought for 100 years and more than 70,000 times. They have already understood the basics of the giants. With the precise method of practicing haki provided by the system, everything is a natural process. Okay, I have made an appointment with Zifa. When Laxus arrives, let's see if there is a good way to practice. If you giants can learn haki, even the most superficial haki, it will be the best for the improvement of our navy's strength. Sengoku sighed and looked up at the approaching warships. At present, the successive defeats and the rise of the so-called new 5 emperors have become more and more severe challenges to the Navy headquarters. If a solution is not found in time, it is likely that the Navy headquarters will find it difficult to deal with the waves on this sea. I object. A stern voice came from the sea. Sengoku and Longzi's expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. The first thing that caught my eye was Akainu, who looked extremely gloomy. Facing the Tianai Zhenxing, they came back alive, but for the 15 warships when they set out, this lineup is equivalent to the Demon Slayer order. Now only 4 warships have returned. As the commander of this mission, Akainu felt as if his face was rubbed on the ground afterwards. Akainu, what are you against? Sengoku frowned, and the thing he was most worried about still happened. As a Navy admiral, and Akainu who grew up under Sengoku's eyes, he knew very well that Akainu implemented the so-called absolute justice. In the original work, there was a sentence. The real pirate is Blackbeard, and the real navy is Akainu. One is extremely dark, and the other is extremely just, but pirate's the symbol in the king's world. What are you against? Akainu's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, Marshal Sengoku, aren't you planning to invite Laxus to join the Navy headquarters and become a recruit instructor with Zifa? Didn't he threaten to kill the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? Now Crocodile has resurrected and intervened, ruining our plan to encircle Wald. This kid of unknown origin is not trustworthy at all. The stern voice echoed over the huge port. Facing Akainu's amazing reply, the people present were stunned. Even the admiral is passing the buck. But can this skill of passing the buck be better? Humph, Akainu, your domineering power has not improved, but your means of passing the buck have improved. An old voice, without any ambiguity, came from the farther sea. The sudden scene made everyone startled, and when they saw the person coming clearly, they all showed bitterness on their faces. If Garp can tease the admiral in the marine headquarters, then the person who is most qualified to reprimand the admiral of the marine headquarters is only Zephyr, the chief instructor of the recruits. Yo, Zephyr teacher didn't expect you to come to the headquarters in person. Akainu was just complaining just now. Teacher, don't take it seriously. Kizaru quickly spoke to smooth things over. As Zephyr's disciples, they mainly practiced the ability of the fruit, which deviated from Zephyr's physical training concept. In the recruit camp, conflicts often occurred. At present, Akainu has suffered a series of defeats, and Kizaru is worried, and he has to intervene if there is a disagreement. Old Zephyr, why don't you stay in the marine recruit camp and run to this place? Is it for the so-called Laxus? Akainu's face sank and he shouted sternly. What can a young boy who is still wet behind the ears change about the navy? Can he defeat the 4 emperors of the sea, or the so-called new 5 emperors skeleton demon? If not, what's the point of coming here? The rolling voices made the people in the field look at each other in bewilderment. It is undoubtedly difficult to answer Akainu's twisted theory. After all, the identity of the admiral is here. Looking at the angry Akainu, Zhangguo subconsciously looked at Zifa. Chapter 624 A Bet from Akainu. The atmosphere in the huge port suddenly became depressing. Many eyes in the field turned in unison and locked on Zifa. Facing this somewhat naughty student, he is even more of an admiral. They felt an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. They were eager to see what it would be like for the admiral to be taught by the teacher. Akainu, you are wrong. Zifa said in a deep voice. You have always focused on improving your own strength, just like you prefer to develop the ability of the fruit, but ignore the practice of domineering and physical skills, and ignore what is balance. At this point, Zifa looked around the field and said, if our Navy headquarters can develop in a multipolar and diversified way, so that the combat power of the bottom and even the middle level can be improved, then the combat power of the top will also increase. Before I saw the training manual of that kid, I also had the same idea as you to keep people away from me. However, the current Navy headquarters is not comparable to the glory of the past. The 4 emperors coexist on the sea and the 5 emperors rise. If we cannot break the deadlock as soon as possible and improve the strength of the Navy headquarters, then what awaits us will be a dead end. At this moment, Chang's voice seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. It also made many people's expressions change drastically. As the chief instructor of the Navy training camp, Zifa has decades of coaching experience and has the words to say this evaluation. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Akainu. Among the 3 admirals, their statements had already been very clear. Aoki was the first person to agree to invite Laxus to join the Navy recruit training camp. Kizaru was a person who only punched in when his salary was paid, and he didn't care about who to invite. At the moment, the biggest remaining objection was undoubtedly Akainu. Okay, very good, Mr. Zifa, you said it very well. Akainu looked gloomy and said good twice. Since Mr. Zifa is so determined to invite an outsider to serve as the new instructor of the Navy headquarters, then I will bet with you. I will select 3 people from the Navy to teach personally, and he will also look for 3 people from the outside world to teach personally. After 3 months, if he can defeat the people I teach, I, Akainu, will definitely not object to his joining. Bet? Faced with Akainu's persistence, the expressions of the people present changed slightly. Zifa frowned and said, Akainu, this may be a little inappropriate. It seems difficult to judge the selection criteria. 3 months is neither long nor short. But if you want to train a newcomer who is as blank as a piece of paper, it seems too short. After all, in the Navy recruit training camp, many people have been training since childhood. Some people with excellent talents have to practice for at least 3 years before they are qualified to graduate. There are only 3 months now, which may be a little inappropriate. Grandpa Zifa, Admiral Akainu's bet is also very interesting. An unexpected voice came from the Den Mushi. The sudden scene made everyone's nerves tense. Following the voice, the first thing that caught my eye was Garp holding the Den Mushi and picking his nose. Haha, I see you guys are arguing so hard, so I called that kid and asked you to talk it out in person. Garp laughed. Kid, do you mean to agree to the bet with Admiral Akainu? If you have any ideas, just say it, but you have to bring my grandson here. Also, don't fall behind in training. I called that kid yesterday and he shouted that he had developed a new fruit skill in your hands and said that he would beat me up the next time he saw me. At this point, Garp slapped his thigh and said, this is the first time I've seen that kid so arrogant. The people present were stunned. Looking at Garp, who was talking about his grandson as soon as he opened his mouth. This special treatment is too fast. Mr. Garp, you actually have a grandson too? Ghost Spider couldn't help asking. In the Navy, because Zifa was a Navy admiral, his family was killed in retaliation when he was chasing pirates. This caused the Navy to be shocked. A new rule was also issued. All family members of the Navy's high-ranking officials must be kept secret. So for decades, it was unknown what members of the Navy hero Garp's family were. Now suddenly a grandson appeared and was trained under Laxus, who was highly respected by Zifa. This was too unexpected. Humph, a kid who is still wet behind the ears and a fledgling kid, what big waves can he make? Akainu snorted coldly and said, Laxus, in order to avoid you saying that I bully you because you have no one under your command, let you set the rules. Of course, if there is someone in the Navy headquarters who is willing to train you, that's fine. The aggressive words spit out, causing many people in the field to change their expressions slightly. However, they are very curious about what training methods Qin Yu has that make Zifa admire him. But for a new instructor who doesn't know the depth, it may be inappropriate to offend the current admiral of the Navy. I am willing. I am willing too. If the vice admiral can also, I am willing to try it. 3 urgent calls suddenly sounded. Looking at An and Bins who raised their hands at once, Zifa smiled a little. As for Longza standing behind Zhangguo, they were surprised. After all, the lifespan of giants is very long, and they have served longer than them. But the disadvantages are also great. It is undoubtedly a huge springboard for the practice of domineering. It can be said that Long's statement is undoubtedly a huge threshold. Well, very good, I didn't expect that there are people in the Navy who are interested in Laxus. Akainu said good twice, looked at the three of them coldly, paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Laxus, what do you think? It's not bad to pick up 3 ready-made ones in the Navy for free. At least, it won't be too embarrassing when you lose. Embarrassing? Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, Admiral Akainu, I don't plan to select people from the Navy. Of course, I don't mind if they want to learn from me. However, in the 3v3 duel, I will not use any of your Navy. On the contrary, you can choose anyone in the Navy, including the Commodore, Major General, and Vice Admiral. A small voice came from the Den Mushi, causing many people in the field to gasp. Using recruits to compete was the maximum limit they expected. They never expected that Qin Yu would raise this limit from recruits to Vice Admirals as soon as he opened his mouth. It can be said that among the Navy headquarters, the Vice Admiral who grew up was not the best, and he was in existence with super combat power. Chapter 625 3-month crash course for Vice Admirals. The eyes in the field turned and fell on Akainu. In their eyes, they thought that the bet proposed by Akainu would make the so-called Laxus feel embarrassed. They never thought that this guy who was highly respected by Zifa would actually propose even crazier bet conditions. Even the Vice Admiral can be selected. Does it mean that the people trained by him can be on par with the so-called Vice Admirals? Well, it is indeed arrogant enough. Akainu shouted in a deep voice. However, you can rest assured that I will not make a bet with you in the future. I hope you can arrive at the Navy headquarters on time in 3 months. I will pick you up here in person at that time. Haha, then I'll trouble Admiral Akainu. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, however, if anyone wants to train on board, they can also wait for me in the Sabayati archipelago. I will arrive in 3 days. After saying this, Qin Yu hung up the Den Mushi directly. Humph, in the end, you still can't forget the people in the Navy. I hope you really don't escape in the end and show some good candidates. Akainu snorted disdainfully. After Yenju's eyes swept across the scene, he said, pass my order down. As long as you are a member of the Navy, anyone who intends to accept my training can sign up. Maybe you can also recommend any juniors you value. However, I'll say it in advance. My training cannot be neglected in the slightest, no matter who is my grandson or son. The rolling voices echoed in the huge port like waves. As for Akainu's last words, they knew clearly that it was directed at Garp. After all, Garp, a hero of the Navy, put his grandson under Laxus to train. That indirectly acknowledged his means and abilities. Akainu General, I want to train with you. The bald boy standing behind Zifa walked out quickly. Anthony. An raised his eyebrows, but was quickly stopped by Zifa. Who else wants to train with Admiral Akainu? This is a rare opportunity. Zifa glanced at the new recruits behind him. It can be said that before Qin Yu appeared, the general was their admiration and the last goal they pursued. Now being able to learn from the current general is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My name is Zion, I am willing to. I am Birgud, I am willing to. I am Drake, I am willing to. Seeing the 3 people who walked out of the crowd again, Zifa's expression was slightly moved. These 3 people are outstanding talents among his students. They have already applied for early graduation and have been selected by various branches. The biggest feature is that they are devil fruit users, and their mentality is similar to Akainu and Kizaru. They all believe that unilateral development of fruit abilities can further enhance their own strength. This time, Zifa went to the headquarters, in addition to coming for Laxus's affairs, to hand over some students who were selected by exception. Okay, you are all devil fruit users, right? Akainu took a look, and the expression on Zifa's face changed, and said, there are many ways to become stronger in 3 months. But I will take everyone to take a shortcut to improve their strength as quickly as possible. It can be said that as long as you complete the training I give you well, once the duel is completed and the military merits are achieved, it is not impossible to directly become a naval commodore. Brigadier General? The expressions of the freshmen changed. Once they graduate from the Marine recruit camp, most of them can become second lieutenants, etc. Some outstanding people can become majors and lieutenant colonels. But becoming a brigadier general right after graduation is a very popular existence. Facing the admiral's bold words, many students showed regretful expressions. Feeling the changes in the field, Akainu showed a trace of satisfaction on his face, and then looked around the field and said, "Everyone, don't worry, in order to convince the public, in addition to the main training of these 4 recruits, I will also allow other generals to participate in the training, but once you participate, no matter how high your rank is, you are a soldier under me." At this point, Akainu looked back at Sengoku and said, "Marshal Sengoku, this is all I have to say. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying this, Akainu's face, which had been gloomy for the past few days, eased a little, and he left in full view of everyone. The 4 recruits looked at each other and quickly followed. Humph, Akainu is really arrogant, calling himself a brigadier general as soon as he opened his mouth. Garp picked his nose and snorted unhappily, saying, "However, according to him, in 3 months, that kid will bring me a grandson who is a vice admiral, and I will save a lot of worries." "Garp, it's still broad daylight now, don't daydream here." Sengoku rolled his eyes and said, "However, if that kid doesn't choose someone from the Navy headquarters, can he really compare with Akainu in 3 months? If the people we find outside have the ability, there are very few." In the previous call, Chinyu agreed to let the Navy learn on board. But he also said that the Navy would not participate in the war. It would be a waste of time to leave the people with solid skills unused and go to dig for others. "Okay, Zhangguo, you don't have to think too much. That guy can study such a systematic training method, which is enough to show that he is not simple. Maybe he already has a candidate in his mind, who is more powerful than the recruits trained by an old man like me." Zifa smiled and patted Zhangguo's shoulder. "An, you will go to the Sabayati archipelago and learn from Laxus. As for Bins, stay with me." "Me?" An looked back at Bins and showed a hint of hesitation. "What's wrong? Are you worried about going alone?" Qingji, who had been silent all the time, looked at An, who nodded shyly and said, "Smoker, you should go too." "Me?" Smoker was stunned. He followed Qingji back to the Navy headquarters from Rogue Town. On the way, he encountered the mission of encircling Wald, but he did not participate in it. After all, even the admirals were helpless in that level of battle, and it would be a joke for him to go. However, Smoker never thought that Qingji would let him learn from Laxus. "What's wrong? Don't forget why you were defeated by him in Rogue Town." Qingji looked back at Smoker and said with a rare smile, "Maybe, if you are not careful, as Mr. Garp said, you can be promoted to Vice Admiral after graduation in 3 months. Vice Admiral? Smoker was stunned for a moment. He is only a colonel now. There is still a brigadier general and a major general in between to reach the rank of Vice Admiral. This process looks short, but in practice, it requires a lot of military merits, but the real obstacle is strength. If it is really like what Garp said, you can become a Vice Admiral after graduation. Does that mean that this is a 3-month crash course for Vice Admirals? Chapter 626, Sailing by Manpower. The 13th entrance of the Sabayati archipelago is in a mess at this moment. Dozens of pirates, lying on the ground, heard wailing. A hideous scarred man, holding a huge mace, slammed it on the ground with a bang, and breathed heavily. Immediately hysterical roaring inwardly. "Get out of here, you bastard, I'm Oriel, the pirate with a bounty of 80 million, I will definitely kill you." "Really? I also want to try, but unfortunately you don't have a chance." The unexpected voice sounded abruptly. It made Oriel's nerves tense to the extreme. Without time to think, he quickly clenched the wolf-toothed club in his hand. However, a white smoke quickly emerged behind him, and recently formed the shape of Smoker. Cross-smoke strangulation. Endless white smoke rushed out of Smoker's body. The moment he stretched out his hands, they quickly wrapped around Oriel's body. The next moment, before he could react, the huge head was suddenly twisted and broken by the 2 big hands made of smoke. Bang! The huge body that lost its vitality fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the dead pirate, Smoker's body turned into white smoke and finally returned to normal. "Senior Smoker, this is the 8th pirate with a bounty of over 10 million, and the one with the highest bounty. You can be promoted to Brigadier General just by military merit." Anne flashed out from the dark. Her blue robe was also covered with dust. It seems that she was not idle when Smoker took action just now. "Your strength is also very good." Smoker took out a cigar and lit it again, saying, "The students who can be valued by Teacher Zifa are indeed outstanding. Whether it is the fruit ability or the physical skills, they are very powerful, especially the round cut, which is enough to cut off the iron block. But, I want to know, with your strength and physical skills, why did you risk the hostility of Admiral Akainu to you and make such a statement in public that day? For Smoker, as a student of Zifa, the strength he relied on when he graduated that day mainly came from the development of fruit ability. In his eyes, he actually has the same concept as Akainu, Kizaru, and others, and thinks that the path of physical training is too difficult. At the same time, the speed of improving strength is too slow. Therefore, he focuses on the development of fruit ability. It is precisely because of this reason that Smoker is not valued in Zephyr's eyes. At present, Anne's fruit ability does not seem to be too advanced, but the storm leg round break that can cut through iron. That is a very important existence. Looking at the contemporary world, even among the graduates of Smoker in the past, few people can do it. Senior Smoker, this matter, Mr. Zifa strictly forbade me to mention it before Mr. Laxus joined the Marine recruit camp, but this time I went with Senior Smoker, and when I left, the teacher did not warn me. It seems that the teacher tacitly let me reveal it to Senior Smoker. Anne said after hesitating for a moment. Oh, there is such a thing, is it Mr. Zifa who proposed a new teaching concept or secret? Smoker raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, Zephyr is a strict teacher, but for the sake of his students, he is a person who wants to teach his students everything he knows. Such a request at the moment is undoubtedly beyond Smoker's cognition. In fact, this storm leg round break was taught to me by teacher Laxus. Anne suddenly said. Laxus? Smoker was stunned and said, Anne, do you mean that you knew Laxus a long time ago? In Smoker's eyes, he also learned the 6 styles in the Marine recruit camp and knew clearly how difficult the storm legs were. To reach the level of cutting iron, it takes a lot of time and energy. No, Senior Smoker, you misunderstood. If I had known teacher Laxus a long time ago, I am afraid that I would have mastered all the 6 styles in the 3 years of the Marine recruit camp. Anne shook her head and showed a yearning look. I was able to learn storm kicks mainly because of the annotations on the 6 styles sent back by Senior Bastiu. That day, Teacher Zifa, like Senior Smoker, held a skeptical attitude and bet with Marshal Sengoku. Vince and I were fortunate to be the chips in the bet. Finally, after reading the manual, the bottleneck of storm kicks was solved as if it was a natural process. Not only can it be performed smoothly, but it has also reached the level of cutting iron. The slightly long voice echoed in this deserted port. Smoker was stunned when he heard it and said, so simple. In his eyes, Anne's words obviously skipped the hard learning process in the middle, and the result was given as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at Smoker, who was full of doubt, Anne smiled bitterly and said, Senior Smoker, I can't explain this clearly. I just remember that when I saw the 6 style annotations that day, my mind was buzzing and I learned it directly. That feeling was too strange. If Senior Smoker is selected, he should have the opportunity to watch it. Smoker was silent. As a Navy and Zifa's teacher, he believed that what Anne said was not wrong. However, this process was too mysterious, which made him feel hard to believe. Hey! Smoker exhaled a breath of turbid air, calmed his thoughts a little and said, if Laxus's methods are really so mysterious, what if I call him a teacher? However, 7 days have passed since the agreed 3 days. Did he back down halfway? This time, they were selected to study on the ship, not only because of the bet proposed by Akainu, but also because of the Navy headquarters assessment of Chinyu's teaching ability. Senior Smoker, I don't think so. Anne shook her head and looked at the beautiful sea horizon in the distance. His pupils suddenly shrank. Senior Smoker, look over there, there is a ship without sails, sailing towards this side quickly. A ship without sails? Smoker was startled. In the Navy, there are steam-powered ships, but the ship in front of him not only has no steam, but also no wind power. It is obviously impossible to sail on the sea. If it just goes with the flow, it will not be able to keep accelerating. Now this ship is obviously approaching this side accurately. While Smoker frowned, his pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the situation on the sea surface clearly. Anne, look, is this ship sailing by manpower? Sailing by manpower? The inexplicable words made Anne startled, and when he saw the situation on the sea surface clearly, his expression changed instantly. Chapter 627 Strange Training. Bang! 2 black shadows, like swordfish, jumped up in the sea and finally crashed into the sea. The thick chain wrapped around them was extremely annoying under the splashing sea water. When the two fell into the water again, the masted sailboat was pulled forward at a faster speed. Looking at this scene, Smoker and Anne couldn't help but look at each other, and finally confirmed that they were not wrong. In this dangerous sea, there was a boat that broke the convention. Not relying on wind power and the braking ability of the ship, it relied on two people to pull forward in the sea. That kind of resistance is not as simple as 1+1. Not to mention the two people who pulled the boat by manpower, even the person who came up with this idea is a monster. Thinking of this, Smoker and Anne couldn't help but shudder. Could the person who came up with this crazy idea be Laxus, who they have been waiting for here for a long time? Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded. On the coast near the port, a huge black shadow emerged on the sea surface. The next moment, it broke through the water. The sea snake, which was more than 10 meters long and had fangs like sickles and barbs, rushed towards the two people in the water as soon as it appeared. Facing the sea kings that had been eyeing them here, Anne and Smoker changed their expressions and were about to take action. A residual image instantly appeared in front of the sea kings. The arm that was infinitely stretched for more than 10 meters, like a rocket, hit the sea snake head-on. Rubber rocket launcher. Bang! A dull thunder-like collision sound came out. The huge snake head with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters was instantly knocked out. Under the release of huge power, the body of more than 10 meters was directly taken away and smashed heavily on the pirate ship that was originally docked at the port. With a loud bang, the pirate ship was smashed and the sea snake was directly killed. Smoker and Anne, who were watching this scene, changed their expressions slightly, and saw the person who made the move, staggering and falling into the sea. "Hey, Luffy, if you can't do it, don't be so stubborn, Zoro-Sanji, hurry up and save this fool, this is obviously the prey of Dashiki's sister." Nami shouted on the deck. "Nami-san, look at me, I will definitely bring Luffy back." Sanji, who was almost exhausted and dragging the pirate ship forward, suddenly turned his eyes into pink hearts, and with a surge of strength, he dived into the water. "Sexy Kappa." Zoro showed a look of disgust. Beautiful women don't have much temptation for him. But when he thought about it, after boarding the ship, he lost to Dashiki, who looked like Kuina, 58 times in kendo. This made Zoro's face look like a child, when he lost more than 1,000 times and didn't even have a chance to save his face. Now he could rely on Tashigi to realize his dream, but his strength was completely insufficient. He gritted his teeth and plunged into the sea. 3 or 4 minutes later, under the stunned eyes of Smoker and Anne, 3 wet figures finally collapsed on the coast like mud. The single-masted ship that was pulled by manpower was also brought to the port. In addition to the 3 people who fell into the water, Anne and Smoker finally saw clearly who was on the deck of the ship. Especially when he saw the man wearing a cloak and a cold and arrogant face, Smoker's expression sank and said, "Laxus is here. Teacher Laxus is here, where is he?" Anne was stunned for a moment and looked around. Under the guidance of Smoker, a trace of astonishment appeared on her pretty face. Rumor has it that Laxus is very young, but in Anne's eyes, people who can go further on the road of teaching should be gentle and refined. At least he should wear a white shirt and a pair of small glasses like Zifa. I never thought that Laxus was a cold and arrogant, domineering CEO. Smoker, I didn't expect you to come to study on the ship. Chinyu looked at Smoker coldly, then looked at Anne and said, "You should be Zifa teacher, Anne, one of the best freshmen of this year." "Ah? Laxus teacher, do you know my name?" Anne was stunned for a moment, and said shyly, "Teacher, you are too high." Anne has not taken the actual combat assessment yet, and the final graduation results are still unclear. How can I be called the best? If it is spread out, I am afraid that it will bring down the reputation of Zifa teacher. Looking at Anne with a shy face, Chinyu did not feel surprised. At the moment, Anne is still a flower in a greenhouse, and has not encountered the bloody situation of Weeble slaughtering recruits in the original work. Watching the entire ship being wiped out, even the most respected teacher Zifa had one arm cut off. For anyone, it is enough to change their mind. It can be said that not going crazy is already very good. Teacher Laxus, you asked me to swing the sword 10,000 times a day. I have completed the daily training. Do you want to continue to increase the stakes next? Dashiki walked out from behind the deck holding Shiger. After taking a look at Smoker, he showed a hint of surprise and said, "Isn't this Lieutenant Colonel Smoker who was defeated by the teacher in Rogue Town that day? Why is he here? Wouldn't it be the student assigned by the Navy to accompany the ship as the teacher said a few days ago?" That day, Dashiki saw Smoker's impressive strength and hot temper with his own eyes. I didn't expect the Navy would recommend him. Chinyu's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced at the black wristband on Dashiki's wrist and said, "How much heavy black steel is left in the cabin?" "No more." Dashiki hesitated for a moment and said, "They have used it up. This metal is very valuable and the output is very small. The three of them have consumed 3,000 kilograms. At this point, Dashiki looked at the three soaked figures on the shore with an expression like looking at a monster. This kind of metal with low density and heavy volume is indeed as precious as sea stone. It seems that it can only be found in large quantities in the Sabayati archipelago. Chinyu nodded and said, "Since there is no heavy black steel, you don't need to increase the next training. Continue to swing the knife 30,000 times and complete it before noon." "I know, teacher," Dashiki responded. Without any objection, he turned around and continued to walk to the side, swinging the knife slowly. However, this boring sword-swinging mode and the series of strange scenes in front of him made Smoker frown. This training is too strange. Moreover, in Smoker's eyes, such a simple training will become a bottleneck when it reaches a certain level. It may be useful for ordinary people, but is it really effective for them? Chapter 628 Luffy, Please Show Mercy. After a messy thought flashed through Smoker's mind, he couldn't help but look up at Chinyu. For a moment, the four eyes met, making Smoker feel like he was seen through. "It seems that you two are confused about my training." Chinyu glanced at Smoker indifferently and said, "However, since the Navy has selected you to train on board, I also have the responsibility to guide you. However, I believe that in order to convince you, I think the one with the bigger fist has the final say." At this point, Chinyu took a step and disappeared like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had come to the back of Smoker and Anne. The sudden scene made the two people's nerves tense to the extreme. Without time to think, they turned around and took the starting position for the battle. In their eyes, Chinyu's speed was too fast, so fast that even the naked eye could not catch it. In this case, there is only one way to do it. That is to use the observation haki. Unfortunately, Smoker is now a colonel, but he is not proficient in the two-color haki. As for Anne, she has not graduated from the recruit camp yet, and she doesn't have much experience in real life and death battles. She hasn't even awakened haki, let alone display it. It can be said that Smoker and Anne can only stare at the moment. Looking at the two people who were like frightened birds, Chinyu still had a blank expression and said, "Don't worry, I just felt your bottom just now. It seems that there is not much surprise as I expected. Smoker, let Luffy fight with you." "Luffy?" Smoker was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Garp had mentioned this name in person at the port that day. Now Chinyu asked Luffy to take action. Could this be the bargaining chip for his future bet with Akainu? "Teacher, Luffy is still vomiting water. Why don't you let me behead him?" Zoro suddenly turned over and stood up. He took off the green headscarf wrapped around his arm and wrapped it around his head. In Zoro's eyes, he had lost too much in the hands of Tashigi during this period, and he was full of frustration. It was a rare opportunity to vent, so of course he would not let it go. "No, you green algae head, this rare opportunity to show off in front of that beautiful lady who just arrived, of course let me do it. My little leather shoes are already thirsty." Sanji suddenly ignited his little universe. However, facing the two people's strong advance, Luffy, who was still spitting water, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I will become the pirate king in the future, let me beat this navy. The teacher said that there is meat to eat if you win." Under the rapid shouting, Luffy suddenly turned over and stood up on the ground as if he had a last breath. However, it was soon seen that his hands, like rubber, slid down uncontrollably. Of course, this strange phenomenon was quickly controlled by Luffy, and he hurriedly explained, "Teacher, what happened just now doesn't count. I have reached 1,000 kilograms now. You promised to reward me with 1,000 kilograms of barbecue. Don't regret it." 10 days ago, after tasting the skewers grilled by Chinyu, Luffy was directly fascinated. Every time he ate the skewers, he almost rubbed the bamboo sticks with sparks. It can be said that for the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates Chinyu knew clearly the weaknesses of the three major forces. "You let Vice Admiral Garp's grandson fight me?" Smoker frowned and said, "Do you underestimate me? Or do you want me to win on purpose?" In Smoker's eyes, Luffy just knocked the Sea King away with one move. But whether it is the subsequent connection of moves or the speed of the action, it is still far behind him. Hee, Smoker, it seems that you have good confidence. Qin Yu patted his shoulder with a dry laugh and said, it's a good thing to have confidence, but don't care too much about the surface. I think, if you ask you to call me teacher, you will never accept it. If you win, I won't force you, but if you lose, you will not only call me teacher in the next few days, but the position of director on the ship will also belong to you. Director. Smoker was stunned. It means responsible for cleaning the toilet. Nami added. Smoker's expression suddenly stiffened. He is a naval commander after all, and usually, such matters are handed over to his subordinates. Now he is asked to commit himself to being the director of a certain institute, which is obviously a bit unacceptable. However, when he thought about being able to call someone younger than himself a teacher without calling him a teacher, Smoker's face still flashed with excitement. Okay, I accept this bet. Smoker's eyes flickered, and he finally agreed. Senior Smoker, don't you need to think about it? I think there seems to be something fishy. Anne couldn't help but persuade. In her eyes, it would never be so simple for Qin Yu to be recognized by an old senior like Zifa. After all, that was a person who dared to challenge the authority of Admiral Akainu. Don't worry, Anne. Vice Admiral Garp has revealed that his grandson has just been out to sea. Smoker exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, what's more, I am a battle-hardened Navy general. I don't believe that a newcomer can defeat me. Looking at the stubborn Smoker, Anne hesitated, finally sighed, nodded and said, then Senior Smoker, be careful. After saying this, Anne pushed him aside. Although he did not support Smoker to accept the bet, facing Luffy who was trained under Qin Yu and was the grandson of the Navy hero Mr. Garp. A trace of urgency appeared on his face, and he turned on the Den Den Mushi video that he had prepared in advance. According to Zifa's instructions before leaving, if Qin Yu didn't mind, Anne needed to film the training process as much as possible. Of course, Qin Yu had a full view of all this. This time, he agreed to Zifa and Sengoku's proposal to join the Navy to help guide the new recruits, all in order to get the world turbulence value as soon as possible. Anne's current actions are also conducive to improving his popularity in the Navy. Spreading the teaching method also allows Zifa to indirectly help him shorten the time to implement the plan. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Shall we start here? Seeing Anne retreat, others also pulled away, and Smoker was the first to lose his temper. Man is against this Laxus who once completely abused him. Smoker is now eager to tear down Qin Yu's confidence by defeating Luffy. In his eyes, Luffy is a superhuman devil fruit ability user. But compared with his natural devil fruit ability, the gap is very obvious. At least, against a newcomer, just by elementalization, he can stand invincible. Looking at the confident Smoker, Qin Yu smiled and said, since you are so confident, Smoker, please show some mercy, Luffy. Chapter 629 Too Fast to Elementalize. Laxus, you asked this kid to show some mercy to me, are you looking down on me? Smoker's face suddenly darkened. He has always regarded Qin Yu as a competitor, and now he has given himself to a junior as an opponent, which has already damaged his face. Now Qin Yu still asked Luffy to show some mercy, which is a shame for Smoker. It seems that you are sure to win, Smoker, but I advise you not to take it lightly, otherwise you will lose miserably. Qin Yu glanced at him lightly and said, Luffy, I allow you to release. Can you release? Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Teacher, can I still use that trick? Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Since they were going to fight, Qin Yu still hoped to teach Smoker a profound lesson. Good, very good, it seems that I, Smoker, have been underestimated. Smoker said twice, and a hint of sternness flashed in the depths of his pupils, saying, I also want to know what the teacher who is highly respected by Zifa is capable of. Smoker started his fighting posture, and his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Luffy. In his eyes, it only takes 3 moves to defeat a clumsy existence like Luffy. However, as soon as this idea came up, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly echoed. A black gauntlet was thrown to the ground by Luffy. The clothes, shoes, waistbands, etc. on his body were taken off one by him and thrown on the ground. Every piece that fell to the ground could crack the thick rock layer and spread spiderweb-like cracks. When Luffy was left with only his cool clothes, his clumsy movements disappeared. After loosening his limbs a little, Luffy's eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Smoker. Gear 2. They. 2 simple words came out, and his feet moved like air pumps. The next moment, his skin instantly turned red as if it was scalded. As the steam evaporated, Luffy's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Shave. Bang. Sonic boom. Smoker, who hadn't come back to his senses yet, just felt a flash in front of his eyes. An unexpected figure had already appeared in front of him. Rubber steam cannon. Boom. A punch. It rolled out like thunder. The huge impact force, like the Yellow River bursting its banks, was out of control and poured into Smoker's abdomen. Puff. Smoker spit out a mouthful of blood, and before he could react, the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. At this moment, his mind was blank. No. There was only one word left in his mind: fast. This attack was too fast. The opponent clearly had no armament haki in his hand, but his speed was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to turn his mind and perform elemental transformation. Boom. Smoker smashed his head on the soap tree hundreds of meters away. Under the huge impact force, the trunk that could only be hugged by 7 or 8 people was directly smashed into a deep pit. The huge soap tree shook violently. Anne, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at Chinyu with disbelief. Too fast. Even the video recorder Den Den Mushi didn't know if it could record the scene just now. However, when he thought of Smoker, who was instantly knocked away and defeated, the quality of his training tested in this first battle made Anne have no time to think about it, and he quickly sent the video. Teacher, is this really my speed? Luffy looked at his fist with shock on his face. This is too fast, too powerful. I will definitely knock Grandpa flying next time we meet. These days, since Luffy and others boarded the ship, they have been maintaining physical training with added weights. In Chinyu's understanding, there is no weakest fruit, only the weakest ability user. What's more, Chinyu clearly knows the root of Luffy's fruit development, and it is not difficult to force him to grow. As for the move just now, Chinyu used weight training, coupled with the second gear speed up, to shave and rush forward. Luffy's speed was increased 4 or 5 times at once. For Smoker, who had a contemptuous mentality from the beginning, it was undoubtedly a nightmare. Senior Smoker, are you okay? After sending the video of the battle, Anne rushed over quickly. Smoker's loss was a bit embarrassing, but they were also Navy members on the ship. If Smoker is ignored now, it is obviously a bit inappropriate. Smoker, who was hit in the tree hole, suddenly came back to his senses. Feeling the piercing pain in his chest, he hurriedly looked up at Chinyu. He knew that the bet had been lost. Just as Chinyu said at the beginning. That was not to despise him. On the contrary, he really showed mercy. If the strength of the punch just now was not controlled well, Smoker would definitely not be able to stay awake now. Senior Smoker, you'd better not force it. Anne hurriedly persuaded. In her eyes, this result was unexpected, so fast that even the elementalization was not used, but Smoker had indeed lost. Anne, don't worry. Smoker's expression changed continuously, and finally replied with a sense of relief. Smoke was lingering on his body, and while the elementalization was being carried out, he turned directly into a white smoke and flew to Chinyu. Ah, do you still want to fight? Luffy reacted immediately and said eagerly, just right, I just finished warming up. Listening to this innocent talk, Smoker's facial muscles twitched. He looked up at Chinyu and said with gritted teeth, "La. Teacher Laxus. I give up." The small voice echoed in the huge deserted dock. Looking at this scene, Zoro and Sanji looked down at the weight-bearing equipment on their bodies after showing unexpected expressions, and their eyes suddenly burned with an urgent flame. For this crazy training of swimming and pulling boats, they did resist it in their hearts from the beginning. However, now they saw with their own eyes that the innocent Luffy, after the restrictions were lifted, killed Smoker with one punch. This made them look forward to their own growth even more. Haha, Brother Laxus, it seems that you have accepted a lot of good disciples. If my old man knew, he would be very happy. He has also been training people recently. Xiaqi's voice came suddenly. This abandoned dock number 13 is not far from the ripped-off tavern. The fight just now caused such a big commotion. If Xiaqi didn't show up, it would be a strange thing. Sister Xia, you are too high for me. Chinyu rarely pulled up the corner of his mouth and showed a little arrogant smile. This can't be blamed on Chinyu. Laxus's personality is originally cold and combat-oriented. There are usually few occasions that can make him smile. However, this time Xiaoqi came out and brought Qinyu a very important piece of information. Rayleigh is helping people with special training. Chapter 630 A Boat of Monsters. Teacher, do you know her? Smoker looked at Xiaoqi who suddenly appeared, and his face turned livid. Looking at Smoker who looked like he saw a ghost, Qinyu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, it seems that you have suffered a lot from Sister Xia. Outsiders may not know Xiaoqi's strength, but Qinyu know clearly. This guy, even the hero of the Navy headquarters, Garp, chased him all over the sea, but he still stood here intact. This is enough to show Xiaoqi's strength, which is not to be underestimated. It is not difficult to abuse Smoker, who can't even use two-color domineering. This kid came to my bar to drink once, but I only charged him 1 million Baileys, and he caused trouble for me for several days in a row, so I beat him up several times. Xiaoqi exhaled a cigarette and said nonchalantly. Faced with these words, many people's expressions suddenly froze. In particular, Zoro, who was planning to find an opportunity to drink, had his cheek muscles twitching. Drinking 1 million for one drink, that would be impossible even if he sold himself. He really doubted what kind of wine he drank for 1 million Baileys. No wonder this Navy general found several places in a row. If it was him, he would have picked up a knife to kill him long ago. Okay, Luffy, you continue to practice with weights. If you can still perform at the same speed as before under weights, then you will complete the first stage of practice. Qinyu said lightly. Ah, teacher, can you let me rest for a while? I'm about to be crushed into plasticine. Luffy, avoiding practice is the behavior of a weak person. If you say no, I will urge you with a knife in the future. Luffy, my little leather shoes are also thirsty. Looking at the three people who were full of fighting spirit, Dashiki, who had stopped to watch the battle, also continued to practice swinging the sword. The battle between Luffy and Smoker just now was over in the blink of an eye. But it was precisely because of this reason that they saw the way to become stronger. Old teacher, I want to try these weights. Smoker took a look and smashed the black weight equipment on the ground. Do you want to try? Then be careful. Luffy said hesitantly. Looking at this scene, Smoker's expression stagnated, but he still stepped forward quickly. When he weighed the handguards, clothes, and other things, his expression suddenly turned pale. These things added up to at least 800 kilograms. Even with the weight all day, he could still punch away a giant sea snake of more than 10 meters. If it were him, he would probably have difficulty even walking. Are they carrying weights? Smoker couldn't help but look at Soran and others. As they nodded, his face became uglier. Originally, he had dreamed of practicing on the ship, at least he could make a short man stand taller. He never thought that he would encounter a ship full of monsters. Compared with them, he was just a younger brother. Okay, you guys take a rest first. Qinyu patted Smoker's shoulder and said, I'll leave the toilet to you. After saying this, Qinyu followed Xiaoqi to the Nakju Gang bar. Brother, what do you want to drink? Xiaoqi walked to the bar first and said. Don't be polite, Sister Xia, you show up in person, is there something important? Qinyu refused with a smile. As one of the few people who knew his identity, Qinyu didn't have to tense his face. Haha, you're still impatient, little brother. Xiaoqi poured a glass of rum casually, pushed it to Qinyu and said, this time, I came to you to tell you that some great people have come to this island these days, and they plan to hold an auction to take advantage of the Navy's lack of strength. I heard that there are 2 precious devil fruits in the auction this time. As for the value, I haven't found out. Devil fruit? Qinyu raised his eyebrows. This is the first time he has encountered a devil fruit since he arrived in the One Piece world. If there is such a lively event, Qinyu doesn't mind joining in the fun. Haha, it seems that little brother is still a little interested in devil fruits. Xiaoqi laughed dryly, hesitated for a moment and said, by the way, there is one more thing that I shouldn't say, but my intuition tells me that I should tell little brother about this. My old man is helping Fire Fist Ace train. He really wants to defeat you. I thought he might be a strong enemy, but I didn't expect that you hid so deeply in the battle 10 days ago. Ace? Qinyu raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. Now he is training Luffy, and Rayleigh is training Ace. Is this considered an alternative competitor? On the other hand, when Qinyu and others landed on the Sabayati archipelago, In the office of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Jean Guo was standing in front of the French window with a gloomy face. The 10 fingers of his clasped hands kept flicking on his arms, looking a little impatient. Jean Guo, don't be so impatient. It's useless to be anxious. That guy is late, but who knows, he will have some surprises for us. Garp secretly stuffed a few pieces of rice crackers into his mouth and laughed. You bastard, you stole my things again. No wonder you are so leisurely and come here to accompany me. Jean Guo suddenly turned around and looked at the empty plates on the table. He was about to explode. Bang! The closed office door was pushed open, interrupting the upcoming battle. Why are you here? Jean Guo raised his eyebrows and said anxiously, is it related to Laxus? This guy is 7 days late. 10 days ago, Jean Guo was hysterical at the dock to cheer for Qin Yu and witnessed the birth of the bet. If Qin Yu told him now that he wanted to back down, he would have no place to put his old face, so he might as well retire early. Jean Guo, don't worry. He raised the Den Den Mushi in his hand and said, Anne has sent back a video. According to Zephyr's retelling, this is a battle between Smoker and Garp's grandson. But the video only shows 10 seconds. I asked Zifa, and he said it was correct. A 10-second battle? Jean Guo and Garp were stunned. However, facing the video related to Qin Yu, which they had waited for 10 days, they couldn't wait to watch it. Garp, Smoker, and your grandson fight, who do you think will win? Jean Guo couldn't help but say while fiddling with the video. Who will win? Garp picked his nose and said without hesitation, I think it's Smoker, that guy has a natural devil fruit, Luffy doesn't even know Haki, it should be difficult for him to win. Garp wanted to support his grandson, but the restraint of the fruit ability was obvious. If he forced himself to hold out, it would only be embarrassing. However, this thought just flashed through Garp's mind. Looking at the screen that suddenly lit up, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 631, a training method that cannot be perfectly replicated. Bang! 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 The sound of several heavy objects colliding came out in the video. Soon, the screen went black. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other in astonishment. Is this the end? I just saw that your grandson took off a lot of his clothes, and then the screen changed, and Smoker flew out. Does this mean your grandson won? Jean Guo couldn't help asking. The scene just now was too fast. It was so fast that even Anne couldn't catch up with the shooting. When the screen turned, it was over. I just saw the last screen. Garp's grandson didn't seem to use armament haki. Crane suddenly spoke. Jean Guo and Garp were stunned. He didn't know armament haki, but he could knock Smoker away with one punch. Crane, do you mean that Garp's grandson burst out at a speed that didn't even give Smoker a chance to transform into an element? Jean Guo couldn't help asking. The 10 seconds just now passed too quickly, so they couldn't react at all, and it ended directly. So if you really pay attention, you can get a lot of effective information. Yes, I am more prepared than you, and I am not wrong. Crane nodded affirmatively. Garp, I want to know if your grandson has such strength when he goes out to sea. Many people can knock people away before they transform into elements, but at your grandson's age, it is extremely rare. Or if he has such speed and strength now, once he is introduced to the Marine headquarters, he will at least be a major general, and even at the upper level of major generals. Iso, your answer has great reference value, I hope you can be cautious. For a moment, Sengoku also stared at Garp with a silly look on his face. Ahahaha, no, of course not. Garp laughed out loud. A half a month ago, that guy couldn't trademark T even dodge my iron fist, let alone speed. If he hadn't trademark T taken advantage of my drunken opportunity to escape, he would have been locked up in the Marine headquarters by me now. However, I never thought that in just half a month, Laxus could train Luffy to be so powerful that even Smoker was defeated by one move. Also, what are the weighted clothes they are wearing? He also learned the trick of steam coming out of his body from Laxus. No wonder he shouted on the phone that he wanted to hit me. This is progress. Looking at Garp, who was incoherent after a moment. Crane and Sengoku's expressions could not help but stagnate, and they looked at each other subconsciously. They knew that Garp was usually careless. But at this critical moment, he was absolutely unambiguous. If it was really as he said, in just half a month, Laxus had developed a series of suitable training plans for Luffy. He also increased his strength several times, researched new fruit development directions, and performed the 6-style shaving. Such a variety of types of training, for ordinary people, it would be like cramming, and they couldn't catch up. The most important thing is that Laxus's training is effective. Crane, have you seen how much weight Laxus uses, and what material it is? Zhang Guo grabbed the den mushi in his hand. During this period, the Navy's setbacks made him feel very frustrated. That's why he couldn't wait to find a breakthrough in Laxus. At present, Qin Yu can help Luffy improve his strength several times within half a month. If this plan can be copied, then it may not be difficult for them to train in large quantities. Zhang Guo, I know what you are thinking, but this plan is difficult for our Navy to perfectly copy. Zifa's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Guo and Crane hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, revealing a look of doubt. I know you don't want to believe it. Zifa walked in slowly and said, first, the weight-bearing equipment used by Laxus is at least 1,000 pounds, and it is still a heavy black steel that is more valuable than sea stone. This thing is as hard as cotton, but its weight is far beyond that of ordinary steel. It is not a member of our world government. It comes from the giant kingdom. The number is very rare and it is difficult to circulate. I trademark S really surprising that the kid could get so much. At this point, Zifa got a cup of tea, moistened his throat, and continued, Iskand, it trademark S the training method. Present, in the Navy headquarters, because Akainu and Kizaru focus on the development of devil fruit abilities, many new concepts have been changed. Even if I correct them many times, it still doesn't trademark T-work. Useful. They have already ignored physical skills behind the fruit ability, and they also lack resilience and persistence. I believe that when Garp trains his grandson, it is often unexpected, which is different from the greenhouse cultivation of our Navy. Whether it is Garp's grandson, or the other 2 teenagers, or even the girl who keeps swinging the knife on the ship, they are not simple people. No wonder that Kid is unwilling to select people from our Navy. It turns out that he has many good seedlings. As for the third point, it is the most important point. We don't have Laxus's rich guidance experience and precise training program formulation, which means we can't follow his example and improve a person's strength in a short period of time. It can be said that his training program is difficult to perfectly copy. The slightly long voice echoed in the office for a long time and could not be dispersed. Compared with the disappointment on Sengoku's face, Garp picked his nose with an indifferent look and laughed, haha, I knew that my little brat is a genius. However, Laxus is a real man who can come up with so many ways. Who knows, next time we meet, my grandson will be able to become a vice admiral and be on equal footing with me. It seems that I must treat him to a drink next time. Looking at Garp, who was smug, Sengoku couldn't help but glared at him and said, Garp, shut up. I gave you time to train the recruits, but you refused to go. Now we can't even copy the course. What should we do? Seeing the duck at the mouth fly away directly, for Sengoku, as a marshal, this is unacceptable. Sengoku, you don't need to be nervous. I mean, it can't be copied perfectly, but we can simplify the training and it can also play a role. Zifa hesitated for a moment and said. However, to open a gap in the inherent thinking of those guys, I am afraid that we can only do it after the bet. Let's prepare during this period. Azafar is right. Fortunately, Laxus thought of it. But few people can accept long-term weight-bearing. Crane nodded in agreement. However, before she could continue to speak, a rapid den mushi rang. Chapter 632 The Jackal Pirates. What happened? Crane picked up the den mushi and frowned. She is responsible for the intelligence work of the Navy headquarters and the entire Navy intelligence network. This den mushi is also a senior den mushi responsible for contact. Vice Admiral Crane, something bad has happened. Vice Admiral Mamosa learned that Laxus appeared in the Sabayati archipelago, so he went alone. A rapid voice came from the den mushi. What? Crane trademark S expression changed, and he said, when she was reporting just now, wasn't trademark T she chasing the ships of the Beasts Pirates? Ships of the Beasts Pirates also appeared in the Sabayati archipelago. What? He suddenly felt his head swelling, rubbed it helplessly and said, okay, I will contact her and ask her to return to the team as soon as possible, don't cause me any trouble. Thank you, Vice Admiral He. As the den mushi hung up, Zifa and the other two's eyes turned and fell on He. Don't worry, Dao Tua is not stupid, she will stop when she is satisfied, and will not cause trouble for Laxus to join the marine recruit camp. He replied helplessly, and hurriedly took the den mushi and left. Looking at the posture, he didn't look relieved at all. In the Sabayati archipelago, Chinyu had already left the extortion bar. However, after learning about the devil fruit from Xiaoqi, he decided to join in the fun. Accompanying him were Smoker and Anne, who had already changed out of the uniforms of the marine headquarters. According to them, they wanted to follow Chinyu as much as possible and see more. However, Chinyu knew clearly that these two guys had ulterior motives. Smoker was going to give him a special treatment, and Anne was trying to know what the second stage of training Chinyu had set for Luffy was. After all, the first stage was already an inhuman training mindset. If there was a second stage, what exactly was it? What kind of assistance was needed? Looking at Chinyu, who avoided talking about it, this undoubtedly made them itchy. As for Luffy and others, Chinyu was merciful and gave them half a day off. Get out of the way, don't get in my way. How dare you block my way, you bastard! I'm the captain of the Iron Wolf Pirates. Iron Wolf Pirates? Isn't there a bounty of 130 million for their captain? The closer they were to the number 1 auction house, the more pirates gathered from all directions. After all, this was the first large-scale auction held after the celestial dragons were publicly executed by the skeleton demon after several months. It was also an important means to attract popularity. Otherwise, the owners of these auction houses would not have spent so much effort to find 2 animal-type devil fruits, the so-called finale treasures, for auction. On this sea, unlike the Navy headquarters, which had a boot camp and could conduct systematic training. To become stronger, pirates had to join a large pirate group and become interns. From the predecessors, they obtained guidance on physical skills, two-color domineering, etc. However, the more powerful the pirate group, the higher the threshold for entry. If you don't trademark T have the strength, there is no way to join the pirate group. This puts the pirates in an awkward dilemma. To get out of this situation, the fastest shortcut is to get the devil fruit. In the eyes of the pirates, this is a good opportunity to rise to the top in one step. Hey, you stepped on my teacher's foot. Smoker suddenly said. Chinyu came back to his senses while thinking. Looking at the group of pirates standing in front of him, the leader was a burly man with a purple shirt. His muscles were like rocks, and there was a heavy sword on his back, which was emitting a chilling light. In particular, the hideous scar across his face, which was twitching slowly with the change of expression, was even more terrifying. You white-headed kid, dare you talk to our Captain Jackal like this? A pirate shouted first. As soon as this was said, dozens of pirates from all around surrounded him. Facing this sudden scene, people passing by quickly stopped to watch the show. Senior Smoker, do we need to call for naval support? Looking at this scene, as a newcomer who walked out of the recruit camp for the first time, he was obviously a little anxious. He took out a Navy-made den mushi with his backhand. Navy people. Jackal's expression froze, and he stared at Chinyu and the other two for a moment. He raised his hand suddenly and said in a deep voice, "Business is important, let's go. Boy, don't let me meet you on the sea, otherwise I will kill you." After saying this, Jackal left first. Those murderous pirates also followed quickly. It can be said that in the first half of the Grand Line, those who can offer a reward of over 100 million can be called great pirates. Of course, they can successfully pass through the Sabayati archipelago as a springboard to reach the New World. That is another world. It can be said that the Sabayati archipelago is the grave of pirates. Damn guy, if it weren't for the pursuit of the ward pirates and the fight with the Skull Demon during this period, which led to insufficient troops at the headquarters, these pirates would have no chance to be so arrogant. Smoker's face sank and he said angrily. Teacher, if you think it's necessary, I can contact the Navy. Laxus's training method and Luffy's powerful strength have infinitely magnified Smoker's sense of belonging. He called him teacher all the time, but he was very good at it. If anyone dared to attack Chinyu, Smoker would definitely be the first to do it. After all, he suffered a lot of hardships and humiliation at the hands of Chinyu, and even the toilet was covered. If he didn't learn anything practical, Chinyu would be harmed by others. This is something Smoker absolutely doesn't want to see. Haha, no need, you have to learn your own things and solve them yourself. Chinyu laughed dryly, looked at the figures who got into the auction house, and said, "Do you know how much the bounty for all members of the Jackal Pirates is?" "How much is the bounty?" Smoker's expression couldn't help but stagnate. He had just returned from the remote town of Rog in the East China Sea, and he really didn't know how much the bounty was. After all, before that, Smoker's focus was on the East China Sea. A bounty of several million is fine, but a bounty of tens of millions can probably be counted on 10 fingers. Teacher, we recruits have a course, which is to know ourselves and the enemy, so we can fight 100 battles without defeat, so we have read the information of the pirate groups that have appeared frequently in the past year. Anne said hurriedly. The captain of the Jackal pirates has a bounty of 130 million, and the bounties of other pirate crew members who have appeared are 80 million in total, and the total bounty for all members is 210 million. At this point, Anne clenched the den mushi and said, if you want to know more details, I can contact Zifa teacher. Chapter 633 Auction Target. A bounty of 210 million. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Teacher, why are you asking this? Smoker couldn't help asking. Hee, nothing, I just happened to think of a question. Qin Yu rubbed Anne's head and said, girl, don't take out the den mushi all the time in the future. You are studying on the ship under my command, and you don't need the support of the Navy. If there is anything, I can take care of it for you. At this point, Qin Yu glanced at the already bustling auction house and said, it's almost time, let's go. Looking at Qin Yu, who was the first to go to the auction house, Anne's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help shrinking her neck. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he walked away, Zifa's serious face flashed in her mind. All along, in Anne's memory, teachers are serious and don't like them to make trouble. I never thought that Laxus, as a teacher, would rub her head so casually for the second time. And said such a bold and domineering words. Most importantly, Qin Yu uses Laxus's template, and his age is not much different from hers. Why don't you leave? Smoker's voice suddenly sounded. Are you shy? No, I'm not. Ai Yin suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed. Dear guest, auction house number 2 welcomes you. The 2 guards guarding the door took a look at Qin Yu's appearance and put away the bounty order in their hands. However, Qin Yu, who was sharp-eyed, still saw clearly that the bounty order was the template of the skeleton demon and his original appearance. It seems that the destruction of auction house number 1 is probably a scare for these businessmen. Especially, after such a commotion, for a long time. Before the skeleton demon was captured, the Tianlong people, as the big money sponsor, I'm afraid it will be difficult to land on the Sabayati archipelago again. Is it okay? Qin Yu asked after taking a look at the auction items on the stage. It's okay, 3 distinguished guests. The guard quickly replied, however, the venue is small this time, and there are many people coming to participate in the auction, so there are no seats. The 3 guests can only stand aside to bid. This is the auction item list. Stand aside. Smoker's brows couldn't help but frown. In Rogue Town, he is a boss who is used to being arrogant. When has he ever been treated like this? No problem. Qin Yu replied and walked straight into the auction house. Seeing this scene, Smoker and Anne couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But they still hurriedly followed. Teacher, why don't you fight for it? Smoker said with a cigar in his mouth. In his eyes, this move was a bit too aggrieved. Fight for it. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, this kind of auction will end soon. As for the fight for it, it's better to wait for a while. Wait a while? Looking at Qin Yu with a mysterious face, Smoker was confused for a moment. Moreover, he was not good at using his brain. Sharkman, this Captain Ole bid 13 million, the first time. 13 million for the second time, 13 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to Captain Ole for obtaining a powerful fishman slave. With this fishman slave as a guide, you will definitely be able to pass through the Fishman Island and reach the New World safely and become another overlord of the New World. On the high platform, the old man in charge of the auction immediately shouted excitedly after knocking the last hammer. Soon, several people were seen escorting the fishman down to hand over to the captain of the pirate group who spent 13 million. 13 million to buy a fishman. Anne couldn't help swallowing. For a recruit like her, each one only led a pitiful 10,000 Baileys, which is more than 100,000 in a year. It is simply incomparable with the more than 10 million that is constantly mentioned. Anne, as long as you graduate and go to sea in the future, you will know that the concept of Bailey is just a number on the sea. Qin Yu said lightly. Anne was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't react to this sentence for a while. However, the things to be auctioned soon attracted Anne's attention again. What long-legged tribe, long-handed tribe, dwarves, etc., for Anne who left the recruit camp for the first time, it was simply an eye-opener. With more than a dozen slaves being auctioned, it was about to end. Smoker frowned and said, "Teacher, this auction is coming to an end. Don't you have what you want?" Smoker was very eager to know about the second stage of training formulated by Qin Yu. This was also the purpose of his following. "Wait." Qin Yu replied, looking at some broken stone products sent up on the high platform, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. "Everyone, the next thing is a must-have weapon for some pirates who don't have the ability of devil fruit to kill enemies when they go to the new world." The old man on the high platform was the first to shout after watching the truck carrying goods stop. "You can imagine that there are countless monsters in the new world. What if you encounter some powerful devil fruit users and you can't fight them? You just happen to have the weapon of sea stone in your hand. If you stab him unexpectedly, then the balance of victory will belong to you, right?" As soon as these words fell, there was a trace of silence in the field, and the next moment many people's eyes lit up. In the first half of the Grand Line, pirates who can come into contact with two-color domineering are simply a drop in the bucket. But in the new world in the second half of the Grand Line, the sea is full of them. Many people are devil fruit users. Moreover, pirates who have just entered the new world often become the hunting targets of the older generation of pirates. If you can bring a piece of sea stone, it will undoubtedly increase your ability to protect yourself. Of course, whether it can really come in handy is still unknown. Well, it seems that everyone is aware of the usefulness of these things. The old man who presided over the auction saw that many people were interested, and hurriedly said, "Then let's start the auction now. Most of the sea stones here are scraps, and there are also some finished handcuffs and weapon decorations. The specifications are a little different, but because of the rarity, the starting price is definitely not low. The first bid is 5 million, and each subsequent bid will be at least 1 million. 5 million? Anne was stunned. In the Navy, she has also seen many sea stone products. She never thought that the value outside would be so high. Seeing the value suddenly rise to tens of millions, she was stunned. However, before Anne could react, an unexpected voice sounded. 20 million Baileys. Chapter 634 Mobile ATM. 20 million Baileys. A sound of sucking in cold air sounded in the field. Everyone's eyes, including Ai Yin, fell on Qin Yu. Seeing Qin Yu raise the price to 10 million as soon as he opened his mouth. In their eyes, he was simply a madman. "Is it the Navy we met at the door just now?" Jackal, who was sitting in the last row, raised his eyebrows and then showed a playful smile. Dozens of people watching this scene, the servants' eyes lit up. They knew clearly what their boss had in mind. After all, they had done this kind of thing many times. 20 million Baileys, this lord offers 20 million Baileys, is there any more than this? The old man's turbid eyes lit up at once. In his eyes, Qin Yu was just a fool with a lot of money. After all, in the old man's eyes, it was already very good to sell this pile of sea stone for 13 or 14 million. Qin Yu raised the price so high as soon as he opened his mouth. If some people who didn't know the business might raise the price as well. At that time, he could reap the benefits. "Haha, isn't this sea stone? I just want some too, and bring it to my master as a gift." The loud laughter of the jackal instantly attracted the attention of many people. In their eyes, they were also eager to see who would be the sucker who would raise the price even more. "I offer 25 million Baileys. 25 million Baileys." The old man's eyes widened and he said excitedly, 25 million Baileys, do you want more, sir? As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Ai Yin's pretty face froze slightly, and she said anxiously, "Teacher, if you need sea stone, why don't you let me and Teacher Zifa mention it, maybe it will work." At present, the name of Laxus is a hot commodity in the eyes of Zifa and other senior executives. If Qin Yu really wants to ask for some sea stone, Zifa will definitely not refuse. "No need, anyway, someone will pay for us." Qin Yu smiled warmly and raised his hand again, 35 million Baileys. Wow! There was an uproar in the huge auction hall. Everyone looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. He raised the price by 10 million Baileys, but he still bid a bunch of defective sea stones. If it gets out, it's just a typical case of a fool with a lot of money. Facing the change in everyone's expression, Qin Yu smiled and looked at Jackal, saying, I remember your name seems to be Jackal. What's wrong? Aren't you interested in this pile of things? Why don't you bid? Is there no Bailey? The provocative words that came out of nowhere, even Anne and Smoker were surprised. The moment before, in front of the gate, Qin Yu's retreat was still vivid in their minds. Now he suddenly became strong, which made people feel unacceptable. You! Jackal was choked with anger. He originally wanted to raise the price and let Qin Yu spend the high price in vain. Now Qin Yu opened his mouth and raised the price by 10 million. He even challenged him directly. What if he bid and the other party stopped bidding? For him, it was a trick. After all, he knew clearly who the boss behind this auction house was. Captain, we won't call any more. 35 million for this pile of junk is simply stupid. A skinny man said in a hurry. Besides, I think that kid definitely doesn't have that much Bailey. Jackal's eyes lit up when he heard this, which made him think of a way to step down. He snorted coldly and said, Boy, you are provoking the great Jackal pirates. I am offering a bounty of 130 million. I forgot to tell you that as one of the 4 emperors, Lord Kaido of the Beast Pirates has decided to recruit me as his pirate group, so I don't care about the tens of millions of Bailey at all. But I doubt that you don't have 35 million Baileys on you, and you are shouting a random price here, so I hope you can take out something of sufficient value to prove that you have the ability. I believe this request is not excessive, right? The stern voice echoed in the huge auction hall. For such a lively thing, no one dislikes it. What's more, bidding 35 million for a pile of broken stones is indeed a bit unacceptable to others. The old man standing on the high platform frowned. Facing the request of the Jackal, if it was normal, he would make a smooth situation in order not to offend the guest. But as soon as the other party opened his mouth, he put out the title of the Beast Pirates. For him, this cannot be ignored. What's more, the people around him were still watching the fun, and the next finale product needed to continue. So, he had only one choice. Sir, I'm really sorry, there is a rule in our bank. If there is a bidder who has a dispute over the qualifications of another bidder, he needs to put forward sufficient auction qualifications. I hope this sir will take out 35 million Baileys, or treasures of equal value. The old man couldn't help but say. Damn guy, why doesn't he need it? Smoker's face sank and he shouted anxiously. If it was normal, he would definitely overturn the table. Most importantly, Smoker didn't think Qin Yu had that much Bailey on him. After all, that shabby sloop and the expensive black steel he bought probably consumed most of his wealth. Humph, our boss's head is worth 130 million Baileys. Could it be that he still lacks that little money? The skinny pirate next to the Jackal was the first to shout proudly. Faced with this value, many people acquiesced, even the old man on the stage was no exception. After all, this world is about the big fist. As long as the fist is big, Bailey is everywhere. Teacher. Anne opened her mouth hesitantly. However, she soon saw a warm big hand pressing on her head. What's wrong, are you going to borrow from your teacher again? Qin Yu smiled warmly. On this serious face, this smile makes people feel inexplicably cold. Boy, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and take out Bailey. Jackal's expression changed slightly, and he shouted impatiently. For a moment, the atmosphere in the huge auction house became depressing, and everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu. Sorry, I never have the habit of carrying money. Qin Yu's smile became more and more intense, and his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Jackal. However, thank you for reminding me of one thing. It turns out that you are a mobile ATM. I will accept the head of 130 million Bailey. The small voice fell, and the scene suddenly became audible. Even Anne's pupils suddenly shrank. She never thought that Qin Yu would say such a domineering word. Chapter 635 died with conviction. The huge auction house fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu, and they were all in disbelief. In their eyes, Jackal just announced his identity. Not only is he a pirate with a bounty of 130 million, but he is also a pirate group absorbed by the Beast's pirates. It can be said that this identity is enough to be called a talisman. In addition to natural disasters and sea disasters, as long as the Jackal pirates can safely reach the New World, he will rise to prominence. However, now there is a young man who said such cruel words in public. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Sir, do you know what you are talking about? The old man on the high platform couldn't help asking. That old voice, even though he was used to the scene, became a little trembling. In his eyes. No. In the eyes of everyone, Qin Yu's behavior should be crazy. I'm asking, can these bids be filled with his bounty? Qin Yu said calmly. The old man was stunned. Facing this question, he was unsure for a moment. The rules of the auction house are that as long as the customer can bring out goods of equal value, whether it is treasure or the head of a bounty criminal, it will be fine. At this moment, anyone can see that the young man in front of him is not just boasting. You bastard kid, you don't even know the rules of the auction house, but you are boasting here. The jackal stood up suddenly and roared angrily. I tell you, as long as there is something valuable, it can be exchanged for Bailey at the auction house. The head on my neck is worth 130 million. After deducting the handling fee, it can be worth at least 100 million. At this point, the jackal smiled grimly and said, I just want to know, what can you, a few young kids, do to me? The rolling words were like thunder, mixed with undisguised sarcasm. Just as the jackal thought, many people in the field also sneered at Qin Yu's crazy behavior. After all, compared with the unknown Laxus template used by Qin Yu, the head on the jackal's head is worth 130 million. That is a proof of strength. At present, the jackal's actions are already very obvious, telling He Yu to let him come. They are eager to know, facing the identity of the great pirate. The relationship with the future pirate group under the four emperors, whether the young man in front of them can still come out wildly. Teacher Laxus. Anne's nerves tightened for a moment. However, Smoker soon pressed her shoulders and said, Anne, you just watch, you don't need to worry too much about the guy who can be highly respected by Zifa and the group of old stubborn people, the result will only be a moment. A moment? Anne couldn't help but be stunned. In her eyes, the other side has at least 20 or 30 people. Counting a bounty of 130 million, there are also several tens of millions of Bailey bounties in the team. This kind of lineup, according to the imaginary enemy battle in the recruit camp, will take a lot of effort. Now Smoker told her that it only takes a moment. How long was this moment? A chaotic thought flashed through Ian's mind. Like everyone else, she tensed up and looked at Qin Yu who was walking out of the crowd. Who can lend me a sword? Qin Yu looked around the huge auction house. Seeing this sudden request, the people present were stunned. If Qin Yu is a swordsman, then there is absolutely no way he doesn't bring a sword, right? Now he suddenly borrows a sword again, is this a fox borrowing the tiger's power? However, facing Qin Yu's sudden request and the identity of Jackal in front of him, the huge auction house suddenly fell into silence. After all, they were just there to watch the fun, but no one was willing to get burned and be targeted by the future four emperors' men. Use mine. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Soon, a long sword was seen flying out. The sudden scene surprised many people. However, what caught the eye was a figure covered in a black cloak. Qin Yu took the flying blade and looked at the golden Nanmu-like silk-wrapped handle, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. If I'm not mistaken, this knife is the big knife Jin Kun Luo. Is Daotu, the candidate for the general, here too? Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and subconsciously glanced at the figure shrouded in black robes not far away, and said, Thank you, Zaiwan. Zaiwan? Smoker and Anne couldn't help but be startled, and seemed a little confused by Qin Yu's address. However, these words fell into Daotu's ears, both her expression changed. This time she disguised herself to hide her identity in order to conceal her identity. After all, she was absent from her post without permission. If outsiders knew that a candidate for the general left the team alone because of personal grudges and ran here, she would definitely be punished. However, the young man in front of her could tell her identity with just a knife, which was undoubtedly beyond her cognition. It was for this reason that Daotu was eager to see whether this young man could exert the power of Jin Kun Luo. Damn little brat, are you stalling for time? Jackal's face sank, and he said angrily, the little girl over there is quite courageous, and dares to interfere in the affairs of this captain. However, after I deal with this kid, I will take you to the new world to have fun. As for you, little brat, I also want to see, with an extra knife, what confidence you can have, dare to go against this captain. Roar. As soon as the words fell, a low roar suddenly echoed. The next moment, the black hair spread rapidly on the jackal's body. As soon as he made a move, the jackal immediately displayed the ability of the animal-type devil fruit. The iron tower figure that was originally more than 2 meters tall instantly increased to more than 3 meters. A stern murderous aura permeated the jackal's body. Facing this sudden scene, many people were secretly surprised by the jackal who used the fruit ability as soon as he made a move. A trace of heat flashed in the depths of his pupils. After all, this time, many of the people who came to participate in the auction came for the 2 finale animal-type devil fruits. Now being able to see with their own eyes, the power of the animal-type devil fruit is undoubtedly the best demonstration. Boy, if you plan to beg for mercy now, I'm sorry to tell you that it's too late. Feeling the changes in the eyes around him, the jackal smiled grimly. However, facing this scene, Qin Yu's cold and arrogant face smiled. When he clenched the scabbard of the Jinkan Luo with his left hand, he smiled warmly and said, "No, if you do this, at least you can die with a clear conscience, so you won't regret it after you die. You're looking for death." The jackal's face darkened and he roared angrily. Chapter 636, he didn't even know he was dead. "No, I'm serious." The smile on Qin Yu's face became even more intense. In full view of everyone, his right hand slowly clenched the Jinkan Luo in his hand. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes locked on the jackal. When his 5 fingers clenched, his observation haki swept the whole audience like a frenzy. At this moment, anyone with good strength felt a hint of inexplicable chill in their spine. Especially Daotou, who was hidden in the black robe, had a slightly changed expression, and looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. "Hey!" Qin Yu took a deep breath, and the crackling lightning flowed through his body, instantly synchronizing with his breathing. Buzz! The sound of the knife suddenly burst out. The golden lightning, like a raging tide, passed by in the blink of an eye with a posture as fast as thunder. The speed was so fast that everyone just felt that the whole world was occupied by golden light. The next moment, when he came back to his senses, Qin Yu still maintained the posture of holding the handle of the knife with his right hand. It felt as if he had never made a move. What happened just now? Why didn't he make a move? This will waste everyone's time. Shut up, you idiot, look carefully first, don't put our lives at risk. The hurried shouting came from the auction house. Facing the weird scene in front of them, many people's nerves were tense. Their eyes turned in unison and locked on the huge body of the jackal. Puff! A scarlet blood arrow splashed out of the jackal's throat without any warning. It was as dazzling as fireworks. The pair of eyes that were originally violent were now full of disbelief and fear. He quickly covered his neck with his remaining strength, and his bloody mouth was bulging, so he couldn't say a word. When his hands touched his neck, the huge head fell to the ground with a touch. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed in the silent auction house. Looking at the jackal with a body like an iron tower that had used the jackal fruit, the headless body fell heavily to the ground. In the huge field, the sound of swallowing saliva was immediately heard. Many people even rubbed their eyes red, just to see clearly the authenticity of the scene in front of them. After all, in their eyes, they didn't even see how Qin Yu drew his sword clearly. The great pirate jackal, who had a bounty of 130 million, had already been killed. Shib! Captain! Quick! Run away! Don't push me, my legs are a little weak, I just said a few harsh words, will he remember me? The scene exploded all of a sudden. As a member of the Jackal Pirates, the big backing of a bounty of 130 million can indeed allow them to run rampant. But seeing that the strong backing is not as good as a knife. No. It should be said that even the knife can't be seen clearly. That so-called confidence is nonsense. Stop, take the body away. Qin Yu glanced at the pirate who was leaving through the window and reminded him. The man who was still fleeing almost stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Qin Yu's unquestionable expression, he hit A after getting cold, he hurriedly moved the jackal's body away. Before leaving, he wiped the blood on the floor. What's more, I found a box somewhere, put the jackal's head in it, and put it aside respectfully. That attitude and expression seemed to match the saying of a tree falling and a hosen scattering. However, in this seemingly long process, in such a huge venue, even the old auctioneer on the high platform did not dare to rush the process at all. After seeing this, they didn't dare to make any mistakes, otherwise they would be stabbed at some point. That's a fart. Everyone, I kept you waiting for a long time. Qin Yu picked up the brocade box with a smile and said, according to Jackal's own words, he took my head and deducted your handling fee, which is worth at least 100 million shells. It should be able to be deducted from the price of these sea tower stones, right? Faced with the previous moment, Jackal set a target for himself, and now it has direct effect. The old man standing on the auction stage did not dare to make a mistake, and nodded quickly, but, it's okay. However, this gentleman is a distinguished guest. I have made the decision. I will reduce the handling fee by 30%. The Jackal's head is worth 110 million. On this sea, pirate fights often occur. But the pirate killed the pirate, and faced with the high reward offered by the Navy headquarters and even the world government, there was no way to directly claim it. Therefore, some black dealers emerged, charging high fees to help exchange bounties for slain pirates. At the same time, some powerful black businessmen will pay the reward in advance. Thank you very much. Qin Yu handed the brocade box to the guard at the side and said, everyone's time is precious, go ahead. Ahem, let's continue. The old man on the auction stage quickly coughed and said, this sea tower stone is 35 million, if there is no higher price, then it is a deal. Faced with the old man's last hoarse shouts, the pirates and some restless elements present were completely dumbfounded. Even the Jackal pirates, who claimed to be related to the four emperors, were violently killed under a public challenge. If we say, there are still people who are interfering at this juncture. I'm afraid what I'm waiting for will be another sentence, how much is your head worth? At that point, it's a completely different nightmare. Okay, since no one continues to bid, this gentleman will bid for the ownership of these sea tower stones for 35 million. Seeing that the atmosphere could not calm down, the old man quickly changed the subject and said, next, we will continue the auction. This time the product is a walrus. As the guards came to hand over the halo stones, Qin Yu didn't pay attention and packed them all in wooden boxes the size of rice. It's not that he doesn't want Smoker and Anne to help, the main thing is that both of them are devil fruit users. Once it touches the sea tower stone, it will become a misfire. After finishing all this, Qin Yu took Jin Kun Luo to Tao Tu's side and handed back the sharp knife in his hand. Jun, thank you for your help. Do you know my name? Tao Tu raised his cloak slightly, trying to get a better look at Qin Yu's appearance. Taking advantage of the commanding heights, Qin Yu could also clearly see Tao Tu's appearance. She is in her mid-20s, her skin is still as snowy, and the mole on the corner of her mouth only adds to her charm. However, Qin Yu seemed a little surprised when Tao Tu suddenly appeared here in disguise. After all, she was a candidate for general, so she should be very busy when the Navy headquarters failed. I still have some leisure time now, so I came here to participate in this illegal auction. Could it be that he came here for the devil fruit? Chapter 637 The ship is missing a mascot. I didn't expect you to be able to identify Jin Kun Luo and me. Your eyesight is not like that of an unknown person. Tao Tu took Jin Kun Luo. For a swordsman, the sword is something that cannot be left behind. At the same time, it is absolutely not allowed to lend it out at will. However, when he saw Qin Yu challenging the four emperors in public, it was Jackal who was related to the beast pirates. He even asked to borrow the knife in public, which made Tao Tu have a strange idea in his mind. I am eager to see what this young man is capable of. For outsiders, Qin Yu's actions may not be clear. But as a candidate for general, Tao Tu is even more domineering and can't react except for the first moment. The moment Qin Yu returned to his sheath, she had already captured the last trace of him. Draw your sword and slash as fast as thunder. Thunder attribute devil fruit ability. At the same time, he also has extraordinary courage and strength. All this is completely consistent with all the information about the competitors that have troubled Tao Tu during this period. Are you Laxus? Peach Rabbit couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of surprise. However, as a time traveler, Tao Tu's straight-to-the-point tone, as well as his current status, and the farce related to him in the Navy not long ago from Ai Yin's mouth. A dumbfounding conclusion immediately flashed through my mind. There are so many celebrities. I am. Qin Yu guessed Tao Tu's thoughts, but did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Tao Tu subconsciously clenched the scabbard in his hand. However, before she could react, the old man on the high platform started shouting again. Okay, there are only 3 items left in the next auction. In addition to the 2 animal devil fruits at the bottom of the box, there is also a strange, bear man. This bear man not only speaks human language, but also knows some boxing skills. Most importantly, it is a little cute. If you auction it back, there may be unexpected surprises. As the old man's voice fell, several big men quickly came on stage with an iron cage. The thick silver-white fat body inside, as well as the cute expression, made the pirates in the field confused. They are all vicious pirates, and everyone's hands are full of blood. If you want to find a crew member or a mount, you should also find a fierce one. An existence that can increase your face, right? Now find a cute bear man on the ship, then it feels like it will become a circus. Ahem, time is running out, let's get started. This cute bear man, the starting price is 100,000 Baileys, each bid is 50,000. Feeling the awkward atmosphere in the venue, the old man couldn't help but cough dryly and started the auction immediately. In fact, this is also a common routine used by the auction house. First, put a cheap product before the final product to attract a little popularity. Wait a minute, when the final product comes on stage, it will usher in a small peak of rebound. However, as the old words faded, there was no sound of bidding in the huge venue. Let the venue fall into an inexplicable silence. Failed to sell? The old man's face was a little embarrassed. In normal auctions, there are nobles, royal families, and celestial dragons. This strange species can at least be auctioned for a good price. Now after the skeleton demon's commotion, the number one auction house was directly wiped out. Even the celestial dragons were beheaded in public. Who would dare to come to join in the fun at this critical juncture? It can be said that if there were no two devil fruits, there would probably be no pirates. Seeing that no one was bidding, the old man hesitated for a moment and was about to take the product off the market when a voice suddenly came out. My ship just needs a mascot. I want this bear man for 150,000 Baileys. Qin Yu raised his hand to show his attitude. As soon as he said this, many people in the field looked at Qin Yu. Facing the powerful scene of killing the jackal just now, no one wanted it, let alone this bear man. Even if someone was bidding, I'm afraid they would have to leave the market obediently in front of Qin Yu. Captain, my good captain, someone finally bought me. I'm going to starve. The white bear bit his collar and cried pitifully. The old man at the auction was startled. Looking at the still silent scene, he could not care too much. He sighed and announced directly, "Congratulations to this sir for getting a special bear man. This is the controller of its explosive collar. Sir, don't be deceived by its cute appearance. It will knock you out and run away when you are not paying attention." The old man signaled the guard to hand the controller to Qin Yu. To make the slave completely convinced, the most basic way is to control it with an explosive collar. However, looking at the white bear who suddenly fell silent, Qin Yu said lightly, "Let it out." "Release it here?" The guard was startled. "Asshole, do you doubt the strength and deterrence of the sir? Do it!" The old man shouted in a hurry. He didn't know why Qin Yu did this. But he knew clearly that as a strong man, he hated to explain and others didn't do what he said. "No. No." The guard hurried forward and opened the cage. Looking at the white bear who walked out of the cage, nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, like an iron tower, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Lower your head." The inexplicable order made the white bear startled at first, and then he said in a deep voice, "You promised me that you needed a mascot, so don't play with me casually, otherwise." "Humph. I know Kung Fu." Seeing the white bear do the golden rooster stand, Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Outsiders may not know the origin of this guy, but Qin Yu knows it clearly. This is one of the supernovas in the original work, the captain of the Heart Pirates, known as the Death Surgeon, and a member of the crew of Trafalgar Law. Popo of the Fur Tribe. However, due to Qin Yu's intrusion and the timeline that is 2 years ahead of schedule, Qin Yu encountered it first. As a rare race in One Piece, it also has the killer move of Moon Lion. The strength and value of the Fur Tribe are still very good. If I hadn't met it, it would be fine. Now that I have the chance to meet it, Qin Yu will certainly not let this mascot go. "You, why are you looking at my neck? Be careful of my fist." Popo was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted. However, before he finished speaking, his eyes blurred. The figure that he had locked in his eyes had already disappeared. When he came back to his senses again, that familiar smell had appeared behind him. Too fast. Bibo was stunned. It had been in the backstage just now and had no idea what was happening in the front stage. Now facing Qin Yu's ghostly speed, the two big guys on Zou appeared in his mind. This time, he hit a wall. Chapter 638, A shortcut to improve realism. The sudden scene made many people in the field change their faces drastically. Looking at Qin Yu, who appeared behind Bibo like a ghost, they didn't wait for them to react. Qin Yu made another move. His right hand reached out like lightning and instantly he grabbed the explosive collar on Bibo's neck and yanked it. Puff! The collar was torn off and thrown out by Qin Yu. It just reached the mid-air, and the next moment it exploded in front of everyone. Bang! The thunderous explosion shook the entire auction hall violently. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, thousands of eyes fell on Qin Yu. Looking at the intact Bibo, they showed an expression of disbelief. In their eyes, the explosive collar is the most powerful weapon to control slaves. As long as they hold a controller, no matter how the slaves struggle, they should not be able to break free. However, the means Qin Yu showed now overturned all this. The method of ripping the collar with brute force is actually several points faster than the explosion. This is taking advantage of the collar's inattention and backhanding a KO. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene is real? Okay, from now on you are free. Qin Yu glanced at the stunned Bibo calmly and said, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you have nowhere to go, you can choose to follow me on the ship to study. Bibo was stunned. After sneaking out of Zou, he met pirates. Because he was too naive, he was deceived and sold to human traffickers. Originally, I thought that I would have to live with that thing that often discharges electricity in the future. I never thought that I would be freed as soon as it was auctioned off. At this moment, Bibo looked at Qin Yu's cold and cool expression, and tears rolled in his eyes. This fucking horse is more kind than his bear father and bear mother. Removing the explosive collar with bare hands, this speed and means are indeed as rumored, it is worth a fight. Dao Tu glanced at Qin Yu and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ahem, everyone, I didn't expect that this lord would show you another episode. The old man on the stage couldn't help twitching his cheeks. Looking at Qin Yu, who killed someone just because of a disagreement and used a bounty to pay for it. Now, he took advantage of the slave's collar and directly pulled it off. For their auction house, it was simply a slap in the face. However, after witnessing Qin Yu's cruel methods with their own eyes, they didn't want to die unclearly, so they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Seeing that the pirates in the field were attracted back, the old man also struck while the iron was hot and shouted in a hurry, next, we will have the last devil fruit auction. These 2 devil fruits were sent by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, King Dressrosa, the head of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. I hope everyone can bid enthusiastically. At this point, the old man paused and said, I forgot to tell you that whoever can bid for these 2 devil fruits will have the opportunity to become a member of the Don Quixote family once they step into the new world. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be full of temptation, echoing in the huge auction house for a long time and could not be dispersed. In the face of this speech, it can be said that it is a very clever skill. The pirates present who can reach the Sabayati archipelago are all somewhat powerful and extremely vicious. Faced with the temptation of 2 devil fruits, some guys who put their heads on their belts. I am afraid that they will not have any scruples and will snatch them. Now it is shown that these 2 devil fruits were sent by the 7 warlords of the sea for auction, which can not only deter people with ulterior motives. It can also increase the competition for the auction and further increase the price through the elusive opportunity of becoming a member of the Don Quixote family. It can be said that this method is completely like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the animal type is slightly inferior to the natural type and the superhuman type among the devil fruits, it belongs to the 3rd-tier fruit. It is also the most common type. But for these pirates who are like big country people coming to the city, it is also a fatal temptation. Watching the 2 burly men sending a car with 2 strange patterned fruits to the auction house, Qin Yu found that Dao Tu's beautiful eyes also lit up. It seems that Dao Tu, as a candidate for the admiral, is still very concerned about the devil fruit. Ding dang, the energy of the devil fruit is detected. The host can use the devil fruit to increase the realism of the character template. The long-lost ethereal voice of the system emerged in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. After coming to this world, Qin Yu also tried various methods to increase the fidelity of the character template. But with the increase of his own strength, the fidelity of the character templates of Bone King and Laxus has increased to more than 60. Instead, this shortcut method was ignored. However, this cannot be blamed on Qin Yu. The rarity of devil fruits is so rare that even Luffy in the original work, who ran from the East China Sea to the New World and Wano country, could not encounter half of them. Only the world government and Doflamingo, who have large intelligence networks and power veins, can encounter one or two from time to time. If the system does not remind him now, Qin Yu would have forgotten this. Okay, these two devil fruits, after being confirmed by the people of the Don Quixote family, one of them is 100% animal type rhinoceros fruit, and the other one, according to the pattern calculation, is 80% animal type turkey. The old man explained again. According to the experience of our predecessors, these two fruits, one is a power type, and the other is an agility type. They are rare treasures for you all. The auction will start now. The reserve price is 100 million. Each bid must not be less than 50 million. 100 million? As soon as these words fell, the scene was in an uproar. For these pirates who pinned their heads on their belts, there was a little treasure accumulation. But not everyone could kill the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were not so many pirates with a bounty of over 100 million walking around the streets. Even if they really appeared, for them, killing or being killed in return, that was a completely different story. Counting the huge fleet expenses of dozens or even hundreds of people, the remaining treasures were very few. Now that the price was over 100 million at the beginning, for 80% of the ambitious pirates, there was no hope. They couldn't rob, and they were not qualified to bid. The only thing they could do was to stare at them. However, facing the temptation of the devil fruit, many pirates took the lead. 150 million, my tiger pirates want the rhino fruit, I hope everyone will give me face and give me this fruit. Chapter 639 Divine Devil Fruit. 150 million? Looking at the captain of the tiger pirates who was the first to bid, he was even more shameless and asked for face in public. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. But many powerful pirates, after taking a closer look at this short captain, showed a disdainful expression and raised their hands coldly. 200 million Baileys, I want this rhino fruit. 250 million Baileys, my oolong pirates want it. 300 million, my blood dragon eye pirates want it. 350 million, this rhino fruit, my skull pirates want it. The shouts suddenly sounded like thunder, one after another. The increase of 50 million made the pirates who were ambitious but did not have time to bid back. In particular, the captain of the tiger pirates, who had just asked for face, stiffened his face. Standing there, he could not get off the stage. Seeing that the animal-type devil fruit, which was originally worth hundreds of millions, had soared to 500 million in an instant under the crazy snatch, Qin Yu frowned and looked at Dao Tu who was biting her red lips. As a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy, she even possessed the great sword Jin Kun Luo. Qin Yu believed that Dao Tu was definitely a great swordsman. However, to truly become an admiral, unless one's strength can reach the level of Hawkeye, who is known as the supreme great swordsman, and through his own strength, he can transform the great sword Jin Kun Luo into a real black sword. Then Dao Tu will have the qualifications to be promoted to the ranks of admirals of the Navy. Of course, becoming the supreme great swordsman is the path that Dao Tu has been working hard on, but not everyone is as lucky as Red Hair and Hawkeye. What's more, women's physical advantages are not as good as men's. Even Kuina, who has been worried about this problem since she was a child. It can be said that Dao Tu still has a long way to go to become a supreme swordsman. However, in addition to this method, Dao Tu has a faster shortcut. It is to imitate the three admirals, obtain devil fruits, and develop fruit abilities to accelerate the improvement of her own strength. Moreover, once she has the fruit ability, Dao Tu's disadvantages as a woman will be infinitely reduced. Let her qualify to become a general in a short time. It is precisely for this reason that Dao Tu did not rush to fight Laxus when she saw Qin Yu, but waited for the devil fruit auction. It was to see if she could find a devil fruit that suited her in this rare fruit auction. It's a pity that the two fruits in front of her undoubtedly disappointed her. It's not a natural system, nor a superhuman system. In the animal system, it's still a rhino and a turkey. For a woman who loves beauty, this is hard to accept. What's wrong? Can't you choose? Qin Yu asked with a smile. In fact, for the two character templates of Bone King and Laxus with more than 60%, the realism that a devil fruit can increase is probably only a few points. Instead, I want to see how Dao Tu will choose between these two devil fruits. Facing Qin Yu's ridicule, Dao Tu glared at him, and then looked at the other turkey fruit that had not been filmed yet, as if she was deflated. Compared with the rhino fruit, only the remaining turkey fruit is slightly suitable for her. What's more, if this fruit can be taken, she returned to the Navy headquarters and could more easily exchange other types of fruits from other people through barter. This is also a common method in the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Looking at Daotu, who seemed to have made up her mind, Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. I never thought that the Navy goddess who always loves beauty would also lower herself to accept the turkey fruit. Oh, Bone King seems to have identification magic. Qin Yu suddenly remembered an important thing. Bone King is a boss in a game world and also the guild leader, so he has the magic to identify weapons. Qin Yu didn't know whether this magic could be used universally. Perhaps there was no way to use this magic to learn the details of the devil fruit in this world. However, in the old man's introduction, except for the rhinoceros fruit, which was 100% certain, the turkey fruit was only measured by approximation. Although, in the Don Quixote family, there is definitely a devil fruit illustration. As the leader of an underground merchant, he would not be vague and let the precious devil fruit be slipped away under his nose. However, thinking that the Bone King has this devil fruit ability, Qin Yu still plans to borrow it. When he thought of this, Qin Yu's mind moved, and he directly controlled the magic power across the template. In Laxus's current state, he cannot use magic above level 7, or even super level magic. This does not prevent Qin Yu from using the monster treasure book of only level 5. Feeling the magic power surging in his body, which is constantly increasing, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the 2 devil fruits. Level 5 Magic Monster Treasure Book. Dang! The obscure magic power fluctuations bloomed in Qin Yu's hands hidden under the cloak. The world that was originally clear in his eyes suddenly became a bit like a game interface, a sight like a treasure appraisal. Within the range of his eyes, some strange energy fluctuations were all taken in. Rare level. The identification information emerged in Qin Yu's mind. He subconsciously looked at Daotu, and the first thing he saw was the Jin Kun Luo in her hand. If Jin Kun Luo is the level of rarity, then what about the devil fruit? Qin Yu subconsciously looked up at the high platform. According to the template memory of the Bone King, above rare is the divine product. Below is bronze, silver, and gold. According to this standard, it may not be possible to know the type of fruit, but the value can also be distinguished by the level of the fruit. Gold level. Qin Yu took a look at the rhinoceros fruit and raised his eyebrows. Soon, another piece of information jumped into his mind, but made his expression change slightly. Divine level. Qin Yu looked at the turkey fruit that had not yet been auctioned, and seemed a little surprised. According to the old man, this turkey fruit should belong to the same level as the rhinoceros fruit. Otherwise, it would not be sent out for auction by the Don Quixote family. Now, through the identification magic of the Bone King, the rarity level of this fruit is displayed at the divine level. If measured by Qin Yu's understanding, the rarest natural devil fruit is a divine product, then most of the superhuman system is rare, and some special ones can reach the divine level. Then among the devil fruits, the animal fruit at the 3rd level is gold. The only possibility to reach the level of the divine fruit. The devil fruit that has not yet been auctioned is not an ordinary animal fruit, it may be a fantasy animal type in the animal fruit. Chapter 640 Not even a man. Divine devil fruit. Qin Yu looked at the last fruit and Daotu biting her red lips, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. Congratulations, the captain of the Skull Pirates, 600 million Baileys, won this rhinoceros fruit and the qualification to become a member of the Don Quixote family. The old man's shouting sounded again, pulling Qin Yu's thoughts back. Looking at the animal devil fruit that was originally worth only about 300 million, after various auction methods and the blessing of the halo, it doubled in an instant. This result is simply a kind of astonishing feeling. However, the old man, who put profit above all else, obviously didn't care about this. He slammed the gavel in his hand and shouted again. Then, the next item to be auctioned is the final item and the finale. The reserve price is also 100 million Baileys of turkey fruit. Please bid enthusiastically. This is the last way and shortcut to survive in the new world. Now, start the auction. The shouting echoed throughout the auction house. The atmosphere that had just cooled down was mobilized again. In particular, hearing the last chants and these words. It touched everyone's nerves. Many pirates who had potential ambitions for devil fruits were directly ignited. A pirate standing in front of the door raised his hand first to bid. However, before he could open his mouth, a thunderous sound of heavy blows came from outside the door. Bang! The huge mace swept across the door. The powerful impact rolled back like a frenzy. The pirate who was standing in front of the gate, raising his hand to bid, and offering a reward of 90 million, was instantly turned into a meat paste. It splashed like a rainstorm. Some pirates who were slightly closer were even affected by the huge mace. The seemingly strong arms, thighs, and even the body. Under this shoulder-to-shoulder attack, they were directly torn apart like paper. In an instant, large pieces of blood and flesh poured down like a rainstorm, directly covering most of the auction house. The fierce gale swept the whole venue. The sudden scene startled everyone in the venue. Smoker, who turned into white mist and came to Qin Yu's side with Anne, also hurriedly looked at the broken gate. Why did this guy come to the Sabayati archipelago? Dao Tu stood up suddenly, looking at the entrance. The pupils of her beautiful eyes couldn't help shrinking. Yes, it's Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates. Someone exclaimed, breaking the silence. Some pirates who were a little closer couldn't help but quickly retreat with their pupils contracted, making way. In their eyes, a bounty of 100 million is already unattainable. At the moment, Jack has a bounty of 1 billion. The most important thing is that he has the title of one of the 3 major forces of the Beast's pirates. This is enough for him to walk sideways in the Sabayati archipelago. Humph, this woman has hindered me for most of the time and made me late. Jack's face sank, his eyes fell on the high platform and said, these 2 devil fruits are wanted by our Beast's pirates. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, it is equivalent to declaring war on our Beast's pirates. I will immediately crush him to death like the navy in my hands. Navy? Dao Tu's expression suddenly changed. Her task was to monitor the actions of Kaido, the captain of the Beast's pirates, and the 3 disasters. I thought that Jack, one of the 3 disasters, happened to come to the vicinity of the Sabayati archipelago this time, so that she could find an opportunity to sneak onto the island to complete her private affairs. I never thought that Jack, the drought disaster, also came for the devil fruit. Moreover, he had a conflict with his own people. Looking at Jack's other hand, the clenched Navy general who was extremely embarrassed, it turned out to be Tina, a newcomer who was transferred to the team during this period, and his face changed drastically. Damn guy, let him go. Dao Tu's pretty face turned cold, and she shouted in a hurry. As soon as she stepped down, the whole person passed through the dense crowd like a sharp arrow. The distance of 100 meters was shortened in just 1 or 2 breaths under her high-speed movement. The Jin Kun Luo clenched in her right hand, with the stern sound of the sword, was unsheathed in an instant, and chopped directly at Jack's left hand. The sudden scene made the people in the field change their expressions drastically. In their eyes, Jack is one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. This title alone is enough to scare people, let alone take action. At this moment, the woman in the cloak attacked like crazy, completely subverting their cognition. Haha, how can I let you take action against our Lord Jack as soon as I appear? You'd better get through me first. A teasing laugh suddenly sounded. A black shadow flashed quickly behind Jack and finally blocked Dao Tu in front of him. Bang! The dull collision sound echoed, and the 2 sharp blades that chopped together without any loss of chance rolled back a fierce gust of wind, directly flipping Dao Tu's cloak. Looking at the angry face hiding under the cloak, the audience was shocked. Most of them gasped. You are Vice Admiral Dao Tu? It turns out that you are a annoying fly. Jack's face sank, and he said, you have been in Wano country and followed me here. I originally planned to catch you and give you to Kaido as a gift, but I didn't expect to meet this weak guy. But now that I meet you, this guy is useless. As soon as the voice fell, Jack's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and the huge hand that was originally holding the rope suddenly opened down, intending to catch Tina. Looking at the extraordinary figure in the palm as big as a millstone, if this really pinched Tina, I am afraid that she would be instantly killed in her weakness. Tina! Dao Tu called out anxiously. However, the 2 cotters who followed Jack in front of her obviously had no intention of letting her break through. Looking at Tina, who was originally unconscious and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, Dao Tu suddenly woke up and roared, Laxus, please help me. The unexpected words of help made many people in the field stunned. In their eyes, Dao Tu was a vice admiral of the navy. The person who could make her ask for help in person, the only thing that appeared in their minds was the young man who showed terrifying strength with a horrified glance. I say, turning a blind eye to a woman's request for help is a scumbag. Qin Yu smiled warmly. With a sudden press of his right hand in the air, the violent lightning exploded like a frenzy. Lightning! Bang! The sound of air tearing suddenly sounded. The two cotters who stopped Daoto were stunned at first, and were about to free their hands to stop Qin Yu. The next moment, the golden light had passed through them like a thread and appeared in front of Jack. The teasing and light voice suddenly fell into my ears. I say, if you attack a woman, you can't even be called a man. Chapter 641 Crushed with one hand. The huge auction house fell into silence. Looking at Qin Yu who suddenly attacked, he couldn't react. If Daoto is a vice admiral of the navy, it is normal for her to rescue people. However, in the eyes of these pirates, Qin Yu obviously has nothing to do with the navy. Facing one of the four emperors, the three major cotters of Kaido, the king of beasts, his behavior is undoubtedly seeking death. You bastard, you dare to hinder me, die. Jack's face sank, and he angrily waved the huge wolf-toothed club in his hand. The sound of breaking through the air was like thunder. At a close distance, he instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu. The sudden scene made the expressions of the people in the field change drastically. Jack's brutal appearance just now smashed dozens of people into pieces in an instant. The power and speed of this angry blow were undoubtedly improved by several levels. If this blow landed, ordinary people would definitely be killed instantly. Most importantly, in their eyes, Qin Yu also killed the jackal with a bounty of over 100 million. However, he was good at swordsmanship, and now he gave up his strengths and fought with his bare hands. It's good to be a hero, but if you are not careful, you may die. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The violent air waves turned into a hurricane and rolled back. The huge auction house was like a Category 12 hurricane. Many people were directly overturned. Including the old man standing on the high platform, who was in charge of the auction, stumbled and fell to the ground. With Qin Yu as the center, everything within a radius of more than 10 meters could not withstand this impact. Like paper, it broke into pieces, and the debris flew all over the sky. Some people who were a little slower to dodge were directly stabbed into a hornet's nest. Daoto, who was slightly closer, and the two cotters who followed Jack were the first to fly backwards for dozens of meters before they stood firm in the ruins. Lieutenant General Daoto, are you okay? Ayan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, holding a short knife. However, looking at her slightly trembling wrist, Daoto raised her eyebrows and said, are you Anne, the new Navy recruit who has been training on the ship in the gambling war that has been widely rumored in the Navy headquarters for a short time? Is this your first time participating in actual combat? Try not to be interfered with later. Now let's take a look at the situation of Laxus and Jack and provide support at any time. That guy is a madman who is not easy to deal with. Daoto has not been stationed in the Navy headquarters for a long time, but at her level, she already has her own intelligence system. How could she not know about the gambling war between the Marshal and the Admiral that happened in the Navy headquarters? Qin Yu dared to take on the gambling war proposed by Akainu, and was shocked. However, when she thought about the enemy she faced this time, Jack, one of the three disasters under the command of Kaido, the Beast, with a bounty of 1 billion. Daoto's heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible big hand. After all this was caused by her. Haha, Lieutenant General Daoto, just stay here and watch Jack beat that unknown guy into a pulp. A playful laugh suddenly sounded. As the strongest cotters under Drought Jack, Sip's Head and Jinrami took the lead to stop Daoto. However, as soon as these words came out, what came into view was the shocked expressions on Daoto and others' faces. Without time to think about it, Sip's Head and Jinrami hurriedly looked back. The dust in the sky dissipated with the reverberating strong wind. Two bodies of different sizes first came into view. The wolf-toothed giant club, which was full of barbs and looked extremely ferocious, was blocked by a hand covered with black ink and armed color domineering aura 1 foot away from Qin Yu. The warm smile on his face, which was as light as understatement, was even more touching. Jack, are you tickling me? Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. The moment the muscles of the 5 fingers of the right hand were tensed, the violent breath exploded like a frenzy. Flowing cherry black thunder dragon breath. The violent lightning and the armed color domineering flow cherry were wildly mixed. The next moment, the 5 fingers were like sharp dragon claws, and they suddenly clenched. Boom! The seemingly indestructible giant wolf-tooth club, at this moment, was like paper, and it cracked. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, it exploded like thunder. Bang! Endless debris splashed like a rainstorm. The huge wolf-tooth club was crushed in full view of the crowd. Seeing such a fierce scene, the people present subconsciously swallowed their saliva and looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. Crushing the mace with bare hands. That's not as simple as crushing an egg with bare hands. Most importantly, in their eyes, it was even more difficult to accept that Qin Yu already possessed a swordsmanship that was so powerful that he could instantly kill a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. He could even crush the mace with his bare hands. With this kind of strength of both sword and body cultivation, how could anyone survive? You bastard, you're looking for death. Jack was startled at first, and then roared angrily. He swung the half-broken mace tightly in his right hand again, intending to smash it head-on. Looking at Jack, who was using the same old trick, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Jack, do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me? Catching a woman to fight, this is the reason why you've been single all your life." Bang! The huge mace instantly smashed into nothingness. Endless lightning flashed past the attack and appeared in front of Jack first. The next moment, Qin Yu's figure appeared again, and a dragon roar came out of his body. The moment the spider web-like dragon scale pattern covered his body, the figure, which was originally more than 2 meters tall, suddenly grew several points again, and the bulging muscles gave people a feeling like a rock. With both hands clenched suddenly, the violent lightning gathered crazily. The next moment, it suddenly smashed down on Jack's head. Dragon Slayer Secret Thunder Dragon Jaw. Boom! The violent explosion sounded like thunder. The endless lightning gave people a posture of holding a huge weight, instantly covering Jack. Under the huge impact, Jack's huge body, like a hill, fell heavily to the ground. The ruins under his feet were even more unbearable and broke apart like a spider web. Tina, who had clenched her left hand, was thrown out directly. Hearing the whistling wind in her ears, she had not had time to react before she crashed into someone else's arms. "Is it you?" Tina suddenly woke up, looking at the tough face with clear contours, and couldn't react for a moment. "What's wrong? This is not the time to be a fangirl. Come down quickly. Jack is a monster. He is an ancient animal species. He is not so easy to defeat." Doutu rolled her eyes and urged. As the main naval commander responsible for chasing the beast's pirates, he is very clear about Jack's characteristics. Chapter 642 Have I ever been afraid of the beast's pirates? Ah! Tina's cheeks turned red. He glanced at Smoker standing beside Doutu, and quickly turned over and fell to the ground. "Vice Admiral Doutu, stop making fun of me." Tina hurriedly came back to her senses and retorted, "I don't think Vice Admiral Doutu is interested in Lord Laxus, and he won't sneak out of the fleet and run here alone. Just now, I contacted Vice Admiral Crane. You will find an excuse to explain later." "What?" Doutu glared at Tina, who was full of arrogance, and said, "You guy, you really can't be tamed. I will definitely transfer you away when I return to the headquarters." Looking at the two people playing, Qin Yu didn't take it to heart. As one of the few female generals in the Navy headquarters, their relationship is often better than others. As for Doutu's threat to transfer Tina, it is probably because she left without permission this time and let Tina fall into Jack's hands, so she felt guilty. What's more, chasing and monitoring the 4 emperors is a mission of life and death. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. If Jack is not coming for the animal-type devil fruit this time. At the same time, Qin Yu will help. I am afraid that if Doutu is alone, Tina will definitely die. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind, and he subconsciously glanced at the 2 devil fruits on the platform. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Scatter quickly!" Scatter? Doutu and others were stunned. The next moment, the dust covering Jack stagnated for a moment. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded like thunder. A huge body like a hill quickly emerged in the eyes of everyone. 2 front feet like iron towers stomped down with a heavy posture. Ryu Sakura Black Wave Impact. Boom! When the 2 feet landed, the whole auction hall seemed to be in an earthquake. The violent impact force, like a galloping horse, tore the rock layer and ground, and hit Qin Yu across the sky. The speed was so fast that it instantly crossed dozens of meters. Wherever it passed, whether it was people or other objects, they were directly torn into pieces like paper. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu did not take it hard. With a flick of his body, he moved directly to dozens of meters away. The shock wave that lost its target, but still had the remaining power and crashed into the auction table. The sudden scene made the old man in the auction house change his expression instantly. It was just that if he wanted to escape alone, it would be too late. Bang! The huge platform was instantly shattered, and the old man who blocked the shock wave turned directly into a blood mist. However, facing such a bloody scene, the pirates who escaped the disaster turned their eyes in unison and locked onto the 2 devil fruits that were thrown away. Hurry up and grab them! I don't know who exclaimed, which directly detonated the situation. In their eyes, no matter who is behind the number 2 auction house. In this chaotic situation, there is only one definition. No one is responsible for the crime. Damn guy, whoever dares to steal my things is against the beast's pirates. No matter where you run to, you will die. Jack, who turned into a mammoth, rolled up and down like a whip, and roared angrily. The pirates who rushed out first, at this moment, seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, and suddenly stopped. Looking at the 2 devil fruits flying in the void, in addition to the hot face, there is more pity and fear. In the first half of the Grand Line, they were indeed able to dominate the world and be regarded as a great pirate. However, once they set foot in the New World and faced the beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors, let alone the existence of a younger brother, there is no chance to pretend to be a grandson. If a cotter is released at random, they may be wiped out. The devil fruit at your fingertips is very tempting, but at least you need to have a life to enjoy it. Looking at the pirates who stopped one after another, Dao Tu's face flashed a trace of hesitation. A streak of lightning, like a long rainbow, took the first step to take the 2 devil fruits into his hands. Seeing Qin Yu's condensed figure again, the expressions of the people in the field changed drastically. Facing, Jack brought out the title of the Beast Pirates. Qin Yu still dared to act like this, that was a slap in the face in public. Okay, very good, what an unknown person, dare to rob the things that belong to the Beast Pirates, now give you 2 choices. Jack's eyes widened, and he roared angrily. 1. Hand over the devil fruit, follow me back to the Beast Pirates, and wait for the disposal of Kaido boss. 2. It's death. The roaring roar like thunder echoed in the already dilapidated auction house, and there was no way to dissipate for a long time. It gives people an inexplicable and fascinating taste. Qin Yu took the 2 devil fruits backhandedly, and put them into the system space like a magic trick, and said with a warm smile, Jack, when you say this, aren't you shy? Have I ever been afraid of the beast's pirates? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have taken action just now. The small voice, at this moment, was like a heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. Looking at Qin Yu with a nonchalant face, those words were simply perfect. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have taken action just now. Ding dang, the object devil fruit is detected, whether the host will recycle it immediately. The light reminder sound of the system suddenly sounded. Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking of the fruit identification just now. The realism of the 2 character templates he has now increased to more than 60%. It is the first time to try to use the devil fruit for strengthening, and the effect is still unknown. Trade, however, if he did so, he would probably waste the natural resources. Moreover, after the skill appraisal of the Bone King, the original turkey fruit was obviously not as simple as it seemed. At least it could be an ancient species, or even a rare mythical beast species. If he really wanted to try, the only way was to use the rhino fruit. Ding dang, does the host want to recycle the devil fruit immediately? The system's prompt sounded again. Qin Yu frowned, and a trace of determination flashed in the depths of his pupils. Now he was going to use Laxus's character template to act as a recruit instructor. Whether facing the Navy headquarters or the challenges on the sea, Qin Yu had to improve Laxus's strength in a short period of time. Recycling the devil fruit now was undoubtedly a shortcut. When he thought of this, Qin Yu's mind moved and he gave the order directly. Recover the rhino fruit immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, the rhino fruit has been recovered successfully. The host has recovered the devil fruit for the first time and has obtained a 20% character template bonus. The current fidelity of Laxus character template has reached 82%, and he has obtained Chapter 643 Thunder Dragon King Mode. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Dragon King Mode. The ethereal prompt of the system flashed through Qin Yu's mind again. A complex stream of information, under the rapid infusion, everything about the Thunder Dragon King Mode became clearer and clearer. Laxus, be careful. Dao Tu's cry suddenly sounded. She was surprised to see Qin Yu's backhand method of changing the devil fruit out of thin air. But in this situation, she couldn't think too much. Facing Laxus's provocation against the beast's pirates, this was undoubtedly a self-inflicted disaster. Moreover, it was her cry for help that led to all this. Roar! With a violent roar, Jack seemed to be in a rampage. 4 hooves like giant pillars stomped down on the ground, and the black armament haki swept over his body. You arrogant bastard, dare to challenge the majesty of the beast's pirates, die! Ryu Sakura Black Flow Mammoth Charge. Bang! Both feet slammed into the ground, and the huge impact was like a tidal wave rolling back. That huge body like a hill, like a ghost, tore through the air, spanned hundreds of meters, and appeared in front of Qin Yu. The speed was so fast that it seemed that the clumsy and huge body was not a burden at all. The 2 fangs, about several meters long, covered with armament haki, gave people a sense of invincibility. With the extreme sprint speed, it stabbed directly at Qin Yu's chest with a posture that was like tearing through the air. If this attack really hits, it will definitely give people a feeling of being penetrated. However, facing all this, Qin Yu who came into view seemed to be stunned, and did not react at all. Looking at the fangs covered with armed color domineering that were advancing quickly, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! The thunder-like collision sound directly detonated. Under the violent air wave, the tyrannical shock wave directly crushed. With the 2 as the center, everything within a radius of 100 meters was directly shattered by the internal air wave. Some pirates who were inferior in strength and escaped a little slower had their hearts shattered directly, bleeding from 7 orifices and died. All objects along the way were even more forcibly smashed. The huge square has long been unrecognizable. One after another, the broken cracks spread like a spider web. However, in the face of all this, the sky-high sand and dust are the most touching. This scene is completely different from the initial fight. He used the power of the devil fruit, which is a rare ancient mammoth fruit. He pushed the armed color domineering to the extreme, and a casual attack alone was enough to directly shatter a warship. Facing Qin Yu, who was much bigger than him and seemed unable to react at all, the people present were eager to see whether the angry attack from Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates, could kill Qin Yu instantly. No. There is no possibility. You. What are you like? A rapid roar suddenly sounded in the sand and dust. The sound wave rolled back the sand and dust directly. The next moment, the scene in front of him made people's pupils shrink suddenly. The huge body like a hill and the sharp fangs like a spear were caught by a monster with a huge difference in size with one hand. Golden scales covered half of the body, and bat-like wings suddenly opened on the back. The moment he raised his head, a pair of golden pupils flashed a hint of mockery. Looking at the hideous claws and the legs covered with scales, the hideous and abnormal posture shook people's nerves at this moment. Facing this weird scene in front of them, an absurd thought flashed through everyone's mind. This is a devil fruit ability user. Or an extremely rare fantasy beast species. The legendary dragon. No way, you, why do you have an animal fantasy beast devil fruit? Jack's eyes turned in vain and instantly locked onto Qin Yu. He roared with disbelief on his face. In his eyes, this little guy should be easily crushed by him. No. It should be said that his strength is his invincible trump card. However, the boy in front of him, under his unstoppable mammoth attack, only took a few steps back. He even blocked his attack with one hand. This is a complete shame for Jack's simple mind. What's wrong? Is this your pride? Qin Yu smiled warmly. However, the scales all over his body made this smile feel inexplicably creepy. Feeling the endless power in his body, Qin Yu clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly and exhaled a deep breath. His eyes were like torches, and suddenly condensed. An indescribable aura, with Qin Yu as the center, directly penetrated his body. 6 Style Secrets paper-painted martial arts body. Bang! The flowing breath directly filled Qin Yu's body like a balloon. The body, which was originally more than 2 meters long, suddenly swelled to 3 meters. The rapidly bulging muscles were like rocks, full of explosive power. At the moment when Huo Ran raised his head, the black flowing cherry blossoms flowed between his fingers. The crackling violent lightning was like a frenzy, directly detonated. In an instant, the lightning that was madly compressed on the fist was as dazzling as a small sun, and the raging lightning arc stirred the air flowing around, and even the space seemed to be distorted. Feeling this terrifying breath, many people swallowed their saliva subconsciously, and a question flashed in their minds. What would be the consequences if they were hit by this punch? However, As soon as this thought came up, the next moment, Daotu's urgent cry sounded first. Run away! The simple 3 words were spit out, and everyone's nerves were directly plucked. However, everything was undoubtedly too late. Even Jack, who was awakened, was frantically driving his body to escape from the restriction of Qin Yu's left hand. The fist with terrifying power and lightning had already smashed down. Under its horrified eyes, it quickly enlarged. It can be said that at this close distance, this punch undoubtedly transcended the so-called distance and time. Thunder Dragon King Mode Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. The people who were fleeing in a hurry only felt a slight stagnation in the air around them. With the constant roar in their ears, an indescribable explosion burst out from behind. The violent lightning seemed to be transformed into a thunder prison at this moment. It directly enveloped the huge auction house covering tens of thousands of meters. From a distance, it felt like the wrath of Thor. The violent lightning like a dragon quickly splashed and spread around. At this moment, the huge number 1 island was once again strongly shocked after several months. Chapter 644 The Second General Candidate. Boom! The rolling thunder sounded, with a huge wind and air wave rolling back. The violent posture rising into the sky gave people the feeling of a dragon crossing the sky. The leaden clouds accumulated above the 9 heavens were instantly defeated by this terrifying breath. Even if they were outside the port or even on other islands. They were also shocked by what they saw. Island number 13, in the Blackmail Tavern. Xiaoqi looked at the Den Mushi monitoring, couldn't help but spit out a puff of smoke, and a smile appeared on her cheeks. Looking at the old figure who pushed the door open, he smiled and said, "Really, are you really not going to meet this guy first? He caused a big incident on island number 1 again. I think Jack, that idiot, has chosen the wrong opponent." For outsiders, the drought disaster, one of the 3 disasters in the Beast Pirates, is an existence that cannot be provoked. However, as an existence that survived in the Great Pirate Era, Pluto Rayleigh and Poison Widow Xiaoqi are not comparable to Jack's level at all. If you really measure it by the vice-chairman of the Emperor, you must at least reach the level of the head of the 3 disasters, the Flame Disaster Jin. Haha, Xiaoqi, are you really going to drive me out? Rayleigh took off his hat, hung it aside, and took another look at the Den Mushi monitor. Sitting down at the bar, he said, although I don't know what his purpose is, he is now playing the role of an instructor in the Marine recruit camp, which even Zifa covets. If I choose to meet him now, it will only cause more trouble. What's more, I have accepted Whitebeard's commission and am now giving special training to Ace. If I am influenced by that kid and Whitebeard refuses to pay me, I can't accept it. Looking at Rayleigh who has made up his mind, Xiaoqi did not continue to pester him. She took out a glass of rum and handed it over, saying, "But I heard that the boy's philosophy of freedom has even been accepted by Walt. A ship that can carry the voyage of the old times. Rayleigh, you have been in the Sabayati archipelago for so many years, have you ever thought about getting on board again?" Click! The ice cubes collided with the wall of the wine glass, making a crisp echo. Rayleigh's hand froze for a moment, but soon recovered and said with a smile, "Xiaoqi, this is not a question you would ask. Are you tired of seeing this sloppy old man like me and are planning to drive me away? But that guy does give people a different feeling. He is more capable of making trouble than Roger." Looking at Rayleigh who drank the rum in one go and had a long-lost smile on his face, Xiaoqi fell into silence. Looking back at the Den Mushi surveillance screen, the cigarette burned out before he knew it. As for Rayleigh's unique evaluation, was it the same as Roger, the Pirate King? Or was it the same as the legendary rocks? At the port of Island number 1, 2 warships were approaching quickly. Crane stood on the deck, looking at the lightning rising into the sky in the distance, with a hint of levidiety on his face. "Vice Admiral Crane, will Daotu really go to challenge Laxus?" A slightly hunchbacked man with a somewhat wretched face spoke first. For this poor, short, and ugly naval commander, the soldiers on the ship dared not neglect him in the slightest. This was Shaitan, who, like Daotu, was hailed as a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. To have such an honor, in addition to outstanding military exploits, one must also have combat power that is superior to that of ordinary vice admirals. "Vice Admiral Cake, you didn't go back to report the intelligence of the Big Mom pirates, and followed me to the Sabayati archipelago without permission. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by Marshal Sengoku?" He retracted the worry on his face and looked at Shaitan helplessly. She knew clearly that Chitun was not only a candidate for admiral, but also a crazy pursuit of Momosabu. Even someone like he who didn't ask about private matters also learned from gossip that Chitun was rejected by Momosabu at least more than 100 times. Such deeds alone made Chitun a topic of conversation after dinner. Haha, Vice Admiral he, don't worry. I have handed the report to the adjutant. Chitun put his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes and looked at the disintegrating lightning in the distance, and said, what we have to do now is to rush to Vice Admiral Daotu as soon as possible. Although, I firmly believe that Vice Admiral Daotu, who is also called the candidate for admiral like me, can easily defeat that kid, but if he makes Vice Admiral Daotu suffer any grievance, I will definitely let him taste what a gentleman's demeanor is. Looking at Chitun, who was full of nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth, he sighed helplessly. After receiving Tina's report, she immediately rushed to the Navy headquarters. Seeing the warship approaching the shore, he didn't care too much, and jumped and landed directly on the dock. Chitun was not willing to lag behind and followed quickly. He said he was worried about Daotu just now, but he hoped that Daotu could suffer a little at the hands of Qin Yu. At that time, he would be able to defeat Qin Yu with a strong attitude. Then, capture the beauty's heart. Thinking of this, Chitun's footsteps became faster. The two of them went down one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed most of the island and plunged into the open space where auction house number 2 was originally located. The scene that came into view was that the sand and dust rolled back and rushed into the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The auction house number 2, which originally stood here, had already turned into ruins, and the trees within a radius of 10,000 meters were directly broken in half. With the auction house as the center, the cracks that spread like spider webs gave people a shocking feeling. Some broken limbs and debris, as well as severely injured pirates, were lying on the ground in all directions, wailing. The slightly lucky and powerful pirates escaped in time, but they were also injured and looked embarrassed. Looking at this scene that seemed like hell on earth, Chitun and his faces couldn't help but look ugly. You bastard, you didn't behave like a gentleman when fighting with Vice Admiral Momotsuki. You hit him so hard, it's a shame for us men. Chitun clenched his fists suddenly, quickly activated his observation haki, and said with resentment. However, he became more and more excited. Only when the battle was more intense, he could use this place as his stage. In front of Momotsuki, a good performance would be enough to capture the heart of the beauty. However, as soon as this observation haki was unfolded, Chitun's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and looked at the 4 figures rushing out of the dust not far away. After seeing the leader clearly, his expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Momo, you girl, don't you even listen to my orders. Don't forget Laxus's current identity. He is a new instructor in the recruit camp. You fought him without authorization and made a scene in the Sabayati archipelago. How can I explain this to Zhangguo? Chapter 645 Aspiring to be a general. Looking at the crane who suddenly appeared, Daotu and Tina just stood firm and said with a grey face, Sister Crane, why are you here? Tina, you are really fast. When Daotu thought of this crane who was older than herself and was like an enlightenment mentor, she couldn't help but glared at Tina with a headache. Humph, if I hadn't come, you wouldn't know what kind of mess you'd have made. How would I explain it to Zhangguo and Zifa? He snorted coldly and said, Tell me quickly, did you hurt Laxus? When he thought of the 6 styles and the 6 secret manuscripts that Laxus had launched, and the importance of the reform of the Navy headquarters at the moment. If Qin Yu suffered any losses at this critical juncture, he didn't know whether Zhangguo and Zifa would go berserk. Vice Admiral he, don't worry too much. Chitun laughed strangely and said, if Laxus couldn't even block the attack of Vice Admiral Daotu, so he was injured, it would prove his incompetence. If such a person is allowed to join the Navy recruit camp, it would be a mistake for the young people. In Chitun's eyes, anyone who has a relationship with Daotu is an enemy. This can't be blamed on him. Men who are unrequited love are all animals with low emotional intelligence. You are not allowed to say that about Mr. Laxus. Anne suddenly became anxious. However, Smoker quickly stopped her and said, Vice Admiral Chitun, I hope you can first understand the situation before you say this. Mr. Laxus is fighting for the Navy now. Fighting for the Navy? Crane was startled and hurriedly looked at the ruins covered by the sky-high dust, and asked in a hurry, Momo Rabbit, what happened? Aren't you challenging Laxus? Momo Rabbit suddenly woke up and hurriedly clenched the Jing Kun Luo in her hand, saying, "Sister Crane, Laxus is fighting Jack to save the captured Tina. Now that you are here, I am relieved and can go to help him." Jack? The Beast Pirates, one of the three disasters, Drought Jack? The expressions of Crane and Chitun changed drastically, and they hurriedly looked at the battlefield. Originally, they were still thinking about the battle between Daotu and Laxus, and never thought that there would be a powerful person in the Sabayati archipelago. However, as soon as they looked at it, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. In the auction house that collapsed like a ruin, two figures first came into view in the deep pit that looked like a giant bowl. Looking at the monster-like figure, covered with golden scales, like an iron tower. And lying on the ground, half of his body was deeply sunken in the mud pit, and he returned to human form from the ancient mammoth posture. Jack, who had already lost consciousness. The pupils of the people present suddenly contracted, and even their eye sockets couldn't help but crack. Looking at this scene in front of them, their faces were full of disbelief. Defeated. Jack, the drought disaster, one of the three disasters of the so-called 100 Beasts Pirates, who had a bounty of 1 billion, was defeated. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene is true? Is that Laxus? Crane grabbed Daotu's shoulder with one hand and asked urgently, did he defeat Jack alone? Their understanding of Laxus has always remained in the intelligence. He was able to fight against Admiral Aokiji and not lose. He is suspected of killing Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He also has an extraordinary teaching talent. Unfortunately, all this is just talk on paper for the Navy headquarters and most of the Navy generals. There is not enough persuasiveness to convince them. It is precisely for this reason that Daotu appeared and had to challenge Qin Yu to prove himself. At present, Jack, one of the 3 major forces of the Beast Pirates, was defeated head-on. It can undoubtedly prove from the side that the Laxus template displayed by Qin Yu is not simple. It can also better shut up other people. Sister Crane, this was indeed done by Laxus alone. Daotu's pretty face flashed a trace of solemnity, and said, just now, Jack brought Tina, who was taken hostage, into the auction house. I was stopped by 2 devil fruit users of the Beast's Pirates. In a hurry, I asked for help from Lord Laxus. I originally thought that he would have a hard time dealing with Jack's unimaginable brute force, but I didn't expect that Lord Laxus did not show a natural devil fruit, but a thunder dragon form from the animal mythical beast species. Not only does he control thunder, but he also has inhuman strength. He hit Jack hard with a frontal blow. The slightly long voice echoed in the ruins. Feeling the change in Daotu's tone, Crane and Chitun's faces changed drastically, and they looked at Qin Yu with disbelief. They knew clearly that for a woman like Daotu who has a proud character, she would never easily show appreciation and recognition to a man. Even Chitun, who is praised as a candidate for the general. At the same time, he also has strong strength as a backing, and his many courtship confessions were ruthlessly rejected. Facing Momotoji's words, they did not doubt it at all. The young man in front of them, who was valued by Sengoku and Zifa, really killed the 3 strongest fighters of the Beast Pirates in one blow. It can be said that this time their Navy headquarters has picked up a treasure. What's more, after several months, on Island Number 1 where the skeleton demon was making a fuss. If Laxus killed the 3 strongest fighters of the Beast Pirates in the name of the Navy, it can also be regarded as a disguised revenge for their Navy. Animals. His expression changed slightly, and he looked at Qin Yu and said, although it has always been misjudged as a natural devil fruit, the rarity of a magical devil fruit is not less than that of a natural devil fruit. Most importantly, Mr. Laxus has obviously developed the ability of this fruit to a high level, and it may even be awakened. With his understanding of physical skills, his true strength is probably not as simple as 1 + 1, and he may really be able to reach the position of Admiral. The position of Admiral? Daotu and Chitun's faces changed. This comment from he undoubtedly touched their nerves. As a Navy, in addition to the only position of Marshal, Admiral is the ultimate pursuit of most Navy generals. Daotu and Chitun are stuck in the awkward position of Admiral candidate. For the sudden appearance of Laxus, the Dark Horse, they are more dissatisfied. However, now facing this comment from he, Daotu, who has always been proud, has no way to refute it for a while. She bit her red lips slightly, subconsciously looked towards the center of the ruins, and when she met the pair of golden eyes, her soul seemed to tremble. Hey, don't be dazed, this guy is an awakened animal fruit ability user, he was just knocked unconscious by a strong thunder. If he wakes up and goes crazy, I won't care. Chapter 646 Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest. Qin Yu felt his bones falling apart, and he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. In their eyes, this was a mythical beast-type devil fruit, but Qin Yu knew very well that this was a transformation of the Dragon Slayer mode. It can be said that Qin Yu's current form is infinitely close to the Black Dragon King Aknologia. In fairy tale, he is honored as the Dragon King. He is also a human who was cursed to turn into a black dragon after using Dragon Slayer magic many times and was backfired by magic. However, compared with Aknologia, Qin Yu has a system, but he is not worried at all that this power will backfire on himself. Instead, he is a little eager to try, eager to see what level of strength Laxus, the character template, can exert after the realism reaches 100%. Whether he can face Kaido head-on. However, the first time he used the Thunder Dragon King mode, he used the Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist to directly detonate the magic in his body at once. The destructive power caused was indeed considerable, but it was still more than his current body load. His muscles ached all over, and his magic power was almost exhausted. After all, in the original work, even Natsu, who had the aura of a pig's foot, could only barely perform this move 3 times at the beginning. Once this number was exceeded, even his arm would be disabled. It seemed that Qin Yu would not only have to train other people next, but also find a way to try to use the one-button full-level system to max out Laxus Thunder Dragon King mode. Laxus is right. Crane was the first to wake up and shouted in a hurry, Vice Admiral Shaitan, please go back to the port immediately and ask the Navy on board to bring the sea stone handcuffs. In the Beast Pirates, there are some beings with non-human animal-type devil fruit abilities. The 3 calamities have already awakened their fruit abilities. Fortunately, Laxus was able to subdue him. In the original work, Crane was responsible for escorting the defeated Doflamingo back to the Navy headquarters from Dressrosa. On the way, he met Jack, who came to hijack the ship crazily. Facing the escort fleet with Crane, Garp, Sengoku, and Fujitora. Regardless of whether Garp and others let him go, Jack was able to sink into the sea alive. This is enough to prove that his body is perverted, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It can be said that with Jack's perverted meat tank status, he may be defeated, but killing him is more difficult than climbing to the sky. Otherwise, Kaido, the beast, would not have shouted that he wanted to jump off the building and commit suicide every day. He knew that he could not die, but he still talked about suicide. If he really met someone who could kill him, he would have been hiding in that corner. I will go. Shaitan was stunned. But after looking around, there was indeed no one who could run errands except him. Why don't you go quickly? Daoto glanced at Shaitan and said, this is a great military achievement. Shaitan was stunned for a moment, looking at the ruins, with a little unwillingness on his face, but facing such an occasion. Except for him, there is indeed no one suitable for this task. What's more, he can't refuse his goddess. Seeing Shaitan leave, he didn't care too much. With a flash of his body, he quickly crossed the ruins and rushed to Qin Yu. Looking at Jack, who fell to the ground unconscious, half of his body sunk into the ground, he couldn't help but take a breath. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't believe that Jack, who had used the ability of the ancient seed fruit, awakened, and used the armed color domineering, would be defeated. To defeat Jack, who has met these conditions, how powerful must the blow be? Vice Admiral Crane, I advise you to notify Marshal Sengoku first. Qin Yu dispersed the Thunder Dragon King mode, sat down on the broken rock next to him, took a deep breath and said, there were quite a few people from the Beast Pirates who followed Jack just now. What's more, not all the onlookers were killed. I think the news of Jack's defeat will soon reach Kaido's ears. At that time, I think Vice Admiral Crane knows best what the madman will react to. As soon as these words fell, not to mention Crane, even Daoto's face changed drastically. She has been responsible for chasing and monitoring the Beast Pirates for a long time, and she knows clearly Kaido's crazy strength to protect his shortcomings and commit suicide. If he really knew that Jack was caught, he would definitely go berserk. It can be said that Laxus has stirred up a hornet's nest this time. There is sea stone over there. Daoto, you should lock Jack up, lest he suddenly wake up. Qin Yu took a look at the sea stone that had not been packed away in the ruins. Only sea stone could survive the explosion of such a battle. Me? Daoto was stunned. As a goddess of the navy, she also has a competitive attribute. When has she ever been driven like this? Normally, as long as she showed half of her thoughts, others would rush to run errands. Could it be us? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Dao Tu understood directly. There were so many people in the field, except her, all of them were devil fruit users. Humph, you don't know how to be gentle with women at all. Dao Tu glared at Qin Yu, turned around and appeared like a ghost next to the soil where the sea stone was buried. Looking at the unusually well-behaved Dao Tu, he showed a hint of surprise. In her eyes, not long ago, Dao Tu was still clamoring to challenge Qin Yu to see who was more suitable to be a general. Now, not only did they not fight each other, and obeyed his orders. This made he unable to help, and after taking another look at Qin Yu, he quickly took out the emergency den mushi in his hand. Navy headquarters. The huge marshal's office was. Zhang Guo sat down on the chair and sighed heavily. This kid's training plan is really too different. Zifa, hasn't Anne sent the second phase of the training plan yet? Akainu's tossing has made us miss the most precious 3 months. The situation in the sea has changed suddenly, and there is a new threat from the skeleton demon. If possible, Laxus's training plan must be improved to a training suitable for newcomers as soon as possible. Strive to double the strength of the Navy in the shortest time. The slightly long voice echoed in the huge office, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Zifa looked at the den mushi in his hand and couldn't help frowning. When he came, he had instructed that Anne should send back any news first. Now it's almost half a day, and there's still no movement. Is there no second stage of training? Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku is meeting a guest, and needs to report in advance. Please wait a moment. Outside the closed door, there was a hurried voice. Before they could react, the door was pushed open with a bang. Looking at the gloomy face of Akainu, Sengoku and others frowned. Chapter 647 The Secret Agreement Between the Navy and the Four Emperors. Bang! The closed office door was suddenly kicked open. Looking at Akainu who walked in with a gloomy face, Sengoku and others' expressions suddenly darkened. Akainu, is this the attitude of an admiral? You won't even report it. Zifa spoke first. Even as your former teacher, I feel ashamed of your behavior. Shameful? Akainu glanced at Zephyr, snorted coldly, and said, I feel ashamed for you old guys. What are you hiding here to study? A mere little kid has made you old guys obsessed. Have you received intelligence that the fleet of Daotu, which is anchored in the Sabayati archipelago, was attacked by Jack, the drought disaster, one of the 3 disasters under Kaido, who has a bounty of 1 billion. The Navy's Deputy Lieutenant Colonel Tina on board fell into Jack's hands and became a hostage. What? The expressions of the 3 Sengokus changed suddenly, and even Garp, who always disliked being in charge, changed drastically. During this period, the Navy has suffered repeated defeats, including the encounter with the skeleton demon in the First Sea area when encircling Wald not long ago. Their Navy's strength has been severely damaged. Otherwise, there is no urgent need to win over Laxus to inject fresh blood into the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. However, one of the 3 major forces under the Beast's pirates suddenly attacked the Navy fleet. That was a complete nightmare for their Navy. What's wrong? Akainu snorted coldly and said, Don't forget, we have a secret agreement with the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors cannot attack our naval branches and bases at will, and our naval admirals cannot attack their main fleets at will, otherwise it will trigger a war. Originally, Drought Jack attacked the naval fleet, which should have violated this agreement, but Daotu's fleet has been responsible for monitoring the Beast's pirates, so it undoubtedly gave them an excuse to attack. At this point, Akainu's face was a little colder, and he said, What's more, Drought Jack attacked the Daotu fleet, which was rumored to be a candidate for the admiral. The strength should be comparable. If she hadn't slipped out privately, I'm afraid Jack would never succeed. Now Marshal Sengoku, if you want to rescue people, you can only send the admiral, but I still remind you that once the admiral takes action, Kaido will also have an excuse to take action. I want to know if the current naval headquarters can withstand such a toss. The slightly long voice echoed in the office and could not be dispersed for a long time. In the New World, the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors are in a 3-way confrontation. In order to avoid unnecessary fighting, they have tacitly agreed rules in private. Top combat power cannot be used casually. Otherwise, if you kill a few of my ships today, I will go to your branch to commit suicide tomorrow. Then this sea will be completely in chaos, and there will be wars every day. However, there are also special circumstances, such as the confrontation of equal combat power, which will also be regarded as a test and assessment of the strength of both forces. But every time they fight, the damage caused is limited because of the same combat power. It's a pity that this time Naruto left the fleet privately, giving Jack the opportunity to take advantage of the drought, and even letting the Navy generals fall into his hands. If it was in the heyday of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku would have asked the general to come out and teach Jack a lesson. However, at this juncture, any decision will shake the focus of their navy. Sending an admiral might temporarily suppress the situation, but it would undoubtedly irritate the beast's pirates and escalate the situation. For a moment, Sengoku's face darkened, and he felt a sense of frustration that a weak country has no diplomacy. "Do you need me to go there? I'm a vice admiral after all," Garp suggested after stuffing the last piece of senbei into his mouth. However, it soon attracted the contempt of Zephyr and Sengoku, and even Akainu's cheeks twitched. If a dignified naval hero hangs a vice admiral's head, rank, he can attack at will. I am afraid that tomorrow, I don't know how many naval bases will be destroyed by the beast's pirates. What's wrong, Marshal Sengoku? If you delay like this, I think Drought Jack will leave the Sabayati archipelago soon. At that time, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack to rescue the lieutenant colonel. Akainu spoke again coldly. There are only two ways before us. The first is to send people of equal combat power to repel Drought Jack and rescue him. The second is to go to war at all costs and let our navy admirals attack. Seeing Akainu who suddenly became aggressive, Sengoku and Zifa's faces suddenly became ugly. Drought Jack, one of the three major combat forces under the beast's pirates, is a perverted race. Coupled with the ancient species and the awakening of the fruit ability, it is difficult for the vice admirals of the same level to confront him head-on. If a war of attrition is fought, I am afraid that 4 or 5 vice admirals will be exhausted to death by him. Once that time comes, I'm afraid their navy will lose more face. When he thought of this, Zhangguo's head was a little swollen. Moshi Moshi, this is Crane, requesting to contact immediately. The voice of the Den Mushi suddenly sounded, which aroused the nerves of everyone in the field. Looking at the silver Den Mushi that was urgently activated on the desk, Zhangguo raised his eyebrows and quickly dialed it. Crane, we already know what happened in the Sabayati archipelago. We will determine as soon as possible who to send to carry out the recapture plan. As old colleagues, Zhangguo and others knew very well what the relationship between Crane and Mamoto Sajai was. Now that Mamoto Sajai left the fleet privately, punishment is inevitable. However, the priority now is to bring back the captured Tina and avoid triggering a full-scale war with the 4 emperors. Sengoku, you already know. But what recapture plan are you talking about? Now, you should immediately start the emergency plan to deal with the 4 emperors. Jack the Drought, one of the 3 major forces under the beast's pirates, was severely damaged and defeated in the Sabayati archipelago after attacking the Navy headquarters fleet. Now we have temporarily controlled him. Request for immediate support. The hurried voice came out in the Den Mushi. Zifa and others were stunned at first, and then stood up suddenly, showing disbelief on their faces. The moment before, they were still having a headache, how to deal with Jack the Drought and save Tina. Now Tsuru called and told them that Jack had been defeated. They were tossing in vain. The gap between the before and after is a bit too big. Akainu suddenly came to his senses and said hurriedly, Vice Admiral Tsuru, this matter is of great importance. Everyone knows the relationship between Mamoto Sajai and you, but I hope you will not be partial to him and try to protect Mamoto Sajai, otherwise it will ruin the reputation of the Navy. Chapter 648, Kaido was also awakened by the alcohol. Faced with Akainu's questioning, Sengoku, Zifa and others also tightened their nerves. They disagreed with Akainu's style of doing things. But as Akainu said, this matter is of great importance and there is no room for any mistakes. After all, there is a tacit agreement between their navy headquarters and the 4 emperors. If Jack, one of the 3 disasters, can be defeated without using the admiral. For the navy headquarters, it is also a passive move. Vice Admiral Tsuru, don't tell me that as the chief of staff, you secretly took action to make up for Mamoto Sajai. Akainu spoke again. Don't forget the tacit agreement between us and the 4 emperors. You will cause a full-scale war between the 4 emperors and the navy headquarters. The rolling voice revealed an inexplicable urgency. In Akainu's eyes, it is rare to have something involving the 4 emperors. Not only can it let Sengoku, Zephyr and others know the importance of the admiral, Once Sengoku agrees to let the admiral take action, Akainu can also take this opportunity to slightly wash away the bad reputation he has carried in this short period of time. Otherwise, if it weren't for these selfish motives, Akainu would not have rushed here so hurriedly to run errands and pass the message. Akainu, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I know what is more important. Crane retorted in a deep voice. When Vice Admiral Cake and I arrived, Drought Jack had already been defeated by Laxus. Many people in the auction house witnessed this battle with their own eyes. As for the secret agreement, I can be sure that there was no violation at all. Laxus? The people present were stunned for a moment. Sengoku grabbed Denden Mushi and asked anxiously, Tsuru, you said that the person who defeated Jack was Laxus. How could he be involved in this matter? However, if he defeated Jack, then our marine headquarters would not have to worry that Kaido, the madman, would find an excuse to start a full-scale war afterwards. At this point, Sengoku's tense nerves relaxed a little and said, being able to defeat Jack, Laxus really has the potential to become an admiral. The most important thing is that he is now just an instructor in our new recruit camp, not an admiral of the marine headquarters. Based on this identity alone, Kaido can't mess around. Sengoku is right. It seems that we all underestimated Laxus. Being able to defeat Jack, who is thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, is hard to be compared with him among the admirals. It is not an exaggeration to call him a candidate for admiral. Zephyr also laughed and agreed. Looking at the situation that was overturned in an instant, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. Without staying for long, he turned around and left abruptly. Originally, he thought that this was a rare opportunity to make a move, and never thought that he would be intercepted in the middle of the journey. New World. A huge dragon-headed pirate ship was sailing forward through the waves, and the pirate flag hanging on the mast was fluttering in the sea breeze. There were many figures walking back and forth on the huge bow deck. One of them was more than 10 meters tall, like a giant, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Gurgle gurgle. The rapid sound of the Denden Mushi suddenly sounded, breaking the noise on the deck. The huge body sitting on the special chair, with a pair of round eyes, suddenly turned and fell on the Denden Mushi. Burp, who is so inappropriate to disturb this governor from drinking, take my mace, I want to sink him. As the burp came, a drunken and crazy speech came immediately. Hearing this thunderous voice, the cotters on standby on the side tightened their nerves. Compared with the reputation of the 4 emperors, Kaido's bad drinking habits are not inferior at all. Boss Kaido, this is an emergency Denden Mushi communication from Boss Jack. A cotter reported in a hurry after checking it out. Jack? Kaido stood up suddenly, his huge body, and the whole deck was roaring with every step he took. His muscles were like rocks, covered with mysterious patterns like dragon patterns, and the breath he exuded from his gestures was even more fascinating. That old guy has been out to sea for a while. Didn't he say that he would find some gifts for my party? Why did he call me suddenly? Kaido stood firm in his drunken steps and snatched the Denden Mushi. Hey, let Jack get out. If you have any nonsense, say it immediately and don't interfere with my drinking. His huge palm clenched the Denden Mushi tightly. Looking at this scene, many cotters showed helpless worry on their faces. Facing Kaido's huge hand like a millstone, in this drunken state, he had already lost count of how many Denden Mushi he had accidentally crushed. At the moment, Jack was using this emergency Denden Mushi to contact, which must be something important. What if the Denden Mushi was crushed by Kaido, thus delaying important things? Once Kaido wakes up from the alcohol, they will be in trouble. Boss Kaido, something bad has happened. Boss Jack attacked the fleet of the Navy headquarters and took a hostage, but was defeated by an unknown Navy personnel afterwards. That guy has the ability of the animal mythical beast, suspected to be the Thunder Dragon fruit. The hurried and terrified voice came from the Denden Mushi. There was a moment of silence on the huge deck of the ship, and the next moment there was a sound of sucking in cold air. As a member of the Beast Pirates, they certainly knew clearly how powerful the 3 calamities were. However, now someone called and told them that Jack the Drought, one of the 3 strongest fighters with a bounty of 1 billion, was defeated. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. What did you say? Kaido was sobered up from the alcohol and crushed the wine jar in his hand. Under the splash of wine, his black hair moved without wind, and the indescribable breath, while penetrating his body, stirred the airflow rate of the whole world. This fucking woke him up from the alcohol. You are Zeibst, Tell me the whole story, I want to know who is tired of living and dares to attack my people." The thunderous words came out, directly making the world roar. When the last word was uttered, the tyrannical domineering aura rushed straight into the sky like a hurricane. The leaden clouds accumulated in the sky were pierced in an instant. The deck underfoot felt like it was overwhelmed, making a creaking sound of breaking. Feeling this almost rampage scene, the pirates present couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. In particular, looking at the wolf-toothed giant club leaning against the front of the cabin, they showed a horrified expression. They knew clearly that Kaido was very protective of his shortcomings. But at the same time, he went crazy, and even didn't let go of his own people. Chapter 649 Kaido's Decision. Accompanied by the rapid voices from the Den Mushi, it spread across the huge deck. The faces of all the people present changed one after another. When they heard some important notes, they even exclaimed slightly. If it weren't for Kaido's existence, I'm afraid the situation would have been out of control long ago. One blow defeated Jack, one of the three major forces of the Beast Pirates. This was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Boss Kaido, what I said is true. That brat attacked Boss Jack with the power of the mythical beast species and the Thunder Dragon Fruit. Under such circumstances, Boss Jack was defeated. Zeipst explained hurriedly. In his eyes, the only person who can save Jack is Kaido. At the same time, in order to avoid punishment, he must try his best to make this defeat lighter. Enough! Kaido shouted in a deep voice. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched suddenly, and the Den Mushi was crushed. Bang! The fragments and flesh of the Den Mushi splashed out and scattered on the deck. A tear appeared on Kaido's gloomy cheek, and he roared, "Damn brat, dare to fight with the beast's pirates, send me a notice, let that brat named Laxus give within 3 days give me an answer. 1. Join the beast's pirates and become the pillar of my command. 2. I will go to the Sabayati archipelago in person and sink him into the sea." The rolling voices echoed like thunder on the huge deck. In Kaido's eyes, no matter whether he is an enemy or a friend. Unlike Whitebeard who likes to be called Dad, he prefers to collect some animal-type devil fruit ability users. Form the so-called animal fruit ability fleet. Thereby consolidating his rule. Boss Kaido, don't worry, I will immediately let the big news Morgans spread this matter. A cotter hurriedly agreed. At the same time, he kept winking at others. What's wrong with you, is your eyelid cramping? Take my mace and stand in front of me obediently. Kaido's face sank and he shouted angrily. Also, let the Navy headquarters express its position to me and sever its relationship with this so-called Laxus kid, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. For Kaido, Jack's capture is not a big deal. Unless the Navy headquarters really intends to go to war with their beasts pirates, Jack will escape in the end. Right now, what he wants most is Laxus, who has the ability of the mythical beast Thunder Dragon Fruit. In Kaido's eyes, this is a real treasure. As the actions of the Navy headquarters and the beast's pirates unfold, the entire sea is destined to be shaken by the name of Laxus. At the same time, in the Sabayati archipelago, a large number of Navy soldiers who received orders quickly blocked Island Number 1. Even entering the port, no ships are allowed to stay within a radius of several nautical miles. Seeing such a big battle, people traveling in the Sabayati archipelago were alarmed. Teacher Zifa, please go there in person. It really makes the students feel ashamed. Shitun, who was stationed at the port, looked at the slightly old figure standing on the approaching naval ship, and hurried forward to speak. Zifa jumped onto the port and said, "Kaji, I didn't expect that you were as willful as Momosato and came to the Sabayati archipelago without permission. You should also know that Akainu is now a madman who will bite anyone he catches. Momosato will probably be suspended for a period of time when he returns this time." Recalling everything that happened in the office just now, Zifa's temples were still swollen. Among so many students, he didn't like Akainu and Kizaru very much. Now he has repeatedly tripped them up in order to prevent them from recruiting Laxus. Even Zifa was a little unhappy. "Teacher Zifa, do you think Momosato will be suspended when she returns?" Shitun's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he said in a hurry, "It seems that Admiral Akainu has been in a very bad mood during this period. However, I happened to get some good things during this mission, which may make her happy." "Oh, you old boy, you know how to give gifts." Zifa looked at Shitun with interest. For this student, the repeated failures in confession and rejection were known to the entire Navy headquarters. Many people even spread it as a good story. After all, the two were students of the same period, and they were both candidates for admiral. In the eyes of most people, they were a perfect match. More importantly, if Shitun could successfully pursue the goddess of the navy, he would have verified a law in the minds of most losers. A toad can eat swan meat. Ahem, teacher, you can't make fun of me. Shitun coughed dryly and said, I spent a lot of thought on this gift. I believe Daoto will definitely be moved when she sees it. Looking at Shitun with a confident face, Zifa didn't make too much fun. He patted his shoulder and said, then I also wish you success, but I advise you to be careful. If Daoto has a man she likes, you will have worked in vain. The man you like? Shitun was stunned for a moment, and the image of the Laxus template used by Qin Yu flashed in his mind. Teacher Zifa, they are back. The spider ghost on the ship jumped down from the deck. Looking at the huge figure like a hill pushed forward by a huge cart in the distance, he showed a trace of solemnity. Because this operation involves a secret agreement between the four emperors and the navy headquarters. Therefore, when the admiral cannot be dispatched, only the vice-admiral can set off with the ship. However, when they looked at Jack, the drought disaster, one of the three major forces of the beast pirates, up close. Although Jack was still in a coma, the perennial killing caused the thick and violent breath on his body, which was undoubtedly not comparable to ordinary people. What's more, as a vice-admiral of the navy, Spider Ghost had fought with Jack before. However, facing the meat tank, he, a warrior, failed in the end no matter how hard he tried. At present, the enemy that they could not confront head-on was actually defeated by a young man in his early 20s who was not well known. It can be said that when the vice-admirals who stayed in the navy headquarters heard this news, they were all shocked. Even the giant vice-admirals were no exception. Zeph, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Maybe it's for Laxus. Crane, who led the escort, spoke first. If this matter gets out, it may affect the agreement with the four emperors. At first, Crane was shocked to see Qin Yu defeat Jack. After calming down, she became more and more uneasy. This can't be blamed on Crane. As the chief of staff of the navy, she needs to consider the overall situation. She knows clearly that the current strength of the navy headquarters cannot confront the four emperors head-on. Chapter 650 Let Students Become Generals. Please be at ease. Zifa glanced at Jack who was still unconscious and said, I am here for Laxus this time. Laxus? The people present all turned their eyes and fell on Qin Yu who was walking side by side with Daoto. After the battle just now, the half-dragon posture made Qin Yu's strength surge, and he killed Jack in one blow. However, the sequelae were also not small. After all, Qin Yu's clothes could not be elementalized. Every time he transformed, his clothes would probably explode. Now he can only bear his strong upper body. The muscles that bulged like a rock made the pupils of the navy soldiers and generals in the field shrink slightly. After all, Laxus, the character template, was originally a tough guy type, and his muscles were covered with scars. It only added a few points of bleakness. Originally, in their eyes, a guy with academic theory and no reputation. He should be weak and fragile, a bit like the type of Shimotsuki town Kojiro. At the moment, Qin Yu gave them the feeling that he was more naval than their navy. A cold and arrogant face, muscles full of power, and a domineering personal aura. Just standing in front of him, people feel an inexplicable sense of security. Are you Laxus? Zifa looked at Qin Yu, and his broad hands quickly patted his shoulders a few times, and said with a gratified smile. It's really a natural talent. Originally, when the old man and the old man Zhangguo argued for the first time, I really didn't look down on you. However, looking at your posture and momentum, you are worthy of being an absolute strong man with rich physical experience and the ability of the devil fruit. In time, it will not be a problem to achieve the position of a general. The hearty laughter echoed in the port. Shitun's face changed, and he couldn't help but look at Daoto. In his eyes, Daoto has a good temper, but when it comes to strength competition and the position of admiral, for his old rival, he will not give an inch. Now Zifa openly gave Qin Yu such a high evaluation. This undoubtedly made Shitun eager to see Daoto is so violent. However, Daoto remained silent when he saw the scene. There was no usual vigor and competitive spirit. Teacher Zifa, I object. Shitun suddenly spoke. I think that to become an admiral, not only must you have extraordinary strength, but you must also have an absolute loyalty to the justice of the Navy. At the same time, you must be comprehensive and convince all members of the Navy. If you can become a Navy admiral by force alone, I believe this is a barbaric system like pirates. As soon as these words came out, many people's faces changed. Even Zifa and Daoto were no exception. In their eyes, anyone who is not a fool knows clearly. This is just a compliment in official language. It's like in the workplace, the leader pats you on the shoulder and says, "Work hard, you will definitely be able to make a career in the future." This is undoubtedly a bland empty check. People with enough emotional intelligence will just laugh it off. At the moment, Shitun's reaction is so intense that it undoubtedly embarrasses Zifa. "Shitun, don't talk nonsense." Zifa's face sank, and then he said, "Laxus, I hope you don't mind. Vice Admiral Shitun is just too straightforward and too sensitive to the Navy's affairs." In Zifa's eyes, Qin Yu's teaching experience and his strength are indispensable for the Navy headquarters to break the dilemma. What if Qin Yu hates the Navy because of Shitun's words and ruins their overall plan? This is not what he wants to see. "Teacher Zifa." Shitun was anxious all of a sudden. He never thought that between him and Laxus, Zifa would choose to speak to Qin Yu. The sudden scene made the expressions of the Navy soldiers and generals in the field change slightly. Daoto, who was standing aside, also came back to his senses a little, and was about to say something, but he stopped, but saw Qin Yu standing out of the crowd. "Haha, Mr. Zifa is too flattering, and Vice Admiral Shitun is also worried." Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, "I am not interested in the so-called admiral position. If you have to be an admiral, let my students be admirals, that's enough." "Let students be admirals? What a great ambition!" The people present were stunned, looking at Qin Yu's face full of disbelief. As a Navy, except for the Navy hero garb, who doesn't want to sit in the position of admiral? At this moment, Qin Yu gave such a reply that was indifferent to fame and fortune, which undoubtedly slapped Shitun in the face. "Ha ha ha, what a good sentence to let students be admirals, I really didn't make a mistake, you kid is definitely a good mentor." Zifa laughed and patted Qin Yu's shoulder, revealing a trace of seriousness. "An, smoker, did you hear me? Don't disappoint Mr. Laxus, otherwise you are not worthy of studying on the ship." "Teacher Zifa, don't worry." An quickly responded with a standard military salute. Smoker on the side did not speak, but nodded silently. Looking at An, who was graduating recently, and Smoker, who had already graduated and made a great reputation on the sea, they all looked convinced, which undoubtedly surprised the Navy and even the Navy generals on the scene. For Laxus, who defeated Jack, has also been verified to be the supreme strength. However, the means of teaching and whether the students have the ability to reach the level of generals are another matter. Let students become generals. Shitun snorted coldly, "Sir Laxus, you seem to take the position of generals too lightly. Momo and I have been stuck in the position of vice generals for a long time, and we have not been able to take the key step. This is not something that can be done with just a word." "Really? Thank you for the reminder, Vice Admiral Shitun." Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "However, I just saw that Vice Admiral Daoto's swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman, and only one step away from reaching the threshold of the supreme great swordsman. I think Daoto's swordsmanship only needs one link of resonance to undergo the final transformation." "Resonance?" Daoto's expression froze, and then she looked at Qin Yu with a hint of shock. It can be said that she has been stuck in the swordsmanship, and she doesn't even know what level she has reached. After all, the supreme swordsman is just a title, the ultimate of the sword. How to reach the ultimate of the sword is very vague. For example, how to upgrade a big sword to the supreme sword? That can only be understood, not explained. More needs personal understanding. Now Daoto is stuck at this node.